Good evening, everybody. God dang it. Between Anthony and also, I forgot to play some music coming into this. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Play Dicely. My name is Teni Dicely, and I've been thrown off my groove. How you doing? As per the norm, it is not just me. I am also joined by my friends and wonderful cast. A good evening to the lot of you. Hi.
Good evening.
Hello. Hello.
Howdy.
So glad that worked.
Howdy.
Howdy.
Who the heck are you? All right.
Now that Rhea's dad's dead, they're in their cowboy art.
Yes, join
No villain
me.
arc for me, just a cowboy arc.
Ah, yes,
That's fun.
that classic middle-age cowboy crisis.
I was gonna say every century they
I
pick
don't
a
think I'm
different
middle
theme.
age. I think I'm like senior citizen at this point.
Late life crisis.
Late life crisis. That's really fun. Can we get some new Rhea art, please? A little cowboy hat?
Cavalry.
It'd just be a fusion of what Gideon and Rhea would be like.
Just overlay the two images. There you go.
Artwork achieved.
Oh, I get my stress emo.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. I
Ooh.
forgot to add that to the announcements here. So let's get into some announcements. Firstly, like Ryan just kind of mentioned, if you've not been subscribing to the channel, that's okay. But an added benefit now is that a certain few of our emotes are now available to anybody who follows us here on this channel. And if you do subscribe, even just at the first tier, you'll have access to all the emotes that I've made thus far, including Gideon's stress emote, Abe's rage emote from back when he was a barbarian. Yeah. And so the free ones available right off the hop are Nell's waving high, the crits, the fails. It's all fantastic. Love to see more of the emotes in the chat, so feel free to spam those. And of course, the cast is going to absolutely spam those.
Yes.
That's what you told us to do. You said spam
Right
them.
before this, you said, guys,
Guys, you know what I love?
spam those emotes.
Oh, that's what you took away from this. I was just talking about how much I love canned spam, but
Oh,
here we are.
strange.
Good grief. On a different note, I mentioned at the start of the last stream that our friends over on Dungeon Select have been doing some charity streams, and there was rumor of a Witcher one-shot return, and I've been given some copy for that particular announcement.
Ooh.
Oh,
Do I have any music that might be suitable for this? Maybe. Let's try this one. Roughly a year after the unusual team-up between Witchers of different schools, word has spread far and wide of their joint effort and defeat of the monsters terrorizing the village of Yantra. Now, the Witchers are summoned by King Bran Tursek of the Skellig Islands to his castle on Ard Skellig. Well, I hope anybody out there isn't a Witcher fan and I just butchered a whole bunch of names. Our players pick up the mantle of Witcher once again as we raise money for special effect this Thursday, November 10th. Join us on http://twitch.tv/dungeon select at 2 p.m. Eastern or 8 p.m. CET for the sequel of our Witcher one-shot. Woo! I'm super stoked
So
to...
fun.
Yeah, I'm super excited to come back as our Witcher of Magic. I was a House of the Griffin character, and I have to review how the class works. Yeah, so that's exciting news. Be sure to join us on Thursday on their channel. I should give a shout out to their channel so people can go and follow them. Boo.
Find
And
it
there we go.
among the sea of emojis.
There are so many emojis. And Ryan, do you have the tabletop audio? I should have asked sooner. You're also muted.
Nothing special this week. I just wanted to remind everybody that rich people who have rights on music kind of fucking suck. So if you want to give your money to someone who's not a scummy rich person who owns a fuck ton of music and is instead just a really chill guy who makes money off of music and wants you to use it, go give your money to Timmy, the guy who we've acquired music from for our streams here, and It's really, really good music if you've been doing a listen. So go to his website, tabletopaudio.com, and yeah, it's awesome. Like $5 a month. That's like one Starbucks coffee. You know, just go without it for one day and just sauce it to Timmy. And you're gonna improve your D&D games tenfold with it. With all that said and done, that's me.
Thank you, Ryan. We're going to pass it over to Dallas for the thank you.
We have one follower to thank for this week, and that is Bobby Draws. So big thank you to you and to all the other followers who hang out with us.
Super cool. Super loving having you all here. And how's about we get into some Dungeons and Dragons, you guys?
Oh, yes.
Very much like that. All right. Okay. Then let's get to it. So, where we left off, the party had arrived in Nell's home of Varmhall Village, where Nell dispelled her accidental slow effect on her community and family. After explaining what happened to the village, a feast began to be prepped, and the party went to meet Azaria's family, who had stopped in before the party's arrival. They meet Azaria's sister Loreleth and brother Ylfarin, and Azaria had a chance to speak with their dying father, who wanted to return to their original grove. Afterward, the Seekers went to the watering hole of the village, where Azaria's mother's dryad tree used to sit, and discovered a potential portal to Darkest Heart at the bottom. A feast was had as a late celebration for the Night of Kindle graduation within the community, and then Nell's father, Ayer, explained his relationship with Reynard, the entity that Nell thought was giving her wild magic. It turned out that he instead might have placed an emotional curse on Nell's father, saying, "May your fourth child become older than your third." The next morning, the party joined the Amara family for breakfast, where they were informed Nell would be needed for a 10-day to retrain into a different paladin oath that might be better suited for her. During the 10-day, the boys went to Timberstead to meet up with Gideon's friend Monty, only to discover through a sending spell that apparently people are not being allowed to enter or leave Balesville. Azaria spends the time with their siblings, and they hold a small funeral for their father when he finally passes. And when the 10-day concludes, Nell swears an oath of the Wilder, a promise to discover her true self and to let that truth shine. Nell is congratulated by her friends, family, and even the demigod Fyra herself, who came to congratulate her distant granddaughter on setting herself on a path that would hopefully bring her true happiness. So, we join now the party on the evening of that day, of that graduation, that celebration. And the village is a bit more lively now that the community is back and in full swing. And yeah, I mean, you guys have the evening for yourself. What's your plan? Who are you talking to? What are you doing? You've had a lot of time. Actually, that does bring me to a good point. Elwyn, we didn't really hear a lot about what you had been doing during the 10-day. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Oh, see, it's because I was sulking because everyone left me alone in this village. No. Aside from that, I believe I became good friends. I forget his name. Good friends with the librarian here in this village. I think
Dalen.
I hung out there. What's his name? Dalen?
Dalen.
Dalen. I think he and I became good buds. I went over there and I did some reading. I was learning about how how your family kind of migrated down into this area.
You didn't actually. That is the one story that is only oral.
That is something
It's
I
true.
did tell her as well. She had to talk to family members to get
I
that
talked to
information.
people.
Oh.
I read some books. I talked to people.
Look at you go. Yeah,
I know
so
all
what-
about this village now.
Yay! There's other records there too. You could have read. There's also like novels and stuff.
Yeah, I probably did a lot of that.
Great. Just kind of like LARPing Nell's childhood in the village.
Great. Yeah.
All right. So, yeah. So it's like you guys have just had dinner, probably with Nell's family as well. And likely at least the immediate family and the party are inside the Amara household, just wrapping up dinner and the family's beginning to clean things up. What are you doing? What's the plan?
Well, Nell, how do you feel?
Different but good, I think. I feel like maybe I'll be more helpful this way.
You were plenty helpful before.
Thank you. I just maybe everything felt a little bit everywhere all the time, and I think maybe now it just feels like it's a little bit more focused, or as focused as it can be when it's me. I'm excited to test it out.
I can tell you're positively radiating with it.
I'm just like swinging my sword around. No, I wouldn't do that inside. Just kidding.
Oh, no, please.
Every thought I have is the right one now.
No, no, I can't believe they told you that.
Roll for
Have a
initiative.
conversation about that one, I think.
Just kidding. I think though, like my hand is very much like not like tightly gripped, but like it hasn't really like left like the hilt of my sword in its scabbard. Because I'm just, I don't know, excited.
Oh, by the way, I don't know if I mentioned this at the end of the last episode, but the sword that was gifted to Nell, I previously said wasn't magical. We're making it magical for the purpose of overcoming resistances and immunities. Just because at this level, at this point, everybody should really have a way to do that.
Thank you. So, who did Narwin make this?
Ayer, like upon you asking, he's just like in the kitchen, like cleaning up some of the dishes. He turns around. Yes, I gave her some specifications from swords I'd remembered, some that I'd asked Dalen to bring up schematics of. So it was kind of a bit of a community effort. Yeah.
Aww.
The oils were
Thank you,
some
Dad.
that I held on to for a while. You're very welcome.
The urge to swing it intensifies, but I resist.
Nell, do you want to go outside and swing your sword?
Maybe once we're not in the village anymore, I'm trying to like keep like a modicum of face that I've pretty much lost all of it, I think. But when it's just us, I will for sure.
All right, we can do some sparring.
But on that note, should we figure out? I'm assuming you guys have told us all about the Monty everything, right? Okay. Does everything that's going on in Balesville change our plans now? I almost wonder if it's more pressing.
Yes, I've been thinking about that as well. I think we should go to Balesville. I don't think we can just leave Monty there.
Thank you, Dungeon Select, for the raid.
Hello.
Yes, as much as it pains me to say this, I agree with Elwyn about going to Balesville. Definitely want to go home, but Draq turns to Gideon. We're not leaving anyone behind who matters.
If they're keeping people from leaving or entering, I don't know, things are definitely escalating. I don't feel good about that, and that they have paladins of fire there. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. So,
I mean, the paladins were told that, you know, the poor people, the farmers, those who can't defend themselves, you know, I think it's a really convincing story for people who want to do good. They're doing good.
yeah, I just want to set them straight, I think, as well.
But what happens when we go there, and I'm assuming at some point people will find out that we're working with the Ascendancy. I don't know if we're going to be able to convince them that we're good.
No.
I think that we're going into this situation. All those farmers there, paladins there, any guards who are siding with the townsfolk. We are, in their eyes, the bad guys.
I mean,
What did you
depending
mean,
on what-
Gideon? That you might be able to.
I went through what they did. I don't side with this thing. And I'm not Hillip. I wasn't in leadership. I'm not
That's
a
true.
political elite. I'm just me.
That might be enough. You certainly have a way of connecting with people, Gideon. Maybe you
try.
could talk some sense into some of the folks there.
Hope so. Hopefully it doesn't come to that.
Well, I'd rather you talk than
Well,
use that weapon of yours.
I don't want to have to use the weapon. I just hope that it's not escalated that far that I have to.
It does sound pretty serious down there, though.
Yeah.
We haven't heard back from, or I guess we would need to message Hillip to know if he wants our assistance. But also,
Yeah.
is there something to not entering with him? Do we want to pretend for a little bit that we're not attached? Or just go in with our
So-
intentions clear?
Is the town like, can't remember, is it a walled town? Like, are there two entrances in on the main road? Like, how are we getting it?
Back when you guys went to Balesville, it was not a walled town, and it was just the Torvale Road cut right through it.
So how are
feel
they
like we could
keeping
s-
people from going in and out?
That is concerning.
It's not a, yeah, like, it's farmlands around there. This shouldn't be, if someone really wanted to leave or get in, it shouldn't be a hard thing to do.
Is there magic that can...
There's
Do
magic
that
that
sort
can
of
do
thing?
anything.
Yeah.
We don't know who all they're working with.
A wall of force, enough of those, you could trap everyone in a personal bubble, but on that scale, a whole town, that would be something
That'd
powerful.
be a lot.
Draq, did
Might
you
just-
did
Yes,
Monty
Gideon.
tell you who or how they're keeping people in?
No, he just said they. They might just have checkpoints everywhere.
Yeah, lots of guards. Oh shit, the guards.
Because they have town guard, they have Arthurian knights.
Yeah.
They
Feel
probably
relatively
have the rank for it.
confident we could sneak past guards.
You know that way in through the woods? That's an
Do?
option.
Just to the north of town, if I'm remembering correctly.
I don't know.
Just trying to think of all the things we could be running into.
Right.
Yeah.
Like,
Abe, any ideas? Your strategic mind would be helpful here.
I think mainly we just need information. And we need, for lack of a better term, a reliable narrator. I think we avoid talking to Hillip about what's going on. He
You don't
might-
trust him.
It's hard to trust a politician for me. And he may be a good man, he may have done good things, but we don't know whose side anyone is on except for the 6 of us. And maybe Charity. We could also speak more to Monty. At the very least, he's just a person in the situation. He may have seen things, movements. He may have heard rallies or, I don't know, heard people talking at night.
I mean, but if we don't know if he's a reliable narrator. Sorry, Gideon. I know he's your friend. And I know we're
understand.
trying to hope the best here.
I understand.
But there's that chance. You know, none of us thought meeting Gideon's family that they were going to be in on this, but there was something there. It's probably a lot easier to lie over ascending than it is in person.
I mean, we can use that in a way, though, right? Like, if we get whatever information we can from Monty, if once we get close to Balesville, a couple people, because Eloin, you can turn 1 or 2 people invisible.
Mm, 4 people?
Oh Jesus!
Trying to do
Oh
math.
my.
Okay. So there's a chance then, like if we kind of look into it first, and if what we see from the information Monty gives us is confirmed, that gives us a good idea. And then if it's not, then we know even that tells us something.
I would say we get close on a major road and then off-road for a while as we approach.
Yeah.
I've
Set
also
up camp on
been,
the outskirts.
and this may be helpful, I've been collecting materials over the past week. The townsfolk have been very kind in helping me find what I needed, but I have what I need to be able to reach out to Vishtak themselves and ask a question. So if we get closer to Balesville, I could get a somewhat not concrete, it's usually pretty vague as prayers go, but information about what a event or activity or goal of ours that we wish to pursue.
Could you ask Monty what is if there's a checkpoint or something that they're checking people at?
I could,
Yeah, like
yes,
how are they keeping them in there? Like how
would be
long
good
has
to
it
know.
been since we've been there?
Oh,
I will look.
I'm just wondering if they have actually like walled their town off. It's not.
So it's almost been
Impossible.
exactly 2 months. Because
Not
we were there.
impossible.
Yeah, we were there Elderfire 5th, and now it's Harvest Speak 4th. So that's 2 months. Yeah, not impossible. My other consideration is like if we're gonna go in stealthily, what are we doing with like all of our horses and the wagon? Because there's not really any other towns super close, like unless other towns on the map, Teni, that aren't like shown to us.
Yeah, there might be
Like
like
smaller
small
ones.
hamlets and like individually owned inns, but
Okay, so then maybe if we can find an inn along the way.
my concern with that is they may be connected to Balesville somehow if they're close by.
Yeah, but I guess my thinking would be like maybe
Leave them here.
no, that because then it will take us so long to get there. I don't think we want to spend like we want to expedite. So maybe like if one person, no, that's impossible. If one person wouldn't be able to control all the horses to drop them off. Damn it.
No, I think either we find an inn along the way, or maybe like edge of the Alabaster Hills or something that's still like we need food and water left for them to leave them for a few days. It's a risk.
Yeah.
Or we go to an inn and maybe our presence gets known. There's also the reality is Sarze is involved with Mithril Coat, who's involved with this, and they have tracked us along the roads up until this point.
Yeah.
I
It is
actually
Very
think
also
possible.
something that I could find out through my spell if we can get a sense of perhaps what their goals are in the city. We'd have to have a specific kind of question about what their goal is. An idea.
On horse, how long does it take us to get to Balesville?
it'd roughly be about just shy of a 10-day likely. On foot, it would
Okay.
definitely be a 10-day.
All right.
Maybe 8 days on horseback.
Okay. Finn.
What, huh? Sorry, was
Hey.
busy neglecting all of my responsibilities. What's up?
Yeah. Well, if I was to force you to be responsible, I don't know. You don't have to do this, obviously, because I've already asked you to do a lot in the past couple of months. But I'm just wondering if, like, yourself and maybe someone else from the village, if you came with us, because we're going to be bringing, ideally, if this all works out, we want to bring Monty back, because Dad, you wanted to take him, or we would hope that you could take him with you when you go to our keep.
That, I mean, if he's good.
Yeah, well, we don't know, but that's the hope. I'm just thinking, like, maybe if a couple people from here could come with us and then, like, watch the horses if we do the Alabaster Hills thing. I know it's asking kind of a lot, but it's just...
And your mom pipes in. Perhaps I'll come too. If there are paladins there, and it's not something that we need to be getting ourselves wrapped up in, might better bring them home.
I mean, they would listen to you, at the very least. It's a dangerous situation, though. I mean, you can handle yourself, I know, but I don't want you to walk into risk without knowing what all it encompasses.
Listen, sweetie, I teach the martial technique for a reason here.
I know.
Should it come to push and shove.
Well, you're definitely not going on the stealth mission. You can hang back with me, because I also won't be doing that either.
Oh, I see you took after me, did you? We're not very light of foot, are?
No, Runa got all of that, it seems.
Lucky girl.
Yeah.
Not to be forward, but your village just got their leadership back now. Do you think it's wise to have their leadership leave right away?
Well, Mom is she's the representative of Amma, of Fyra, but she is not the only leader. All of the elders are the leaders of this village. All of their voices carry equal weight.
And I trust all of them immensely if your father and I both need to have work out and about.
The issue before was that they were all part of what I had done because of the ceremony, so...
I understand. Apologies.
If Varmhall was able to get by without all 5 of us, I'm sure they could do fine a couple days with 3.
That's true. Finn, you could stay here and keep leading because you really enjoyed it, right?
No. I've done my time. That's Vesta's job. You know what? Did you get a hold of her? Perhaps you should just tell her to just come straight home. It's time to leave the village.
No.
I'm out.
No. I sent her a letter explaining everything, so she better not come now, because that would be even worse if, like, she fucking left what she was doing and then came and I wasn't even here, you know?
I don't want to send her another message. She's very mean.
No. I sent her a letter. I sent her like an actual letter, you know, not freaking stuck to 25 words. So.
And Solvi gives a smack to the back of Finn's head. Don't you dare put me in the elder house before I'm even done my term here, boy.
Yeah, what the hell's wrong with you, Finn? God. Okay, so that's at least helps with the horses and not being outed by inns.
I think we should go to Balesville.
I think so. Gideon, this affects you the most. It was hard for you before, but I think we need to get Monty out of there.
You sure?
How are you feeling?
Look, I am heavily biased in this situation. You all know where I lean. You don't have to lean that way just because of me.
I think we do, my friend.
Yeah, I think at least for myself, I have a bias towards my friends, so.
As long as we're all in agreement.
All right then, Seekers. To Balesville in the morning?
Balesville.
Going off of what your friend here said, and she gestures to him. So what information do we all have? And can you get more?
Oh yeah. So we need to ask Hillip, and we need to ask Monty. So why don't we figure out first what we want to ask Monty? Like, who's keeping people?
Who or
And what?
how?
Yeah,
How?
what?
Yeah,
How are they saying?
Who? Yeah, who? What? And like, are they like doing anything else? Or like maybe like how many guards? Who? What? How many? What else is happening?
They're probably gathering for some reason, right? Is there a date? Is there something happening someday that he knows?
Are there any like holidays coming up? Of any kind?
We just passed one.
Yeah, you just passed El
Actually-
Soler, and it was actually the day that the
Yeah.
three of you were in Timberstead.
Yeah. And the next one isn't for about a 10-day. It's Barrier Day.
Barrier
That's
Day?
a little appropriate, actually,
Oh.
doesn't it?
Shit. Yeah, that's right. So it's commemorating the Battle of Brolbar, and the day that the wall sealing the Underearth was lowered. Oh my god, yeah. Especially if they want like the return of the Midnight Sun. Yeah, that seems
Yeah.
It seems thematic.
okay, which
It
is great
sure
because we'll get
does.
there. We'll get there. God willing, the day before, so that gives us plenty of time. Wait, do we know, Gideon? Do you know what day the event happened? Like, obviously, I'm assuming that's part of the general confusion. But
Jeez, I don't think Gideon does. No, he doesn't.
is there like a
Kind of
time of year or anything? Because you know roughly how old you were, but
Whole day's a blur.
okay.
I just know how old I was roughly.
Okay. Does Hillip have the sending stone? Okay, good.
Yeah, last we talked, it was Hillip who had it.
Presumably, he still has it while he's on the way to Balesville.
I think
think
so,
so.
because he asked us to check in to see if they needed help.
So why don't we do that? Or actually, no, we should do Monty first. So if we get any information, we can maybe share that with Hillip.
Or we don't, because we don't.
Well, I think we would-
trust him yet.
Try and we don't trust either of them, I guess.
It's a group effort. If we want to talk to
opposite.
Hillip, we talk to Hillip. At the very least, he'll tell us something, even if it's political fanfare or whatever you want to call it.
Any information is information at this point.
Yeah.
Can
And he knows how the
cross-reference.
sending stone works. So if we just ask him like what he wants us to do and then we don't respond, like that's not telling him that we're coming necessarily. Because like if we don't trust him, then we don't necessarily want him to know that we're coming either. Right?
I
So it might be harder for us to sneak in.
think it would be safe to assume that our presence will be known as soon as we get to a major intersection even. People probably already knew we were coming into the Saffronis forest. When we hit Timberstead, even when the three of us went the other day, our presence was probably clocked by someone.
There's also, let's say, Hillip has ulterior motives in this. This is some ploy at more political power or something. I think we're on the same side. He might not have reasons that are to help Balesville and stuff. Maybe it's selfish. But his selfishness, probably wants the ascendancy to still exist. Can't have a lot of It's not like if their civil war wins and this rebellion overtops the ascendancy, it's not like they're gonna put the learneds on a high pedestal. They'll probably chop off their heads. Draq will probably be the one running shit.
Is there anything to us, like, Mom, if you're planning on coming, and like all the ways to Balesville, right? You said?
If it's what needs to be done,
Just for the paladins that are there.
they shouldn't be there.
Someone was wondering, like, obviously, I'm not considering this as like a full split the party, but if we decide in advance our recon team and our non-recon team, can the non-recon team almost hide in plain sight as like a diplomatic envoy from Varmhall?
I think they're gonna recognize us.
And
We've
Finn
were
pipes in.
there.
For
And they've also come here already, so I don't know if they want to talk with us again.
Well, if the leader herself is part of it, and kind of give like a bare bones explanation of
Then who came here before?
I don't know, it was just some guy. Some
Just a single
courier, I guess. I don't know. Messenger.
What did he
Okay.
wear? How tall was he? Hair color?
I don't
Notable
know those
features?
details. He didn't seem that interesting. Aunt Nerwin's the one that talked to him.
I feel like we already had this conversation.
Yes, you did
Yeah, we
already
did.
ask me all this.
yeah,
okay. Well, we don't necessarily have to do that. It was just consideration. Just because, like, then if like the recon team is like kind of hiding the whole way to Balesville, but I don't know if that's
Wouldn't want to be
Worth the
so
effort.
far apart that we
There's-
couldn't
I know.
get to each other.
I
quickly.
agree. I think it's better for us
Thinking
to
the-
stick together.
So the big thing of traveling the main roads and stuff, our worry is people will know we're coming. How long? There's a river near here that goes down to a lake that then continues on. It stops a bit north of Balesville. There are canoes and stuff. It might be keeps us off the main road. It might take a little longer. We're gonna have to camp. But no
Well,
one would
That's
know
an-
we're coming until we're coming. And
That's an
sometimes
interesting idea.
sometimes the waterways can be a little faster than it's a little more direct, maybe. I don't know.
It's an interesting plan. It's we don't really have canoes. We could build ourselves a raft or something, but that'll take time too. And also, as far as I'm aware, the Timberstead logging is kind of their operation, so there'll likely be some logs clogging up the waterway a little bit.
Doesn't
Yeah,
leave us
probably
much
won't.
in the way of an escape route, unfortunately. Leaves us a good way in, but not a good way out.
Neither does leaving our horses at the next inn.
Yeah.
That's
Like, I think regardless, we're either running on foot out of there,
Stealing
dying
some
there,
horses.
getting captured there, stealing from there, or at least
This does
finding
sound
a moment of
good.
peace between whatever this thing's going. There's a lot of ways this goes wrong, is the reality.
yeah.
Right.
Let us focus on what we can control and not worry about what we can't. What if we take our horses to Timberstead? Perhaps they have means of travel by water. We could go from there.
it's true.
Possible.
It's only Timberstead's only a day away, right?
Sure.
That's right.
Yeah.
Or some of us could go by water, and perhaps your mother and Finn could take a couple of the horses and take the roads.
It's true. Hmm.
I do wonder if we go down to Timberstead, though, if at that point it just makes sense to take the roads as a group. Like, our travels kind of already know. My assumption is that here they don't have spies. going to assume that Nell, having known everyone here your whole life, I'm going to assume you have a good read on them all.
Yeah.
Well, as far as I'm aware, too, we've only recently lost people and not gained anybody. If we gain some people, then there will be a little bit of a concern, but...
Yeah.
The other option is maybe we just still can camp along the way. We just avoid the towns. Can take the main roads at other points. Don't stray too far, but just... We don't stop at Timberstead. We don't stop at inns. And we go back to that idea. We leave the horses. We bring enough food for a few days. Maybe if Finn is able to come down, sucks. Put you on watch.
Well, and I think that makes sense. To get out of Balesville, if we have a moment, which I'm not sure we will, and we can find some rare chalks and inks, I could potentially teleport us out of there. I know a teleportation circle in New Fugleby should be the closest back to where we were. We would need a moment of peace to be able to do that, though.
I had that thought too, and I forgot about New Fugleby, so that's really good because I was thinking about somewhere way further away. So,
How much of a moment do you need, Elowen?
Well, a minute.
That
It
is
wouldn't
a
work
moment
if
enough.
it wouldn't work if we're being chased, but if we can get everyone together into a quiet spot for a minute, I could get us out of there.
That's doable.
Anything we don't need to do this, we leave here, because if that's our exit plan in a worst case scenario, we're not getting our horses back.
That's true.
If the horses are dead, the cart's gone. I think we all accept that we only bring what we need.
Then perhaps we leave Hildy here and your cart, Gideon.
Yeah. You
Are
can
there
make
other
food,
horses
right, Draq?
here?
there are.
We also
Other
have
horses.
5 other horses on top of that, so.
Just need one for Gideon.
Mm-hmm. Or I suppose Elowen could ride with someone.
Probably could.
And then maybe we don't need to take a horse.
We have established Elowen is a medium-sized creature, so...
I do have
Oh.
the same walking speed as
sorry, I'm
everyone
sorry.
else.
Elowen would at least need a pony.
I feel like I would leave Peleus here though, only because that horse has more significance.
That's true.
So I'd rather, he was entrusted to me, so I don't want to take him into a thing. So I'll leave him here and just take one of the village horses, maybe, just in case.
But, so yeah, we take what we need. Also realizing if by the time we finish this, we've started to notice that stars are going out. If we do get the horses, we're not coming back here.
No. Well, I mean, if we're teleporting out, I think the best
Actually,
place
we
I
might-
can
yeah,
get us
if
to
we-
is New
is New
Fugleby, so we'd have to
Fugleby.
come back through here anyways.
Yeah. I mean, my plan, if we were going to the Rinxar Peak, always was that we would leave our horses here because we know here is safe and we're not paying the fee that we would. I'm asking a lot for generosity, but I thought it would.
Yeah,
it
you're
would be-
assuming a lot, sweetie.
Well, it would be at least a little bit less than if
We could
but
compensate the stables to keep the horses here if need be.
just because we can't
Is-
bring them into the mountains. So
I was where's the easiest? Just going to that of like, there's 3 towns nearby. The Peaks, which is the easiest to get up from Draq.
I met Nell in Timberstead, so
Is there a path into the mountains from the mines?
No. You will have to either go to the north or the south ends of the Pearly Pass.
so did I come from
You came
the
from
south
south.
then?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I followed the river down. It guided my path quite nicely. I'm not familiar with the northern pass of the Peaks.
Because after that, we need to get to the Wilden Glen wetlands.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I think once we get to the mountains, there's also that our horses aren't coming with us for quite a while.
Yeah.
Maybe leaving them here also makes sense, like, for that.
I mean, at the very least, like, everything that's not Hildy, I feel like we can almost make them like a donation to the village, like a temporary loan or something if people need to use them. Because the Ascendancy horses, like,
They can use Hildy if they need to. She's a good workhorse. Nothing dangerous, though.
no, they wouldn't. A lot of it's just, a lot of them are just kind of used to teach the kids how to ride, so the only danger is those little kids falling off, I think, if anything. But
So, trip down, we leave Peleus and Hildy. Take the other horses, because we still need horses. And get 2 from the village. And then, if we can take the horses back, if we can just run out and don't need to teleport, we bring them back here, we leave the horses, and we make our way on foot to Timberstead and up the mountain.
in the original part of the plan, asking for Finn to come was for someone to stay with the horses if we want to leave them, like, on the other side of the Alabaster Hills. So, like, worst comes to worst, if Finn or whoever stays with them, we end up teleporting, like, we can message
Send.
you. Yeah. And then make your way back.
Elowen,
Wait,
do you still have Finn's name in your book?
I do. I was going to say it might be best for him to stay out as well in case something does happen. I can send him a message.
How many horses would I have to take care of if you have to get out of there quickly?
Well, I was thinking it wouldn't just be you. Like, you should bring a couple people, like, bring someone with you.
Hmm.
So, yeah. You have friends, don't you?
Maybe some
Sure,
of the
I do. They're
paladins.
just all out and about.
Yeah. I mean, like, you could take a couple of
Actually,
the cousins or something, but
I do think I could cash in a favor.
who was stupid enough to owe you a favor?
Well, you were there. Mary Hall might be able to give us a hand in this regard.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
I was
What?
like, can we bring this up that Finn has some friends outside of this village? I was like, didn't want to know if you we're making that affiliation known, Finn.
I mean, I have no idea what you're talking about. I've got some friends. Their name's Mary Hall.
Yeah.
Don't
very
ask
good
Mom and Dad.
Lawful individuals.
All of them are named Mary Hall.
Where are they now? Do you know? Did they stay in Ballenbridge?
Actually, as far as I'm aware, their main base is in the Laughing Woods.
Oh, shit. That's fucking fantastic. How... If we went, like, the other way around the river, like the other side of the river, through the Laughing Woods, how long would that take? And was the Laughing Woods where that cabin was that we first saw, or like Rhea first saw Kardrak?
No, there's a smaller forest just north of Balesville on the south side of the river. The Laughing Woods is like an expansive forest, like about just a little bit smaller than the Saffronis forest, which is a massive forest.
I see.
Yeah.
But if we were to, like, maybe if we even, like, rode on the other side of the river, like the northern side of it, and then forge the river down,
Yeah, I mean,
because then we could leave the horses with the fucking Mary Hall gang. And we're not on the main roads.
And hopefully they would respect the horses and not sell them. Which they shouldn't, but not that they're bad people.
We're not gonna take the 2 important horses, so.
Yeah. I mean, obviously it'd be ideal if they didn't, but I mean,
Well, if
They
they
went
sell
out-
the Ascendancy horses, those are property of the Ascendancy. The full weight of the Arturian Knights might come smashing down on them. Just let them know.
As far as I'm aware, the Arturian Knights aren't really much for, bashing down. They're more like, words first. Respectable people, as far as I understand.
I don't know
Happens
if
when we meet them.
Finn's friends are that smart that they know the intricacies of
Well, they can't be that smart, right, Finn? You found your crowd, did you? Why are you all so rude to me?
I've
I've got the solution here.
And I'm not being rude to you, man. I appreciate the idea.
And I appreciate you.
All right, that's enough of that.
G-Man.
G-Man.
Do you not know his name?
Nobody's really
Finn.
talked to me in like a 10 day. I'm sorry.
Gideon.
Gideon,
it's like
fantastic.
goldfish memory. It's like after 10 days. Ooh.
Don't worry, as somebody who has memory issues, I can't judge.
Cool.
oh, okay.
Glad we're good.
It's like we've been here for a 10-day.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I've been busy with the
Danny, would
things
it-
I've been shirking.
Denny, would
Okay.
it technically be quicker to go that way? Because it is less hexes, but we're not taking a road.
I mean, it's like, it's a little bit quicker. Like, let's see, looking at this map. So you take the road basically down to the bridge, follow the river down, cut a chunk of it. Like, you could probably get into the Laughing Woods in like 3 or 4 days, but then you have to walk through the woods. I've been rich before.
And
Yeah,
get
I mean,
across
like-
the river.
and figure out, like, find the Merry Hall gang.
Right.
Take a long time.
Well, that part is less important to me. No offense, Finn, because I think I would just leave you to deal with that because they're your friends, best
Like-
friends.
So then what do you do? Leave me with, like, 6 horses?
Yeah.
And
To
whoever
figure
else
it
you're
out?
bringing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're losing 6 horses at that point. Leaving
more
6
faith
horses
in
with a
Finn than that.
stranger.
I don't
think he's
have
gonna
that
be
much
able to
faith in me.
wrangle.
You should. You're very capable.
Did you not just hear how much shirking I've been doing?
Can we not just bring a couple more people with us?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
But then each person needs a horse, and then you have more horses.
But it's still better than one person with 6 horses.
You're right, at least with 2
Yeah.
like, enough people to get 2 horses each.
well, I was thinking like,
But then I'm concerned if a bunch of paladins go into a camp of decent people as he looks to his parents.
Yeah, if we're bringing, I mean, at that point also, like, we could, if we're bringing enough people here that there's 2 per horse, we don't need Finn's friends' help, but we do need 6 people from the village.
And Solvi pipes in, Nell's mom. So again, there's a lot of planning going on here, but you still don't have information. Planning's not going to do you good if you don't get in contact with the people you need contact with.
right as always. Yeah, Draq, can you reach out to Monty now?
Of course.
And then he'll up, I think.
Okay. So I'm asking him why or how they're.
Who
Who and how?
and
Yes.
how
Who is stopping them? How are they stopping them?
and how many, ideally.
I don't know if he's going to be able to answer that, but I can try.
Well, he could give a rough estimate. Like, you can say like a lot or a handful. You know, like.
Of people stopping others from leaving.
Well, yeah, I just want to know, like, do they have a giant retinue of guards? Like, like, are they all
Alright.
around? I guess that's partly like that should be a combined answer with like, how are they doing this?
Okay. Any other questions? Or should we keep it to 3 so he doesn't feel overwhelmed?
Well, it's
I'm
the
worried
word
he's
limit
going to
I'm more
say too
concerned
many
with.
words and get, yeah, I think I think like as little questions as possible.
All right. I'll tell him to be brief then in his answer. Specific. All right. I will cast a sending spell to old Montgomery and say, Monty, please answer briefly if you can. Who is stopping people from leaving? How are they stopping them? How many armed guards are there? I think that's exactly 25 words.
Yes, it was.
Damn, you're good at that.
I just winged that one too. I wasn't gonna count.
The answer you get back. First thing you hear immediately is, I managed to sneak past them. I'm booking it. It's Timberstead. Still the plan. They built walls. Militia. Arturians are gone.
Okay. I say, you were right. They built walls. Monty got out. He's running to Timberstead.
Let's meet him.
We have to meet him on the
we
road.
meet him there.
I'm worried he's not going to make it. I will send another message to him immediately. Monty, that's good news. Keep running. We will meet you on the road if we can, if not at Timberstead. Stay safe. Stay hidden. We're coming to get you.
I'm booking as best I can. I'll keep going. Might be a couple days. Who do I look for? Gideon's there?
It's the night. We're
Right.
going to bed anyways, so.
The meeting him on the road or Timberstead isn't really an option in that, because we'll be in Timberstead before he'll ever reach there.
So we should meet him on the road then.
But
I
if
think we
he's
just keep
trying
going
to
past-
hide,
We can keep messaging him.
That's
yeah,
true. Day to day, we can keep.
day to day, and
We'll keep in touch.
Okay, I'm just worried that he's just going to keep running and he's going to kill himself from running.
my worry is he's going to get lost.
Gideon, has Monty ever left home?
I don't remember.
It's okay.
He's strong.
It's okay.
He can run.
Yeah. All right. I'll send him another message. What should I tell him? To look
Okay, wait.
for
What
Gideon?
if Gideon, like, part of us go on the road, we had go ahead. Part
Why?
of us stay in town.
Why?
Because if we don't see him on the road and he continues to Timberstead, what is he going to tell us? He's in a field? He's in hills?
How does us being split up help?
If he continues to Timberstead, he could see people there. If by the time we get past the Alabaster Hills, like, we haven't seen him, we know to turn back.
I just don't know that we should be splitting up.
I don't think it's the safest, but it's just
But
mostly
that's where Finn
If
can
we
stay.
message him every couple of hours, that's true. Or Finn
what?
could stay
True.
there.
Yes.
Finn, you want to stay in Timberstead for a bit while all of us go?
It's a lot better than going to the forest.
That sounds like a plan. Tell him to look out
Yeah.
for your paladin attire.
Or us.
or Gideon.
Or me.
I will send another message.
So wait, what are you guys doing? So we're all going to Timberstead and you guys are going toward Balesville?
That's right.
I guess we are just going to take the main road then.
At this
Yeah,
point,
but we're not
yes.
going all the way to Balesville.
Okay.
Or should we still?
I think they know. If you were just in Timberstead 3 days ago, if they're looking for us, they've already seen us. Sarze caught us over New Fugalby. She knows we're in this area. I don't think we're surprising anyone.
And we're involved. Draq and Sarze, They would be foolish to think we won't take this bait.
My
Yes.
concern lies with Monty,
Yeah, I agree.
but I know Nell has
Faster
people
we
there.
can move.
So if you still want to go, I understand.
I just feel like we may be able to prevent something terrible from happening if we go.
I think we need to get Monty first.
Yeah, I agree. Well, I think we haven't solved the issue of the horses, but
I mean, if we're getting Monty, I think we need to bring him back to Timberstead if we find him on the road. Like, can't bring him back to Balesville with us.
well, I don't
at this-
think I don't know if we should go halfway there, pick him up, and bring him back. I think Dad, maybe I don't want to bring like everyone with me, but like if Finn stays in Timberstead, but like someone else comes with us, if we meet Monty on the road, like we camp or whatever, we talk with him, but he goes back farm hall with one of you, and we keep going.
So we'll take care of your friend while you guys go to the mountains?
Well, if Monty's out, are we not going to Balesville at all? Was that the only reason we were going?
We did say we'd check in with Hillop.
Came
In
here
And I
for
think-
the realm, I think.
If he tells us to, we are obliged.
What was that, Abe?
Rose of the realm, and the realm calls.
I think as well this idea that they might be doing something for Barrier Day is also quite possible.
And this is linked to our overall goal anyway. Draq, as far as we know, is involved with the Void. Whatever he's doing or wants to do, I imagine it relates directly to what will be happening later anyway.
I think you're right on that.
Fair.
Getting Monty out early, I think, is just an easy benefit that we take the win.
One
Remains to
less
be seen.
person to protect while we're there as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Alright. I will send Monty a message and let him know that we will try to meet him on the road. Is that the final idea?
And tell him Finn will be in Timberstead
Just
if he
in case.
passes us.
Alright. Alright, now I send a message to Monty. And I will say, Monty, we're going to meet you on the road. Gideon is with us. If you get to Timberstead, look for a paladin of Fyra named Finn.
You got it. Damn it.
I will relay his. I don't even know what that emotion is. Something.
I don't know either.
And then I can
Monty
stay in touch with
versus-
Finn
versus-
while we
yeah.
move past Timberstead. I'll just, with the book,
Okay.
we'll keep in touch with him all day.
Okay.
Should we leave now?
I think we leave now.
Well, okay. Does anyone in this town have inks and chalks? I can't cast teleportation as it is now. Is there anywhere in this
Galen-
town that...
Dalen might.
He'd be the best shot for sure. But like certain, I'm assuming magical since you're talking about teleporting.
Yes.
Worth a shot.
Maybe.
Let's go check.
But I mean, I don't know if Timberstead would really have it either necessarily, would they?
With a check while we're there.
Okay.
I could
Well,
ask my brother if he brought any magical supplies with him.
Oh,
Oh, true.
There's a chance.
Okay.
I think if we could just infuse chalks and inks with some precious gems, that would work as well if we have gems here in ink.
A lot of metal. I don't think we have gems anymore.
Anywhere in this town, in this village, you don't have anything like that?
Occasionally they might get a gem in the mine, so Aunt Nerwin might be
Okay.
the one to talk to.
Okay.
All right. So how about this? Let's split up. Find who we need to find. Reconvene where the horses are.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll get them
And
ready.
leave tonight.
All right.
This is a bit of a desperate act, but we could perhaps break down the Gem of Brightness somehow.
Let's try our other plans first.
Of course. I'm just...
Good thinking.
I have it
Good thought.
there.
All right.
Someone needs that to see in the dark, though, correct? Not everyone here naturally can do that.
I have the goggles.
I cannot see in the dark.
I think that someone is Abe.
However, with
I
my
also
new
benefit from
axe,
it from time to time.
I can't really use it anymore.
Hmm.
It's too
Well-
finicky to use with a great axe.
I've not used my spear in some time, so perhaps I could use it. Though usually I would just cast light on myself. Why
Well,
don't you hold on
backup
to it
plan.
for now, Abe? We shall see.
The Gem of Brightness also has other applications other than just being a light source, too.
Yes, it does. It's
Does.
very useful. Draq will turn to Nell's parents and just kind of give a respectful bow and say in Draconic, "Thank you for hosting us in your beautiful village."
Neither of them know the language, but they nod, as gaining the sense of
Draq just assumes
respectfulness.
because Nell knows that everyone
Our
knows.
daughter has a foreign friend.
So
worldly.
exotic.
I just kind of whisper under my breath what it was that Drax said.
Oh. Well, thank you. It's been great having you all here. And again, thank you for taking care of our daughter, and she better come back.
Yes.
Well, I guess that's the question. Are you
promise.
staying here now, Mom?
Well, it sounds like a crowd might be a bit too much at this point, but at some point, I'll probably collect a few myself and get down there and collect ours. But it doesn't seem as urgent now that your friend seems to be on the way.
We
Yeah.
could let you know if we are called to go to Balesville. It would be nice to have backup.
Sure, keep me posted.
Okay.
Hopefully,
Listen for my voice in your ear.
very well. Hopefully, I won't even need to leave, and the paladins will smarten up and see whatever's going on down there, and just make out for their own.
We will see.
Indeed.
Should I just tell Hilla? City's walled. They're armed. I'm not going to mention anything about us coming down, but
Yeah.
should I follow up on her
Ask how
question to him? Yeah, be like,
I
do
just
you
say like, please advise, kind of.
yeah, that sounds good.
He may
Yeah.
wonder how we got that information.
Well,
yeah, but
he knows how the setting sun works, so it's not really.
he can ask us tomorrow. So I'll send Hillip a message. Heard Balesville has walled themselves in. They seem pretty well armed. Please advise.
Hello there. Aware of some of that. Sounds like Bexley's stepped down. I'm making the first trainway trip in the coming days. I've got guard. Stay out of it.
I'll say he says to stay out of it. I think unless we get a message from him, we might have to stay out of it. This might go back to that idea that our presence there will make things worse.
Either way, we have to head out.
We're
to
heading
collect.
down there.
Yeah, we have to get Monty, but
Let's head that way and we can talk with Philip again.
That was unexpected. I definitely thought he was going to say, back me up.
Well, this is what I was saying. Get your information.
Well, let's get going. Gideon stands up and just walks out.
Are you getting something? Or...
I'm gonna run around the village and see if I can find these spell components.
Yeah,
Gideon's
I'll go
going to
and
prep
ask
the
my
horses.
brother.
If anyone wants to come with me.
Yeah, I'll
Gotta
come
prep
with
the
you.
horses. Get them ready to
Yeah.
go.
Yeah.
Like split up and go to different people.
yeah, I'll
Yeah.
ask my brother and my sister. Doubt she'll have any, but
I'll go find Erwin. Is the name?
Nerwin.
Nerwin, thank you. I'll go find Nerwin if possible.
Okay. So, everybody kind of splitting up. Elwyn, I'm assuming you'll probably go track down Dalen first.
Yeah, me and him are best friends now.
He's not in the record hall at this time, so you have to track down where his home is. It's a small community, you can find it pretty quick.
Sure.
Now, what are you up to in all this? Are you tagging along with anybody? I didn't hear your plan.
My plan was to just stay with my parents.
Okay. You're
I
staying
want to
put.
ask my dad some stuff before we rush out.
Okay. Elwyn's going to Dalen, Draq's going to Nerwin, Gideon's prepping horses, Azara's going to the sibling. Abe, what are you doing?
Prep more horses.
Prep more horses. Abe and Gideon going to prep horses. So, Elwyn, you make your way to track down Dalen's home and ask him about chalks and whatnot. He does not have what you're looking for in this village. Draq, you go to Nerwin's. She does have some gems. Where'd my dice go? Those aren't the dice that I need.
Did Dalen have, like, regular chalk?
Oh yeah, he'd likely have regular chalk and inks.
I think I have ink as well.
Nerwin's got a 20 gold piece gem on her at the moment.
I need 50 gold pieces worth of gems in this inks and chalks.
Azaria, you go over to your siblings. Knock on the door. They're still in the guest house. And it's Yelfarin who answers. Well, good evening, sibling.
good evening. Actually, this also might be goodbye. I should say bye to everyone. Do you happen to have any, like, gems, any magical components you brought with you, chalks or inks that are magically infused? My friend Elwyn, like, our main spellcaster and our group of friends, is looking to make a teleportation circle. Not
She's
now,
your
but-
primary spellcaster? That's fascinating. Well,
Everyone
let's-
else can also, like, physically hit things a lot.
well, anybody can do that.
I punch him with the feebleness of my arms.
And he just, like, topples backward and just lands on the floor. See? Anybody can do that. And he gets up. You didn't have to demonstrate that.
I forgot that
Wow,
we're
he's
both
funny.
weak.
Well, I very well might have what you need. Let me check my supplies. But also, I'm glad you came over since you seem to be heading out. There is... And I have to speak with the leaders of the village here about this as well. But... and Laura Leth is also in the room, but she's just kind of like doing some sketching. There is a matter of some of Father's possessions, notably his cane. And I would like to leave it here as a symbol. And I wanted to get your opinion. Lorelith chimes in. I think you should just take it with you. It's good for a druid. Yes, though that may be, I could do everything this thing has to offer anyway. And it's not very useful things.
I think that's a great idea. I think inevitably druids are going to want to come back. Not all, we've taken so long, but some people will. And I think as a sign of fostering kind of the future relationship, I think it's a good one.
I agree, and I've grown rather fond of the people that have occupied this space, so I think it would be a nice connection to maintain.
There are good people here.
Well, hold on. Let me check my belongings and see what we've got. And he runs, well, saunters off into the hallway to check his room and check his belongings. He has the material components Elwyn will need.
I go to offer him the, is it 50 gold?
Oh, don't even worry about it.
Them?
I've got more. I was planning on selling a bunch of it to wizards in the material plane, but I'm rather fond of your friend, and she's very talented for somebody of her age, so.
She's a couple. As I take it, before he could take it back, I was like, you do know she's a couple 100 years old.
Oh, right, the curse, of course. How stupid of me. Very, very stupid.
It's all good. But yeah, if I'm up at the Winter Court, I'll definitely come to say hi, but I think it'll be a while until I'm in the Wilder again.
And Lorelith drops her paper and her her charcoal she was using, and just scrambles up out of her chair and just comes up and just huge hug, swings you around.
Oh, I give her the biggest hug.
You didn't think you were going to leave without a hug, did you?
No. I was actually going to give Ylfarin one. I know he hates them, but I don't know when I'll see him next. But no. Of course, I was gonna come say bye, but we're heading out tonight. Some urgency has come up with a friend of the party.
Well, stay safe out there, and I guess Ylfarin and I are going to be heading out tomorrow, so.
Where are you headed to? Are you both going back to the Wilder, or are you going to explore here a bit?
Well, after you told us about the druids and the Smoky Gulf, I really want to go and see that grove. Ylfarin's like, I'm going to transport us back to Smallkeep, and then I'm going to walk through the portal and go back to the Wilder.
That sounds fair. Well, it was great getting to see both of you. Let's try and, keep the time between visits shorter next time. Maybe 25 years.
That sounds reasonable. Well, very well. If you have things to continue on to do, I must speak with the leadership here, so I'm going to go to the house next door.
Take care, both of you.
Likewise.
Love you both. And I walk away. Before Ylfarin can react.
You just hear faintly behind you. I'm glad they didn't make me say it. It's implied, of course.
And then I'll go find Elwyn.
Elwyn, Draq, you guys kind of reconvene from your running arounds with your dead ends. And Azaria's got the goods.
Yeah, I don't take that gem from Nerwin.
I didn't think you would.
Yeah. Mostly because I don't have money. Dang. It's all gone.
Well, Elwyn, here's the supplies.
Oh, amazing. Okay, that gives us an option at least. If we need to get out of there quickly.
Now, in the midst of the running around, there's a knock on the door of your family home. And your dad goes to answer it. And it is Azaria's sibling, Ylfarin. and he is holding a, like, maybe like 1.25 meters like tall staff, that just this like gnarled branch that this cane, like it canes out and then it blossoms into like a bush of leaves. And Yelfarin, holding this, says to your father, I appreciate your community here welcoming my family in during this time. We wanted to see if it was all right to leave behind something as a connection between our communities, I suppose. And Air is just like confused and like looks to Sylvie, and she's like, well, it doesn't seem very big, so if we can absolutely find a place for it, it's very welcome of you. And he's like, well, actually, what I have in mind is would change this immensely. Do you have... And he looks kind of like at the darkness outside behind him. Is there a spot you would like a grand tree on this plateau? And they're like, well, let's go have a look. Nell, do you want to come?
Yeah. I do. I want to come.
And
I love a tree.
Your parents join Yelfarin outside, and you as well. And he asks the group of you, where would be a suitable place for a tree?
I'm trying to pull up my dang map, and then I'll let you know. I'm serious. Okay. You could go like directly behind the pyre.
Kind of like on the opposite side of the trail from it?
Yeah, so because then that would be cool. It'd be like the flame, the tree, and then the mountains. I think that would, symbolism-wise, I think it would make a lot of sense.
Your mother says, I think that'd be a lovely spot. How big of a tree is it? Farron's like, don't worry, this spot will accommodate it well enough. And Draq, Elwyn, and Azaria, you guys begin making your way up the plateau. Abe and Gideon, the two of you can see this from down, prepping the horses. And Yelfarin takes this cane and holds it in his hand. And he sits there silently for a moment. And the cane begins to glow a white-yellow shine. And almost as if he himself begins to glow the same hue. His hair, his ponytail begins to drift off his back. His clothes, like anything loose, begins to float as if he himself were no longer affected by gravity. And in a moment in this, he stabs the staff into the ground where you have denoted. And he backs away, and the light that was enveloping him dies. But the light of the cane remains. And there is the sudden creaking of wood and the splitting of bark as suddenly that staff begins to stretch out. Roots kind of begin to twist through the ground, and straight upward the staff shoots. The trunk of this tree expands out 60 feet into the air, 5 feet in diameter. Golden leaves reflecting the dying light that is beginning to creep over the mountains. And just a wash of leaves. Despite the time of year, this tree is fully leaved. Gold. And then, as if it started to rain, a few little bobs of light hang from the trees, as if somebody with string were lowering ornamental orbs. And they now hover in the air beneath the expanse of this massive tree. And occasionally, they'll dip out and come back in like fireflies. And Ylfarin looks up. This is a lot more nice than I thought it would be.
Thank you for this gift and for the faith that you have in our community. I hope, should your people want to live here too, that, I don't know, we're receptive to it. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
I'm sure many of my people would happily accept that. I, however, will likely remain in the Wilder. But
That's fine.
happy to leave an impression.
Leaf.
All right, I am leaving now. And he turns into an
Leaving.
owl and just flies away.
Oh,
Your brother's the coolest.
he's
I
such a
as he
jokester.
becomes an owl, I block Draq's eyes.
Jack, don't think.
Doc.
The people, they are
What happened?
birds.
Why did you do that?
Wow,
But it's,
beautiful.
yeah. And it might add some ambient light at night. Hopefully it doesn't affect your sleep too much.
I mean, if it's behind, technically that's next to. Wait, I've forgotten which
that-
one's my house.
Your house is at the far end. You're probably going to be fine.
Yeah, it's just
It's like
for the
right
guests.
beside the guest house, yeah.
Nah, I think it'll be okay.
This is what blinds are for.
Yeah,
What's a blind?
I block his eyes again. It's like
Why is
that.
my nose bleeding?
Oh, marvelous. Well, you've got your spell components. A tree has been left on the plateau here, and the horses have been prepped by Abe Gideon. And Finn also gets ready, and he's like, "Why did we agree to leave at night?"
is my
Kindness of
dad?
the essence.
Is my dad actually? Is he coming with us? Or because I got really confused with the plan. Like, if we meet Monty on the road, we're all just turning around, and coming back. So he doesn't need to come with us.
I think
Unless
that's
something changes
correct.
from Hillip.
Yeah, I think we get Monty, bring him back to Timberstead, and then continue on our way.
Okay.
And we can check in with Hillip each day with the sending stone if need be, or
Well, he
we can
can
just wait
message.
for him to tell
Yeah,
us.
he can send it to us. Because if my dad's not coming, I'd like to talk to him before I leave.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. It sounds like Ayer's probably not going to come. Like, Finn can
Okay.
wait in Timberstead when you guys break off, if that's what ends up happening.
Okie dokie. Is everyone just standing here?
We're all like ready to go.
we'll go by the horses. We'll meet you
Sure.
there whenever
Well,
you're ready.
you see Gideon has readied Hildy to journey.
I guess this could wait, but I don't know. Like, things change constantly. I just wanted to ask because Alwyn actually brought this up, and I realized I didn't really question a whole lot about some of the
Yeah.
stuff you said.
Makes sense. There's a lot of information that... Yeah, go ahead.
How did you and Reynard become friends in the first place? Because we learned a little bit about him in Vallum Bridge, and he's over 3,000 years old. And I know things are a bit weird in the Wilder, but she was just curious, and I guess I am too.
I mean, it was a chance thing. Like when I was younger, like I got struck with the wanderlust pretty early, and so I wanted to see more of the Wilder. Like, Lodothram is not very exciting, especially with the politics the houses. So I struck out. And I saw many places. But the summer court was probably the most interesting, but especially the autumn band. It's just never-ending autumn. Like, the leaves are just always so vibrant. And I was enjoying my time just kind of camping in the woods. And I got rudely awoken by a lot of forest critters. They well, actually, it's kind of a funny story. They tied me up. They took me back to their leader, and lo and behold, it was Reynard.
Ah. Okay.
And he made me, like, he tested me to see, like, ooh, what are you doing in my forest? And I told him I was just out exploring. And he untied me and he challenged me to a lot of contests. I had to steal honey from the Bear King, which was probably the scariest of all. I had to beat Reynard in a race, which I'm pretty sure he cheated because I didn't actually succeed at that one. And yeah, I mean, friendships in the Wilder don't really happen like I feel like they do here. It's very, very different. But I mean, he was fun. And I think I surprised him when I came back. I'm sure he's met lots of people, but I don't know what it was specifically that made him take a shining to me, but it'll be nice to go in and check up on him again.
Yeah, I would love to meet him as well.
I hope you do. I think you should. It's kind of like an uncle.
Interesting way of putting it. I guess so. The Furcali Forest is not in the Autumn Band, right? It's closer to the Winter Court?
Yeah.
Okay. Just double checking. Okay. Well, I feel like I had other questions and they've all disappeared out of my brain. Just because... Oh, I remember what I was going to say. I understand you had your reasons for not really telling us too much about the Wilder, but at some point I need you to sit down and tell me everything because it sounds like a lot of fun and a bit more of like a crazy side of you that I don't know if I've ever really seen. So...
Yeah, I kind of left that all behind me when I settled down. Yeah. I'm not young anymore, though I've still got a long time ahead of me now, but I'm not young anymore.
Yeah. Well, there's lots of time, I think, still.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you more when you get back.
Okay.
Stay safe out there.
Thank you. Hopefully nothing goes awry, but I feel like it does more often than not, so.
Well, at least your magic won't entirely not be on your side.
That's true. I think it's going to be a real blessing to experience it in this way, and thank you for that.
Of course. And he gives you a hug, gives you a kiss on the cheek. Provided that any of it stuck and, I actually did the lessons and the oath correctly, so here's hoping for that.
I think you did good. Fyra, she was there at the end. I think she gave me her blessing too.
What a great family we've got.
Yeah, I'm pretty partial to it, I would say. All right, I've kept my friends waiting for way too long. I have to go. But thank you for everything, for all of your help.
Well, did you say bye to Runa?
No, I was going to do that, Dad. That's why I was rushing to the end
good.
of this conversation, Dad. So I need to go say bye to her.
I get how it is. Go on, then.
Cool.
Run back
It's
to
still
the
you.
house. What?
Whoa.
Should I change my hair?
Yeah, for sure. That'd be crazy. Anyways. Runa, I'm sorry that I have to run out like this. A lot of stuff is happening, as always.
No,
But-
I heard it all when we're cleaning up dinner.
I'm assuming you're probably gonna head out soon anyway, so I don't know if you'll be here when we get back.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm really excited to go. Part of me also wonders maybe I should go and collect the paladins with Mum.
I guess whatever feels the most right to you. If you're feeling called towards that, then I guess do that. But I would just say be careful. That stuff is, well, it's really fucked. I'll let you know that much.
Oh,
If you flip, you've read it. Yeah, you've read it in the book, right?
Oh, absolutely.
I wrote it all down. Yeah. So just be careful either way.
Well, there are woods near there, so I should be good.
That's true.
No, I'm in seriousness though. I'm scared. I'm excited. I don't know what to do. But I'll let my gut guide me.
I think at the end of the day, that's all you can do. It's what I've learned, at least. And if I can offer you some sage wisdom, being so old as I am.
Oh my, please. Yes, you're nearing the end of your life. I would love
I know,
your wisdom.
I'm decrepit, but
Oh,
if I
so
could just-
bent.
yeah, my arthritis.
These old bones.
Everything happens so much all of the time, and it's can be a lot. But I think if you find your people and learn to embrace it, you're gonna have a good time out there. Just don't find anyone better than me. That's all I'll say.
Hard to do. Good luck. Stay safe. I love you.
I love you too. And I just scoop her into a big hug and spin her around because I've got the height advantage on her.
You are the worst.
And then I nugget her head and then I drop her and grab her face, kiss her on the forehead.
You're not my twin anymore, and that's a fact.
Unfortunately, I think you'll always be stuck with me.
I'm going to celebrate my birthday in like less than 2 months now.
Okay. Well, you do what you need to do, I guess. See ya.
Get out of here.
And I leave.
I love the idea of Nell sprinting around her village in full armor.
Boom, 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 boom.
Clang, clang.
I'm so good at stealth.
All right.
Never see me coming.
And the lot of you make your way down to Timperstead. You're going to be traveling through the night. So, could I have everybody make for me 3 Constitution saving throws?
Yikes.
Oh, because we're...
It should probably be more, but I'm just going to go with 3.
Okay.
Dallas, point of exhaustion.
Okay.
Is this for like each day? Because Timberstead is only...
It's 1 day away. It's supposed to be for each hour that you do a forced march.
Oh.
Past an 8-hour
Yeah.
day.
Because we sprint in.
I'm using inspiration on my second one.
Does that still happen even if we didn't, like,
Oh, I'm glad I did that.
do anything strenuous?
You're going longer than an 8-hour day.
Alright.
Oh, let's fucking go.
So first one's for me, Denny, is a 13.
Okay. Good.
A 20.
Good.
Natural 20.
All right. No exhaustion for Draq. Logan, your first one you rolled with advantage as well?
No, it should be the 6.
Okay. 1 point of exhaustion for you as well. And Ryan, no points of exhaustion. Adam, 1 point of exhaustion.
Oh, I didn't write it in the chat. Sorry.
Where are your numbers?
I got a 26, a 16, and then a 12.
The 12 is a fail.
Oh, I'm always exhausted. God damn it.
I am never not exhausted.
Just like in real life.
Finn gets 1 level as well.
Damn it.
Jeez.
All right. Well, you guys race on through the night, having left behind Peleus, Hildy, and the cart, I'm assuming.
Oh, no, Hildy's coming with us.
Hildy's coming now.
I thought you weren't going to take her because we're going to the mountains probably.
Oh, that's on the way back.
Well, but we might
We
teleport
don't
out
know
of
if we're
here.
going to go.
We don't
back
know if
to
we're coming
Varnhall.
back here.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. In
we
that
should-
case, then maybe I will. I will.
But I think we should bring everything.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No, let's just bring it all.
Why?
I guess the plan right now is that we are going to turn back and come back
We're
here.
not going to Balesville.
Plan is we're not
Yeah.
going to Balesville, so
But are we planning on spending the day to go back up to Varnhall? Or
we have to go through. We have to get into the mountains from the south, so we're going to be going to Eldamtown, around there.
yeah, but the
Yeah,
plan
but we
was
aren't
to
going to
leave
bring the horses.
unless you want to leave them in Eldamtown
I
instead.
feel like that's a long walk to go all the way to Eldamtown. I feel like
The
Okay.
point
At that
was like
point.
the horses will probably be most safe in Varnhall, which is why we suggested leave Hildy in Varnhall and take just a random horse.
Well, how are we getting to Eldamtown from Balesville?
I don't know if we're going to Eldamtown
How are we getting into the mountains then?
from the south, but I don't think we're stopping in Eldamtown first.
Well,
Eldam
that's like-
Town's a little further than the Pearly Pass.
Oh, understood.
Yeah.
Okay, now
'Cause
my brain
we can
understands.
go through Timberstead, right? Or we have to go all the way down
no,
to
we
where the
have to go
river
all the way
is.
down to where the river is.
Okay.
Okay, forget what I said. I'm using one of your horses then. Gideon would have had a really long and beautiful, heartfelt
Like, we
goodbye
can
with his
take-
friend.
Supplies with us on our other horses, but I don't think the cart should come. I don't think Hildy should come.
We also have a freaking portable hole, so
That's true. We can
Throw
put
the horse
everything in that.
it'd be
Probably
dead in
not
10
that.
minutes. Yeah.
Put the whole cart in
But
the
we
hole.
can, yeah, we can. Well,
We
It
could
is
the cart in
actually,
the
but
hole.
it
10-foot
would
radius.
it would fall 5 feet though, so there's a chance that it could like.
Could we attach ropes and
lower it
Abe and
in.
Nell being our
It's-
strongest people, lower it in?
Oh my god,
How would we get it
put,
out?
Can you put a cart in a bag or in a portable hole?
I
Why
think
not?
so.
Well, I guess what's the weight limitation?
There is no weight limitation.
But we could just
It's-
put all our stuff in
It's
the portable
6 feet
hole.
diameter.
only
A
6 feet
cart's not
diameter,
going to go
sorry.
in there.
Oh yeah. So we leave the cart, but we could put all our shit in the portable
Yeah.
We can
hole.
bring all of our food and stuff. So let's do that.
Steer.
So we could. I don't want to keep rehashing this shit because I feel like we need to get going. But like we
Yeah.
can. We're like talking while we're riding, whatever. But like we could also go north,
Rewind.
like through the Saffronis forest that way. Like
Yeah.
that
The
feels a
only
little
reason-
closer.
The only reason though is that Draq isn't familiar with the north part. Which is why
Yeah,
we were taking the south.
that's true.
And there's also a river to follow, which makes the south
Yeah.
navigation a lot easier.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
The river does take us directly to the Spring of Life. So
We have to leave the horses somewhere.
Yep.
At the very least. So
Let's leave we'll leave our important horses here, and then we'll deal with the less important horses later.
Yeah, the ones that are named AH.
no offense, GV.
Oh, I mean,
AH2
I don't.
is a valued member of this group.
yeah, that is Abe's friend you're talking about.
That's true.
Don't worry. I will ride Dolly. Do not have that much of an attachment.
Yeah, I'll just take one of the village horses as well.
Grobo's going to ride with Abe.
Oh, switching
Wow.
it
He's
up.
shaking it up.
Oh my god.
Just
Yeah.
as everyone's
Getting
changing
spicy.
their mounts, Grobo's like, I need to change my mount.
Azara's in their cowboy era
Uh.
now, so Grobo's like, it's Abe era time.
feel like feel like Grobo would like look at Gideon at one point and just be like
All right, so we got the plan. We're good.
After you guys figured out exactly what you're doing, then you left,
Then
then
we
the bunch of you accrued exhaustion.
Yes.
Because we thought
We
too much
did
about
it.
the plan on the way.
analysis paralysis.
Yeah, there we go.
But after about 8-ish hours of riding your horses, you get into Timberstead. And it is way early morning. Like, it's probably about like 5-6 a.m. at this time. Like, the suggestion that the sun might come up over the horizon is beginning to be there. But you guys roll in to Timberstead. I almost said Eldhamtown. And the place is quite dead. But Abe, Draq, and Gideon, you all know where the inn is. There's like only 2 in this town. Like, this place is so secluded from so many other main hubs in the Ascendancy.
Hey, Nell, do you want to go to the place where we met?
Sure. That was the first time I
It-
saw you stand in the rain.
That was not directly in Timberstead. That was on the
Oh,
road
never mind.
It was
south.
south. We'll do it
We'll pass by it later.
in a few days.
I
Yeah,
think it'd be fun to visit.
definitely.
Yeah, that was at the essentially where the Torvale Road meets the road heading east out of Starcross.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah.
Good.
Well, we know that inn
place to
exists
stop.
if we need to leave the horses somewhere. So
There you go.
True. Very true. As we roll into town, I would like to just scan to see if any suspicious characters are hiding in the shadows.
Make a perception check for me.
Oh, gladly. That is a 26.
26. Strolling into town, you're like just on the edge. You didn't get a exhaustion, right?
Nope.
Your eyes are just like begging to go to sleep, but you're like, your survival mind's like, nope, need to do this first before I can earn sleep. And you scan the town as you guys stroll in the late or in the early morning hours. And not a lot of people out and about. The inn that you guys were at the night before, or at earlier in the 10-day, like some candles are on, like suggesting that anybody could really stroll in at any time. And looking in the direction of the inn, you swear you see like a tiny little creature, like a rabbit or something. And it just like goes into the door, like scurries inside.
Either I'm very tired or a small rat just went into the inn. Through
You're
the main
probably
door.
tired.
Like, you
Anyways.
opened the door?
Yeah, it seemed like it just like pushed the door open and went inside.
A very dexterous rat just opened the door and went inside an inn.
Rabbit.
I can't tell. It's dark.
Sorry, just clarifying in case you didn't hear me.
Okay.
Whatever. Let's hook the horses and go inside.
Yeah, you guys find places to hook your horses up onto with posts and make your way inside the inn. It's dead in here as well. Like, there are candles lit. Nobody's at the front desk. There is a bell.
Go and ring the bell.
Ding-a-ling-ling-ling. From a back room, you guys hear like, "What are you? So early? What time's it?" Oh, and
Early.
a dwarf comes into the room and hears you say that. "Oh, well, late night travel? Are you
Yeah.
look
Just
here?
need some rooms.
Oh, good. Okay, I was about to say the cook's not in yet, so no early breakfast. But yes, we can absolutely get you some rooms. Does anybody from that crew remember how much I charged you?
I think it was 1 copper.
Oh my god.
It was
Well-
free.
I feel like it was
Yeah.
like 6 silver.
You freaking goons. I'm gonna find my information. Then you'll be sorry.
Yeah, it was like some amount of silver in the single digits.
Yeah, I didn't think it was too much. No, not the... Frick
Do
my
I see
life.
that rat rabbit anywhere?
One moment on that as I continue to struggle with finding this price. The worst. That's Farm Hall. Frick it. I'm gonna charge you guys 4 silver pieces.
Right.
Each?
Yeah, for waking up the owner at a late night.
Wow. It's kind of rude, but
I'll
Draq.
tip him an additional silver to. It's like, oh, I'm sorry.
Break the economy.
It's not like... I mean, these are the troubles of running an inn, I guess. Sometimes you gotta get up early.
I give him all my silver. 6.
Draq, curious as to what you had seen, you turn around and look up to a stairwell that goes up and then takes a turn and heads up to a second floor. And you see, resting on the landing, indeed, a rabbit. But it's got like a horn, and it scoots on up the stairs.
is it white?
No. It's actually kind of like a gray and brownish kind of texture.
Okay, no, it's true, there was a rabbit. I'm not crazy. Sir,
I'm
do you know
sharing
what the
that
rabbit...
look, Ryan.
Yeah, I'm also like, ooh.
And Draq, you hear upstairs, you hear a light thumping like thump 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 thump.
Innkeeper, do you have a pet rabbit with a horn?
That's a weird question. No, I don't. But seeing as though you're all getting in, just head up the stairs. I'm sorry, we don't have a lot of rooms, so you'll have to split 3 and 3 between the 2 rooms. I've got somebody else in the 3rd one.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Would any of us know what a rabbit with a horn is?
Would I?
Those of you with Arcana proficiencies, go ahead and make a Arcana check.
That I
Yeah.
will. 28? Is that what that says?
We have disadvantage though, don't we?
Oh, we do.
Azaria, yes, you would.
21.
Azaria would recognize hearing a creature like this. It would be what's known as an almirage, which is like a unicorn bunny.
It's a unibunny.
A unibunny? What?
An
That's
almirage, but
Sometimes, I mean, they're not a common type of creature. Like, they're kind of exotic. But it's also not surprising to find them like in the service of like wizards.
there might be a wizard here. Like walk up the stairs towards where he said this bunny is in my like half sleep state, being like, I must find the rabbit.
Wait for us. Sorry, don't go.
Oh,
alone.
sorry. We'll all go.
Yeah.
I'm going to bed.
All right.
That's where we're all headed.
Heading up the stairs, Azaria, you see no sign of the rabbit.
It was
But-
an optical illusion. And I open the door and collapse onto the bed.
Yeah, the first room is locked, so then you have to move to the second door, which your key does open up. You're able to collapse. The 3rd room is also open to the group of you.
I trust whoever comes behind me to close the door. I just like straight up walk and plank down face first onto the bed.
Danny, do I feel the rabbit through the door on the ground?
I mean, he's not moving if he's in there.
So then I wouldn't feel it. I only sense
No.
moving creatures.
Yeah.
I guess I'm just very tired and crazy. Okay. Good night,
Okay.
friends.
Good
Before
night.
everyone just passes out, I'm gonna grab Abe to say, you and I only need 4 hours each. Something feels up. Do we want to one and then the other just to have an eye out? The rest of them need longer, but we can divvy it up.
I need closer to 6, but we can still
Okay.
do that.
I could
That's
set
a good idea.
alarms in front of our rooms, if that would help.
I'm also aware while I'm inert.
Okay.
Sleep-wise,
Pseudo.
we all only need 6 hours of sleep. We just can't do anything super extraneous during that. So keeping guard is something we can rotate. I have
Yeah.
something
Technically true.
small that I have something small that I want to do in town before heading out, so I'm gonna try and wake up early.
Is there a landing at the top, like before the rooms?
Yeah. Yeah.
Cool. I'm just gonna set up there, I think. I know that's really fucking weird, but like, I need to know whatever the fuck is going on with this rabbit. So, I'm gonna keep a watch outside of the rooms.
All right. So when are you going to get your 4 hours of sleep?
It's a great question. Abe, you're welcome to stay in a bedroom, but if you didn't mind tag teaming, kind of being an awkward landing creep with me, I could take fort. Well, if you're still alert, I could start trying to take fort, and then if you notice something, you could get me up.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah. Okay,
Alright.
let's do that, I guess.
So you all go to bed. Abe and Nell, you guys set up on the landing, I guess, to be inert and to trance.
It feels odd, but there's some shit going on. I
Sure,
also kind of feel like
sure.
once I want to be trying to, once I'm awake, like looking out the window and stuff to keep an eye out to see if I see like Monty run in or something. So
Yeah, the windows would likely be down on the main floor, but
okay. Well, if this fucking rabbit leaves the bedroom, I need to know about it.
Yes, Logan?
It's just like, if Alwyn could put an alarm, what if we just team stays awake is in one room, team alarm is in the other? I'm just thinking of how awkward it is for two people to be sitting on the landing.
How soon are we going to be back here? I think it's fine. We're never going to see these people again. So what if they think we're weird?
They can always ask us to move.
Yeah, what's the
There's
worst?
only
that can
one
happen?
other room, and it seems to be actually the one that you get to first on the stairs, so...
I'm just taking a little. Yeah, they
Looking
don't
at
have.
the bylaws of Timberstead to see if you're.
Yeah.
Not
Can you be arrested for sleeping in chairs in public spaces? All right. Yeah.
Elwyn, are you
There's-
alarming both of the doors?
Do you want me to? I can.
Might as well.
Okay, sure. I'll take 20 minutes before I go to bed to put alarms in front of each of our doors. Actually, I don't even need to do that because we're going to sleep. No, I will. I will use ritual. I don't trust anything.
Hard.
Well done. I have broken the players. The night moves on. And 4 hours at least go by. It is now 9 in the morning.
Did I get mine? If
Yeah.
4 hours have gone by?
Yep, 4 hours
Okay.
go by.
All right, I'm awake and I'm watching.
Abe remains inert in the chair across from you. There is this table on this landing that the two of you have set up to perform your types of sleep. But it's now 9 in the morning. The rest of the party is about halfway through their sleeps. And Elwyn, your alarm goes off. Oh, fun. As
Which alarm?
the one closest, like the middle one, the middle room. Nell and Abe, the two of you on the outside, hear the door closest to you open up. And you hear thump, thump, thump as it goes down the hall a little bit and then comes back, and you hear heavier footsteps exit that room.
I'm immediately like up and like approaching the rooms to see what I see.
I'm also up, I guess.
Nell, what you see is a human woman. Behind her foot is this rabbit with a horn and an older woman with this like cap, like a pilot's cap, and these goggles on top, and kind of this like leather like jacket kind of suit. She looks like she must be an artificer of some kind. And when you get up to like kind of meet her in the hallway, well, you must be one of Gideon's friends. And that's where we're going to go to break.
Oh, who is this?
I'm sorry.
That's so mean.
3 of us know who this is.
You know?
All right, to kind of alleviate the suspense, Abe,
No,
you
no, no,
recognize...
No.
They need to be suspended.
It's fine.
I
I'll
want
allow it.
suspension.
You
Hang
can
me
have
in
it.
the
I'm-
air.
You guys
I
will
will
put
be
this
mad
together
about it.
quickly. All right, very well.
Okay.
We will come back from break in just a bit here, so go enjoy yourselves while we also enjoy a bit of a break and stand up and whatnot. So we'll see you all in a few. Hello again, everybody, and welcome back from break. Everybody is very intrigued as to...
Dallas and Christy, did you two coordinate that?
No, we're
No.
just so in sync.
I saw Dallas doing it, and I was like, "Oh, I want to do a little dance too," and so I just copied. Like in most
Christy,
things in
no.
my life, I
Yeah,
copied
I was like,
Dallas.
Did you have a text of like, we're going to do a little
Yeah.
dance when we come
During the
back?
break.
Here's the choreography.
We text all the time. I sent her a little video.
Yeah, I've been
You-
practicing for weeks.
You are familiar with the YMCA, yes? All right. Well, everybody's so intrigued as to who this NPC is. So let's get right back into it. Elwyn, during the rest that night, what's been on your mind lately? What have you been dreaming of?
I think I've been thinking a lot about family.
Thinking about your family, thinking about Nell's family, just because that's what you've been exposed to?
I think thinking about my own family. We're close to like the area that I was born in. Thinking about my parents, about my sister.
Yeah, fascinating to hear that there's some activity heading on in that area, eh?
Yeah, thinking about, not that I would remember that old place really, but thinking about, I don't know how I could get over there someday and see it.
Yeah, I mean, you've heard stories from your mother of this, like, this village on the borders of the Wildeglen. Like, a beautiful river that ran by, trees to the south, mountains to the southwest. And unfortunately, your family had to flee from there during the desolation. And as you conjure up images of what this place might possibly look like, emerging from the forest of your dream, the familiar Sphinx that you've interacted with a few times before. And could I have the rest of the players remove their headphones?
Stop! The last time you did this was so bad!
Have fun, Dallas.
You guys will know when to come back in when I change it back, the scene back. Oh, well, apparently the scene came right back, so
Great, come on back!
let's try that again.
I know.
Hello, Elwyn. It's been quite some time since we've talked face to face.
Do you have to come out of the forest like that?
My apologies, I suppose that is a bit of a sore spot for you, isn't it?
How have you been?
Well enough. I've been pondering on what you've said, and I do believe that I owe you a bit more face value. But what I revealed to you here might very well change the course of our relationship. So it'll be careful footing on both of our parts from here on. Are you fine with that?
Yes. Yeah, what I don't understand.
My intent, what I'm doing, what I need you for. I mean, I'm sure you've came up with your own conspiracies as to my own devices.
Probably a good name for it.
Mm-hmm. But let me first start off by saying we've never been in servitude to the Arquette.
Okay.
In fact, what I needed your help with, and still continue to need your help with, is the collection of information, because I no longer have access to the ancient lores that I once had. I've been banished from servitude of the Arquette.
Why?
Because I disagreed with the tenets of the god of magic I do not have a place in my heart to allow necromancy to be part of the circle of schools. And for that, my willingness to speak my own opinion, I have been shunned from servitude.
But necromancy can be good, can it not?
Necromancy is the rotten core of all magic. You've been discussing the void as of late. Consider necromancy the gateway into the void from the natural realms of magic.
Okay.
I'm not going to ask your opinion on this matter at this time. We've discussed briefly before, but now you know my thoughts. And where Layla, like, really pauses, like they have to process their words carefully and are, like, very meticulously assembling this thought.
Okay.
My goal is to overthrow the Arquette. Become the new god of magic.
Mm-hmm.
And that is where I need your help. And I think you might be on a path that might be able to help.
What path? The druids?
I knew I picked you for a good reason. You are very keen, very astute. Now, I believe your group has hit on a bit of a theory about magic being the opposite of the void. I think, should whatever these druids are trying to hold at bay, should for some reason become freed, the Arquettes might have to make themselves known and fight against it. But there are certain machinations that might have to fall into place in order to allow this to become reality. Furthermore, allowing this to happen would also free you of your curse, if what we know up to this point very well adds up. However, should it not, and I do indeed become the new god of magic, would be happy to offer you a wish spell to break your curse. Just as a contingency, should none of this go quite as we expect.
Okay.
So
what, sorry, what exactly do you want from me?
Allow the ritual to fail. Stop the druids from being able to complete whatever it is that they need to do. And I reckon if you can find an opportunity, maybe dispose of one or two of the archdruids. Find a reason to make it happen.
What about Azaria?
What about you, Elowen?
What? You can't possibly be asking me this.
I will let you some time to ponder on this. But I do say, be careful which direction you go. Or, should you decide to walk away, so too will I.
You need me. You need me for this as well.
You are convenient. You are mortal. And there are plenty of mortals. Plenty of people who need things. This is a transaction. And there is other business out there.
I don't know that I can do this.
Think on it. Get your rest. You're very tired. I'm not going to go back to the forest. I'm going to think more grand. And Waylayla spreads their wings and takes off into the sky of your dreams. And you hear the ringing of your alarm go off.
I don't think I care.
So, back outside the rooms, the
Danny, why do you only ever do that for Dallas? That's so stressful. Also, the chat
Unfortunately-
was stressing me out. They're just like, whoa, damn.
unfortunately, this is like one of the really good pieces of a warlock. Oh dear.
My heart is pounding.
Literally, I only found out what happened the last time you did this last episode.
And I
Like
love that you
15
guys
more
respect that
episodes.
so much. I can't stop you,
Gotcha.
and I won't. But
I don't want to know until it's.
It's
I
only
know.
10 episodes to wait, Christy.
Yeah, one day Dallas will decide
She'll
to
tell
share
us when
things
she's
with
ready.
us.
It's gonna take forever. All right, who is this woman? Who are you?
now, this is an older human woman. She's got gray frizzled hair that comes down the back out of the hat, and she has just said to you, "You must be one of Gideon's friends." Welcome back, Ryan.
And you are?
Well, I've met your friend at the table here. Is he awake?
He can be.
Can I
Should the-
talk well at her?
Not particularly. You'd have to come out of inertness. Like, you're aware, but you're not. To engage is to come out.
Where did you meet my friend?
Back in Vallon Bridge. I did some work on his gun. My name is Patience.
Oh, hello, Patience.
I'm going to assume I left a bit of an impression on him, so you would know me as well.
Might have been a bit more the story of how he kind of blew it. In terms
Absolutely.
Of, yeah, cool. What brings you to Timberstead on such an interestingly timed day, if I may ask?
Well, I'm going downstairs to grab some breakfast, if you care to join me and Spike, as she looks down at the Almirage. Hey, how's it going?
Holy fuck! Oh my god. Did you make this?
No, he was my father's partner. Yeah, I solved the big crime back in the day.
Wow. I've only made one creature once and he does not talk, so this is pretty cool.
Hey, you gotta start
Oh.
somewhere.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
Don't.
yeah, breakfast sounds great.
Yeah, perfect. Don't engage him too much. He loves to talk. Well, all I got's
Okay.
you for company, and that's all. You never pay attention to me. Not like your dad did.
Cool. I, out of habit, go to send message to Alwyn to say everything's okay, and then realize I can't do it anymore. Just, I'll meet you down there if that's all right.
For sure. Well, how many you got with you? I know there's Gideon. There's Sleeping Metal Man here.
A few more.
Do you have a number?
Sorry,
I'll throw a couple tables together and we'll see who shows
Yeah.
up.
okay.
Counting's not that hard, though. And she strolls on down the stairs.
This person. I go to the whatever room, I guess the second room, just kind of knock lightly. Alwyn? Or whoever.
Alwyn, you technically have your room to yourself, because I guess the sleeping people slept in the room past that.
Yeah, I went into the second room because you
Okay.
said
So
I
I
opened
feel
that
like
door.
maybe Azari
and I
and
collapsed
I-
there.
All right, excellent. So Azari and Elowen, perfect.
What?
I
What's up?
assumed I thought the alarm went off, but if it didn't, I'll just go downstairs.
It did.
Was it? Wait, was yours like just in your head, or did that wake me
I
up?
don't know.
Okay. Well, I guess you know what? Maybe I wouldn't have known that it went
just
off.
goes in the caster's head.
Yeah,
It's,
I wouldn't have known
You
it went
can
off.
choose.
You can
If
choose.
no-
I probably would have said it to be loud, actually.
Ah!
So we're all awake then.
Okay. I'm just going to.
As you calmly knock, I throw open the door. Is everything okay
Ah.
out here?
Crossbow
no,
at the ready.
no.
Hi.
I have a crossbow at the ready in my like underwear and pajamas.
Ah. Hey,
We
boss.
need art.
The alarm went off.
Yeah. It's
I'm-
all good.
Literally crying in the corner. Elowen is having a
Oh my God.
full-blown panic attack in the corner.
Oh God.
I like.
I push Rhea aside.
Yeah.
Everything's fine, Rhea. We've
Yeah.
got a visitor, but it's fine. And I run over and I just
Wait.
scoop Elowen into my arms. Shh.
Elowen, what's?
Elowen, you're here with us. You're safe.
I'm not. This isn't okay. I can't do this, Nell. I can't do this.
Elowen, what's going on? You're here with me.
No, it's Layla. I can't, Nell.
Rhea, get Gideon right now. Wake
Yeah.
him up. Bring him in here.
Like go and throw on like a shirt and then run to the next door and like pound on it.
Wait.
What's
Wake up,
happening?
you guys, get in here.
Okay.
Mostly Gideon, but both of you.
What? All right. Gideon just stumbles in, just slacks on. What's going on?
I think we might need your calming abilities. Elowen, just come and just like drag him along.
Oh shit. Gideon like snaps to. You okay with this, Elowen?
Oh, God. Okay.
Okay. Gideon starts to glow with that familiar glow. Anybody else need any?
No.
Okay.
I just keep my hands like on Elowen's shoulders in an effort to ground her. Elowen, just breathe.
I don't know. I don't know if I can tell you.
You don't have to if it's not it's safe or you don't feel like you can. You don't have to. We're here for you though.
Mhm.
How is this my life? How did this happen?
Rhea?
Just put like a comforting arm on Elowen. So, we're all here for you. It's share what you want, what you can.
I
But-
don't know. I don't know what I can share.
Gideon will extend a hand over to your shoulder, and with it, that aura that was starting to grow will extend to you. You will feel the effects of the spell start to take effect. You can calm down if you wish. And Gideon just says, I'm not gonna try to understand it, but I'm here to help.
I think Draq will go wake up Abe. Bring him in.
You don't have
Abe,
to tell
we
me.
need all the seekers.
I think in this moment, Elowen, too, for the first time while you're around Nell, you feel like kind of like a friendly like presence coming off of her, like it's comforting in a way that wasn't really
For
there.
the first time.
In a more kind of innately magical way than you felt before.
You don't want to share what it is. Your emotion is enough.
I
Let us hold your pain with you.
want to.
It's okay.
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know anything.
It's okay.
It's okay. You don't have to. You're here with us. We're here for you. Just breathe.
It's all really fucked.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all really fucked.
Let me think. I need to think about this.
Of course.
You have time if you want to just stay up here.
Why did the alarm go off?
We have a visitor. I don't think it's a concern, but
Visitor?
Gideon, you're gonna want to talk to her again, I think.
Who's her?
Our dear old friend, Patience.
Ah, shit. Gideon like says, how long is she gonna stay? How long has it been?
Only 6 hours. She's having breakfast. I can go if you guys want to sleep for a little bit longer. I can just go and talk with her a little bit. I didn't feel too concerned, so.
Find out if
Like
she's in a
to-
rush. If she's in a rush, I'll come down.
Okay. I'll be right back. And I just squeeze Elwyn's shoulder as I get up.
You can all go. I'll just sit here for a bit.
Draq
You
plops
should go.
down,
I can
crosses
stay
his
if you
legs.
want.
I'm not going anywhere, my friend.
It's fine. I need to think.
Respectfully, Draq and Zarya, I think this might be just a space thing.
Yeah.
Gideon stands up and walks out. I'll be right next door.
That's what you want, Element.
Abe, what are you
No.
doing?
I guess I will resume my post at the bottom of the stairs.
I mean, you can technically go and join them for breakfast. Then just go inert and listen.
That's true.
What a great
That's
feature.
hilarious. Also, I need to remember if we're exhausted in the future, I can make it even.
Ooh.
If you guys are within
Ah.
10 feet of me now. Because I give within 10 feet it's advantage on saving throws, so I can just nullify it.
Oh, that's really good.
Wait, so you can negate exhaustion, or you give advantage on saving?
Because I give
Or is it a
advantage on saving
plus?
throws.
Isn't it a plus?
It's a plus equal to your charisma modifier to all saving throws.
Oh, it sure is. I can't read it all. I'm so sorry, team. I'm stupid. Just kidding.
No,
I'll make it
D&D
less
has
sad.
a lot of
He
words.
has so many
Ah,
words.
I
There's
can't
too
read.
many words.
That's okay. We've got some who are practiced.
Okay, never mind. Ignore me. I'm going downstairs. I'm eating breakfast. Bye.
No.
Go back to sleep.
Stay at the stairs. I want to be able to keep tabs on both directions.
Okay, so you're
Yeah,
gonna
I'm
you're gonna
gonna
remain stationed at the
Head
bottom. Sorry.
downstairs.
Okay. All right, Azari's heading downstairs. Very, very good. So, Nell and Azaria join Patience at a breakfast table. She's pushed 2 tables together, and seeing only the 2 of you come down. Oh, well. Thought there would have been at least a few of you. Your numbers suggested more. I mean, also, where is your gunner friend? Hopefully
I was
he's been using.
wondering how long you're going to be around. We had a quite late. We just kind of got into town and we're riding through the night, and so he is a little exhausted.
Well, if he's too scared to talk to me in person, I could just pass the message along through you.
You know, he might be a little. Just last time, from what I heard, it did not go well. But I can get him, and I'll go and get Gideon. And I was like, Gideon, Patience doesn't have patience for you. Get down here.
I'm not surprised. I'll be down in a minute.
I
Gideon
start
gets
like
his shirt on.
eating oatmeal. I'm like, so is your name ironic or like, or is it like
It wasn't
Is
one
it
I
just-
chose.
right?
It's because I
Spike
always
give
wait
it
for
to
the
you?
No, he wishes he could be so clever. I could be clever. I come up with plenty of other names. Long range, hook shot. None of those even remotely describe what I do. No, I got the name because I only ever take a shot if I know it's gonna hit.
A commendable quality.
Oh, sure. By the way, Dallas, if you don't have a point of inspiration, you may have one.
I always have one. I'm afraid to use them.
Does anybody else not have one?
Take it.
Logan's got it.
I always use them, so it just works out real well.
Yep.
I'll just collect them for the party.
Yeah, I've been on the phone with the
If you haven't had a chance to check out our after parties, you should do that. That's a joke from then.
It is.
But yeah, I'll join back at the table by this point. I'm not waiting for Gideon to get ready.
Gideon will be down in like 1 minute. He's just gonna throw on a shirt and prestidigitation himself so he looks pretty. And that'll be it.
Welcome to Stream Cat.
She has so many thoughts on this episode. She has been
I
so
wanna talk.
vocal.
To patience.
Yeah, so Gideon will slowly walk down the stairs.
Where porridge has been prepared, and Patience, Nell, Azaria, and even the rabbit is face first in a bowl of porridge. Well, good morning.
Morning. How have you been? Gideon will make his way down.
I've been just fine. I'm glad I caught you here.
Same. Boy, do I have some things to tell you.
Oh, I bet you do. But let me go first. Don't go to Balesville.
Okay.
Don't do it.
All right, we almost did. What's
Oh,
going
good.
on? What do you know? What do you know?
Well, I've been scouting it myself. And there's a lot of people there, Gideon.
Heard they got some of the paladins from Varmhall, and they got some people from distant kingdoms.
I wasn't aware about the paladins, but yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
folks from Valenbridge, from Brobar, from Eldamtown, from Timperstead, they've all been making their way to Balesville. They're collecting. It's
You
going to
think
be a
these things
staging
you can
ground.
handle it?
I mean, probably, but it's not going to look good. It's going to be a lot of death.
Yeah.
The people in Balesville are real riled up.
Yeah, I know. My family's involved.
Sorry to hear that.
Sorry. That's why we're out here. We're actually picking up a old friend of mine on the way here. That's why we rode late. We left as soon as we heard he's on his way.
That's good. Get everybody you can out of there. They're setting up a military camp. They're training people. They've acquired a lot of guns. I don't know if it's from whatever stockhold that the Diandar that burnt down there had, or if they've been sabotaging some folks and stealing their guns, or if everybody's just been bringing their own.
Probably all of the above, if I were to guess.
Probably.
Well, I have some things to tell you. Did you know that your name is scribbled out of Charity Cozy Bug's book? Also, why do you go by Patience? What's that about? You have an actual name, you know?
You know who I am.
I do.
And like this woman has just been like right cold, stoic. And she gets up from the table and comes over to you and just gives you a hug. Good
Wasn't
God,
expecting
what's so special about you, you damn kid?
I don't know. I guess maybe the mark. I don't know. Do you know who you are?
Amelia Hume. My dad was Miles Hume, hero at the Battle of Roll Bar. Spike's the closest thing I have left of him, and she gestures to the Almirage, who pops his head up with just porridge dripping down its face.
Nice to meet you, Spike.
Sorry, mouthful.
Oh shit, it talks.
Oh yeah, surprise, it talks.
Okay. So you were teaching me when I was younger. I know that.
Yep, I used to work for the Arcanet Institute. You were under my tutelage. I was the didact in Balesville. I don't know why. No one seems to remember me. Charity didn't remember me. Like, it's like I've been. It's somebody tried to erase me out of history.
Why? Any ideas?
Not a clue. And I've been at this for so long.
Well, now there's 2 of us. Well, 7 of us, including all my friends. So.
Well, I should probably get your names.
I'm Azario Sophronis.
Nice to meet you.
Nella Mara. And I can count. I just wasn't sure if we could trust you. I didn't want to give away all of our numbers. So you're sorry.
I'm
You
also
seem
sorry.
great.
I'm a bit rough on a first greet.
Love the vibe though. It's all good. Don't worry about it.
It's all about the confidence. Right. So you've got 7 of you. That's good. Travel with a pack.
Well, 6 of us plus 1 of you.
Right. Okay. Well.
And Finn is also with us. So.
Oh yeah, he's here too.
Oh shit.
He's just at another table at the far end of the inn, just like I'm eating porridge over here. I'm just pretty antisocial right now. It's
That's
all
okay,
business.
Finn.
See the talking rabbit?
Yeah.
Finn, shut up.
I feel like Finn and this rabbit would get along.
Yeah, Spike, if you want a real conversationalist, Finn's your guy. He loves people who chatter. So
He looks up at Patience with like a "Can I go?" look, and Patience like, "Yeah, go ahead." Oh, all right. And he like awkwardly like picks up his big bowl of porridge and like throws it on the bench. Can I get you to move out of the way? I'm going to slide this down to the other table.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. And he just like grabs his bowl and just like there's just like this long bench along the wall and just slides it down to where Finn is.
I need art.
Oh, Spike's adorable. I love Spike. He's my boy. So why the bounty hunter thing? What I thought you were a wizard.
That's what my parents wanted me to be. I have a natural gift for the divination school of magic. It's not fun. It's very boring. And after nobody could remember who I was, figured I could just start anew for myself. My dad was the first gunslinger, so he didn't want me to be a fighter, but I just always wanted to. So I figured I could do some good at least, even if nobody would remember me. But then again, I did make a new name for myself, and I'm the best at what I do.
I'm sure he's proud of you.
Maybe after he screams me out, but he's dead, so what good's that?
Yeah.
In any case, I'm very excited to hear that you've got some memory of what's going on.
A little. Still don't remember anything about the event.
Whatever it is, it's happening in Balesville. It's going to be the staging ground for whatever this thing is. But if you go now, you're probably just going to get yourself killed. Even if you got a pack of 6.
Well, whatever this thing is, barrier day's approaching. I reckon it'll happen pretty soon.
Yeah. Well, I don't think it'll be the... I don't think it's going to be a big boom if that's what you're talking about, but... I heard leadership's changing. I think that's what's going to be happening that day. A vote. They're going to put somebody in who really doesn't want to be a part of the Ascendancy anymore.
Got a few ideas. You ever heard the name Draq Mithril Coat?
Yeah. Yeah, I have.
Yeah, he's in charge.
He's dead.
No, he's not.
Well, shit. And you say this guy is wanting to leave the Ascendancy? Doesn't approve of anything that's going on? He was a paladin.
Apparently. Yeah, I don't know much about the guy. Just know that he's there and he's alive.
I mean, my dad told me he was an asshole for sure, but I just thought I assumed he died.
He should be dead.
Everyone assumes that. He should be dead.
Well,
There's a chance it's someone wearing his face, but
Can't rule it out.
well, shit. Oh. Well, I came here to do what I needed to do. Don't go to Balesville.
Oh,
Not yet.
Thank you for stopping by and checking in. I have a question for you. Do you know who Armani Kane was?
Leave it behind you, Gideon. Whatever you did back then, wasn't you. Don't worry about him. From what I hear, he's dead. But I also hear he could have been one of the best. Perhaps you should focus on that.
I think Gideon just tears up and goes to hug her.
Okay, we both can't be soft here today.
Yes, we can. It's fine.
I don't know who made you the authority on that.
Well,
You never did
could
listen.
use- Somebody needs to be soft at some point, Patience, and it's been a while.
Show me a
Okay.
prestidigitation.
Fine. He does it and it quaffs his hair.
You know, you could do what I do.
What's
Do a little
that?
blend. A little bit of gun, a little bit of magic. You got the natural knack for it.
Maybe. My 1 year at wizard school.
You never needed it. You've got a natural gift. Anything you set yourself to, you seem to pick it up absolutely fine. So just, if you want to do it, you'll get it done. I know you will. But that being said, again, you're not ready for Balesville. You will be. I really hope so.
All right, then. We'll stay clear. No matter what.
I appreciate that. Anyway, I'm hungry, so I'm just gonna finish this porridge.
Of course, I'm gonna probably
You look dead. You should
get some sleep.
go back to bed.
Okay. Thank you again for everything.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
You can say you're welcome. Take some credit. And Gideon walks upstairs.
I knew he was going to say that as he turns to Nell. Or as she turns to Nell.
yeah, he likes to kind of drop a line that makes you kind of think a little and then bounce. So he's good at that.
No, I respect that. I absolutely do.
I'll let you finish your food, but if you don't mind, I'd love to ask you a couple more things now that he's
Sure,
back
as long
upstairs.
as you don't need answers right away. Because I'm gonna be a bit busy.
I was truly just gonna sit here and wait for you to finish eating, but if that feels uncomfortable, I can.
Yeah, you sitting here staring at me while I eat, you might as well talk at me.
I'm just gonna stare at you. I can do other things.
You can talk to your friend here.
I was actually, as that all the stuff with Gideon seemed to be resolved, I have just a small thing I want to do in town before we head out. So I was gonna leave you and Nell on your own. So I guess Nell's doing the staring. Sorry, patience.
Again, truly wasn't planning on just staring at you. I was gonna write my notebook, but now I feel like I have to. So
Please do.
With that, I head out of the inn.
I love your hat.
All right, keep talking.
You. Okay. Sorry. Now I was planning on staring for a while, and I have to reflect myself.
You were actually planning on just staring.
It felt like a challenge, so now I felt like I needed to rise to it. But I'll be normal.
I'm gonna go sit with your friend and Spike.
It's my brother, but
Maybe I don't want to sit with him then.
if you think I'm bad, he's probably worse. So,
Hey,
I'll.
you stop being rude. I'm doing you a huge favor being here.
Thank you. Just a couple really simple, quick things. There's obviously a lot that's super unknown, and we are trying our best to piece it together for whatever is going to happen in Balesville ultimately, and for Gideon's sake as well. You said just now it's like you've been erased. We recently were with Charity, and I think we tried to send you a message, and it was like the line got cut or something. Like,
I figured it'd be best to be left alone. So, and she pulls out this like amulet she's got like tucked in her shirt. Nobody can find me, not by magic. And tucks it in.
did you make that?
No,
Where
I know
did you
a lot
get that?
I know a lot of people who made stuff. A buddy of my dad's actually made a lot of the gear I'm using now.
Wow, I cannot express to you how badly I would love to know where to get one of those, because Carjack and the Balesville stuff, they keep fucking chasing us.
Well,
They seemingly always know where we are.
Well, considering you travel with 6 of you, I don't know where you're going to get 6 of these, but considering I'm staying alone, I would like to not
I wasn't going to take it from you.
No, I
was
didn't
just
think
curious.
you were.
Okay. Well, fine. You keep your secrets. We'll keep being attacked by an assassin.
Listen, I don't know who you would talk to get one of these made. This was made by the Master Tinkerer Tascum Tuck, okay? Like, and as far as I'm aware, he's also dead.
Oh. Okay, well, I didn't know that. You were very vague. I don't know who that is also, but I'm sorry that they're no longer with us. Okay, so you trained Gideon when he was young,
Yes, in magic.
and that happened in Balesville or in
In Balesville.
in Balesville? Okay. What is his soul scar his magic?
Charity was fascinated with it. It's definitely a source of magic. I wouldn't say it's like the sole source of his magic, but it definitely gives him an aptitude. I don't really know what to say about it. I don't know what he's already told you.
Well, he doesn't really know much himself. A lot of it's gone for him. That's why I want to. Anything I could give him to help him remember anything would be a gift.
I didn't know too much about it. All I knew was it made him gifted.
Okay. But it wasn't the entire cause for it.
Not that I'm aware of, no. But
has anyone else ever had one? Did you guys ever meet anyone else?
only ever Starborn. He was the first non-Starborn to ever have a soul scar.
Okay. And you knew his parents pretty well?
Yeah, not entirely keen on the whole magical training thing. Not many people in Balesville were very magic welcoming. So, had a great time living in Balesville.
Yeah, I can imagine.
As long as you can
Okay.
help the corn grow, that's all they care about.
Hmm. Did he already ask you what memories you have of the event? Because I can't remember.
No, I'm sure it's going to be a lot of the same as what you've heard from other people. Stories aren't exactly straight. It was like a fracturing of everything we ever knew. Like, I swear, I could see multiple timelines just fracturing. I feel like I even saw myself die.
Fascinating.
It's weird stuff.
Yeah. I swear to God, just two more, and then I'll let you do
All
your
right,
thing.
go on.
Okay. Your memory, it might be just as messed with as Gideon's, but do you have any concept of like when in the year the event happened?
Oh, gosh. I feel like it's on the tip of my tongue. Like, I want to say spring, but then I also want to say, like, winter. Fall. Like I said, like, I just saw so much. It feels like it could have been almost any time or every time.
Maybe it was.
Maybe. The whole event is incredibly weird.
Yeah. Okay, last one. Were you there in Eldamtown?
For what?
For the death of Armani Kane?
No, I figured he was a big boy. He could take care of himself. He certainly developed some britches, that's for sure, so... That was one thing he was never good at, was living up to the consequences of his own actions. Glad to see he's alive.
Yeah. Well, we met someone who swears that they killed him, so it's a little bit of a puzzler, so... Seems as though perhaps our assumption is that someone healed him, and we thought maybe it might have been you, but...
No, it wasn't me.
Is she lying to me?
Make an insight check.
Oh, I'm using my shit, and I'm using my inspiration. Yes. Oh, I can't see anything. Okay. 22.
She has got too much pride and has clearly presented herself in a way that she truly believes what she said. But in the end, actions really are bigger than their words. And her actions and her words don't line up. She was there. She saved him.
Ah, I've solved one thing in a myriad of god-awful everything else. Okay. Wonderful. Oh, two, last. Okay, I said two, but I actually have one more. Who is? How do you know so much about what's going on in Balesville? Do you have someone there? That's like on the inside.
No, not quite. Though I didn't make
is
the
it
necklace or the helmet here, I do have something I should show you. Hold on. I'll be right back. I'm glad you asked this question. And she goes back up the stairs to her room and comes back down with a honkin' sniper rifle, which is like a telescope on the, sitting on top of the barrel of it. Oh yeah, I can see huge distances with this.
I want it.
Wait. Is there divination? Did you put? Because you were saying you have magic in the guns. Is this, or is it just like a gun with a big thing?
I mean, it does have a little bit of magic to it. I never need to reload it.
Whoa. That's pretty
But
cool.
the rest of it is all me.
You are an extremely formidable person. Yeah, you're cool. I don't know what to tell you. I'm not from Balesville, so I just say whatever the fuck comes to my mind. So I don't know how to be all like, you know what I mean? So.
Yeah, sorry. You said you're waiting for somebody?
Yeah. Gideon's friend.
Okay. Well, when you meet up with him, get ready for a fight.
Is he someone else that Gideon shouldn't have any hope in? Or are we protecting him?
I don't know. That's all I could see.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Well,
I'll leave you to it.
Very good. Well, thanks for the chat. I'm going to finish this porridge. And, yeah, I'm going to have to leave soon.
I think that's okay. Hopefully we'll see you again.
Probably. You will.
Yeah, when we liberate the fuck out of Balesville or crack this thing wide open, hopefully.
All right. I got a lot to think about, so if you're done with the questions, I'm just going to...
Yep. I scooch down the bench towards Finn.
I don't know where she got this guy, but he is adorable. Eh, how's it going? I'm adorable. What can I say? I love porridge.
Wow.
My real trick is I'm an investigator. An assistant investigator, mind you, but an investigator nonetheless.
Wow. Cool. And then I just leave Finn to have that conversation while I just write down everything I just learned in my notebook because I don't want to forget anything.
My deduction tells me she must be a Gemini. And the couple hours go past, we don't have zodiacs in this canon.
I don't know enough about the zodiac to know if that was a burn or not. So.
I don't know, it just seemed like a fun thing to say. Gotta love some comical characters. The rest of the long rest goes by. Azaria, what did you go out in the town for?
Oh, so I go out into town and I want to find like a flower shop. I want to find somewhere that's selling flowers.
You absolutely do that.
Yeah, so I go out and I buy just like a bouquet of like very simple, like daisies or something, like a simple but like nice looking flower. And I kind of like continue on out into town, north of the town, kind of towards the edge. And eventually I come to like a clearing. There's probably some like young trees around. And there's an apple tree that's about probably, you know, getting close to the end of a tree's life. Like apple trees, you know, it's probably close to 50, 40 years or something. And underneath it is a little, like, just like a small stone, almost like a tombstone, like a little headstone there. And I lay the flowers down there, and on the headstone is written, carved in dually bone grip. Something that I set up here probably early on in my travels, when I first went to the Saffronis Forest looking to see if my mom was there, and I sit down beside it. I really miss you. It's been so long, hundreds of years. I've made a bunch of friends. I really wish you could have met Elowen. She's like my best friend. I think the two of you would have gotten along super well, but she introduced me to this like fantastic group of people. Gideon, I also think, another person from this group. I think the two of you, so similar. Just so driven. You two just are like, yeah, if there's something that you want and you're going to do, you are going to do it. I wish I had time to come back more, but I was so busy. And now I've been set off. We've been set off to save the world, and it is hard. It's really hard. But who else is going to do this thing? I have a bit of magic now, and I use Druid craft. I make the little orb that'll tell me what the weather's going to be like. Couldn't do that before. What's the weather going to be like?
Clear skies.
But my father passed away just a few days ago, and it's just thinking about loss and the people in our lives, and I just wish we could have had more time together. I still think about and miss you. And I just probably spend an hour just sitting there under the tree.
Fantastic. To spend 5 copper pieces for a bouquet of flowers.
I'll just toss down a silver, cause math.
Bam, ruining the economy. The rest of you get your required amount of sleep. So, of course, that also means those of you who gained exhaustion, remove that exhaustion.
Denny, if I never sleep again, do I just keep adding exhaustion to this?
Oh, yeah. You get... After 6, you die, so...
Okay.
If you're looking,
well,
if you're
we
looking
have
to
6 days left, my
Yeah.
friends. I did not
Oh,
get
no.
a full. I truly will not sleep. I don't get a full rest, correct?
I leave
I
that
don't
up
know
to
how
you.
long ago. Oh. Look, I do not feel good.
You've technically rested, despite what your unconscious conversation was.
Uh-huh. But then I
What-
woke up.
Yes, I don't know. Did you go back to bed?
No.
I'll have you roll one more con save. I'm being very generous.
Because we're going into a fight. I can't.
Get another point of
I should have
exhaustion.
used my inspiration on that, actually. That was the time that I should have used that. That's fine. Who needs...
And I'm gonna role
To
play
not
so
be
well I could have got
exhausted.
another point again soon. I should have used it.
Yeah. See, now we have to declare it beforehand, and I'm not used to it.
Who needs speed, right?
Who needs speed?
Shit.
Oh boy. Alright. So Azaria's gone out to the tree and the grave site, and Nell's sitting with Patience. The rest of you get up, are now exhausted, or have really freed yourself from exhaustion. Oh damn, what's everybody doing?
Getting shit ready to go.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think once we're all together, I'm gonna tell everyone the warning Patience gave me. And just be like, I don't think we're gonna find him here. I think we need to head out and grab him on the road.
All right. Sounds good.
Oh. Let's head out.
Right.
Yeah. No nothing. I mean, I could ask Fishtalk for specifics if we want, but I think something from Patience is enough of a warning.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we're good. We
All right.
at least have a warning. We're ready.
Then I think I will prepare a different spell today.
Very well. So what is
I
your
guess we gotta
plan?
Get ready for a fight.
Yeah. Draq does 50 extra push-ups than he normally does.
That's your preparation method?
Don't worry. I do 100 times more push-ups than I normally do, and because that's 0, still 0.
Logan, if I could give you inspiration, I would.
Gideon will swap Infinity Stones. He'll go to the Fire Stone. Because he assumes if we're going to be in a fight, Monty is being chased by something that is probably going to be hurt by fire. And then he will load all of his guns, clean them all, make sure they're all ready to go and ready to shoot immediately. And do we want to travel in like sort of a ambush receiving formation? Do we want to have someone travel away from the cart? I'm gonna be in the middle of the road. Oh wait, actually, do we have the cart, right? We don't have the cart. Okay, never mind then. Let's.
But Azaria and Abe, if you have a formation idea, please.
I say people.
You're the battle tactic masters here.
I mean,
People with the range on the outside.
yeah. Well,
But
the
Monty
range
needs
of
to see me, so.
Monty does need to see you. Ranged on the middle makes sense. With our melees, kind of like we make like a triangle almost in our formation. Like a larger one and a smaller one. Because we don't know which direction they're going to come from, and if we're on an open road, it can be up even. We've seen things fly.
True. And we don't know what kind of cover we're going to have.
Yeah.
But our first priority is protecting Monty, I think, in this.
All right. So the group heads out.
Sure.
Could I get a marching order if you guys are going on a formation?
So our person in the lead's the one who will be keeping an eye out.
That could be
So,
me.
pardon?
I can take point if you need me to.
I was like, if you take the front, the like other two corners of the triangle, Nell and Abe, and then the three, Aloe and Gideon, myself in the middle.
Good idea.
I guess
And
I'll
if
take
some-
whatever side Gideon is on, so I can intercept if need be.
Right. So to catch that, sorry, I was half present there. So Draq and Abe are in the front.
Draq is the tip of the spear.
Okay, we're going for a triangle. Right.
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Then we got Gideon and Abe.
Nell and Abe are the other points of the triangle.
Oh, okay. Man, you guys know I've been so good at listening.
And then a smaller triangle inside that triangle is Gideon by Abe. I can go by Draq because I probably have I don't know who's better perception-wise between me and Alwyn, but
Yeah, I'm
Actually
not
don't
sure
know.
either.
I'm all right.
Also,
I'm also all right.
And knowing
Do
that,
any
like,
of you still have
Actually, you
exhaustion?
should. You should. I am so tired. Elwyn does not look good.
Alwyn has exhaustion, yeah.
On that note, can I do something quickly before we go?
I was also gonna do some prep. So
I'm also going to do something
Okay.
quickly before we go.
You guys can go first. I'll go after.
Mine is just knowing that we're going into like an open field, something where we really need to keep aware of our senses around us. I'm going to spend the time before like we head out, just to give everyone some extra training in perception.
Amazing.
So if you already have it, you get expertise in it. If you don't, you get proficiency.
What if I already have expertise?
You're too good for my teachings. You know more than I can impart.
Advantage.
How does that
Fuck it.
How does that work again? What do we add to it?
Your proficiency.
Your
bonus
proficiency
again.
bonus.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So currently I have a +6, so then I have a +10.
Correct.
Whoa, that's crazy.
Good lesson, Genuine Kin, but I think I have you beat on this one.
Your eyes are better than these old ones.
And I will cast Aid on, let's go Gideon, let's go Azaria, and Elwyn.
I'll do it on the other 3.
Hell yeah.
That do?
What does
We
this
can-
do?
We can do so many dual buffs now. Everyone,
Clasp forearms and point at everyone else. So everyone gets their hit point maximum increases by 5, including their current hit points. So whatever your hit points are, just put them up by 5. And
Right.
as I cast the spell and give it to Elwyn, I will say, Bethsepa, we need you here. I know. Be strong. We're with you.
You're right, Draq.
All right.
as Draq walks away, I also walk up. Hey, sorry. This is for you. And I hand you my potion of heroism. Normally I would say you're so strong and you don't need this, but just in case.
Okay. Thank you, Nell.
What does this do? I guess I can look it up.
Let me tell you. It only works for an hour, but after you drink it, you have 10 temporary hit points for that hour, and you're under the effect of the bless spell.
Okay, cool.
And that's a bless without concentration.
Well, right. Sir, yeah. What is the potion gonna roll concentration checks?
It's
Well, it'd be
every
like
time
if
you get
I were
hit,
to
she's
use
like,
it. If I used it on me, I wouldn't have to like have concentration up like I normally
Right,
do.
that's
but-
true. Okay.
Also, I know we haven't been great with this in the past, but I think if you stand close to me as much as possible during this, I might be able to help you a little bit with my new training. It'll
Depends
give you a bit of a buff.
where you go. I don't know if it's always great for me to get too close to things.
Yeah, I'll try my best. But also, if it's not safe, then I'll leave you to it. But
Don't worry about me. You do what you need to do.
in battle terms, I won't. But in friendship terms, I always will, because we're friends. And I run away and I get up on my horse.
You're gonna have to help me on this horse.
Okay. I do it in the most like gallant, like knight way possible, if that makes sense, and like a way that like is not demeaning. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, super casual. I do not make a big deal of it.
Yeah, thanks.
All right. So now the lot of you ride off.
Mm-hmm. I think as we're riding, I'm just like, so all of us know what we're getting into. Monty does not.
Finn's like,
There
bye,
might
guys.
be a point. Bye, Finn.
Bye, Finn. Have fun. Hanging out.
But there might be a point where, like, Monty's in danger, and so are one of us, and we know what we're getting into. If it's between, helping me or helping Monty, please help him. He's just a civilian.
Got it. Do you want me to send him a message to warn him?
I don't know if that's a good idea to waste your
He-
spells.
He also might be the ambusher.
That's true. All right then.
Save it for him if he goes down.
Good idea.
All right. So you guys make your way, and it's not... You guys travel a day west. You don't run into him.
That's annoying. Well, the next day
Yeah.
I will once again cast aid again on everyone. So
I'll do the same thing the next day, but I do think we need to take, like, a rest.
yeah, we should rest. I think.
Which is actually perfect because I was going to ask Draq. I can't take the spell anymore. I didn't realize, but can you take Sanctuary? 'Cause it's the perfect use of it to cast on Monty if need be.
Sure, I can conjure that protective sphere. No problem.
Cool.
What are you doing for the night?
Cycle watches, alarm.
I'll take first watch.
Your usual.
Set up a tiny hut.
Oh yeah, we have that
Oh.
now. Yes. Hut gang.
How many groups of watches do we need? Like, is it 3
I think it's
over the whole
3.
course, and we can... I can take the first watch with Abe.
I can do second with whoever.
So yeah, like Azaria and Abe do the first watch. Abe's able to be inert during that time, and Azaria, you get 2 hours in and then you can go to bed. And the next person to go in, Draq hops up,
I mean,
goes
I can
on
just
watch.
Be inert while being on watch. So
Yeah, Abe
I
could just
cover
be-
2 shifts.
I can take watch after 4 hours.
So Abe,
as well.
Abe essentially, if anybody wants to be up with Abe during the first 2 slots, so to say, they'll be accompanied by Abe, who is technically inert but watching.
Yeah,
And
I
then
can
after
do
those 2 shifts, Nell is up and ready.
that. Okay, yeah, let's do that.
Double eyes. All right, so we'll start with Abe and Azaria. Go ahead and make your perception checks,
Would you like to
or
make it
one of
with
you with advantage.
Sure, I can make it with advantage.
Can Abe help while he's inert though?
Yeah,
Well,
he's observing.
Where is that on this? Oh, there it is. 17 or 17?
Choices.
The night goes by. The 2 hours. You hear bats out hunting, fluttering by. Other than that, no traffic on the road. Next watch. Abe and Draq, same detail. What would you like
You
to
want
do?
that advantage, Draq?
Thank you, sleeping Abe. I'll give you a pat on the head. Ooh, well, that's a natural 1 and a 6 for a 19.
Jesus. Oh my
Ants.
god.
Mhm.
Yeah, and Draq, the night goes, a couple of hours by. You have a bit of a panic as you look up at the sky, and you feel like there are stars gone from spots you're like, weren't there stars there before? And then you realign yourself. Nope. No, you're still good. Stars haven't started vanishing yet. No traffic on the road. Nell gets
Nellen.
up.
Do I currently have +10, or has that faded?
I believe Azari is teaching. Wait, +10.
Oh, no, you don't have my thing anymore.
Yeah, it only lasts
You're
like
just
an
back
hour.
to a 6. Yeah, it's just the first hour.
Okay. 19.
With another 19, Nell and Abe can finish off the watch. Nothing. The night goes by fine. The sun comes up in the morning. Elowen's sphere dissipates. You don't see Monty down the road. You don't see anybody coming from either direction. It is just the lovely landscape that is Meadow's Basket. Though from here, like, you guys can see the terrain as well, just like to the south of you. The desert is not far off from where you are too. But thankfully, you don't have to go back to that heat, Draq. And your group continues westward, getting your aid spell cast and Azaria casting doing their teaching in the morning. And Draq is on point. So Draq, can I have you make a perception check with advantage?
Hell yeah, brother. I don't know why I'm suddenly a southern man, but here we are.
Hell yeah, brother.
It's
That's
your
a
cowboy
26.
arc.
26.
Everyone's cowboy arc.
A good chunk up the road, you do see there's somebody walking the road. A bit of a quickened pace. But
How
they're
far
alone.
away are they?
Like, this is like eagle eye
Hundreds
view,
of
like,
feet.
yeah,
Okay, yeah.
like a
Alright, I will
speck on
call
the
that out.
horizon.
Yeah, I'll call that out to everyone. I'll just say, get ready, Seekers. We're approaching someone on the road. And then as soon as I can like try to make out more detail, I will.
Okay. Getting closer, probably about like 5 minutes riding. It's humanoid, whoever it is. Based on Gideon's description, this could be Monty. A large person. Just like trying to keep themselves booking it. And it looks like in a little ways behind them. Like maybe a few minutes behind them. A small group. A few more travelers.
Can I scan our like left and right off the road to see if there's any sort of traps or ambushes set up?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. We'll say it's still within the hour too, so you can have advantage on it.
Thank you so much. That's a natural 20, baby. 33.
Draq, with your heightened awareness and your anticipation knowing that apparently a fight is coming, you scan the whole 360 degrees. The only potential threat that you detect is what's coming ahead.
Clear left and right behind. Looks like just that group. I don't know what they are, but just get ready.
If you're confident on that as we're riding up, should we change formation a bit so more melee-oriented people are ready to take that on, and our ranged folks are behind.
Sure. Nell, Abe, to the front. I'll stay middle, though.
I'll stay like middle of the back
Yeah,
three.
We can like reverse the triangles, so that like Nell and Abe are like pointing.
I feel bad that he's like written this triangle out for us, and we're like, oh, why don't we just do this thing here?
We're changing
Yep.
formations.
Definitely have to catch that again because I was doing other things. So
So
give me
Nell
that.
and Abe were at like the base of the first triangle.
Yeah.
They're now in the front. I'm still in the middle, but they're ahead of me now.
Okay, so it's like
a reverse triangle.
if it were a reverse triangle, there'd be three
I
in the
think you
front.
just, I think you just have to move Abe and Nell up.
Okay, so what I've got is two triangles.
Yeah, there are two triangles. There are always
Okay.
two triangles.
Like an hourglass shape. Now.
Yeah. Hourglass.
Okay, that was not very well communicated to me the first time around.
Don't
So
worry,
we
the
would have
first time
told you
that
when we
wasn't.
saw it.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. You guys continue riding up. Gideon. It's Monty. He looks exhausted. Like he's been running for days.
Pick up the pace. It's him.
All right. Go, GB, go.
And eventually,
Draq, can you tell if the assailants are on horseback?
Can I?
they are. But
Okay.
they don't look like they're in a rush. Like, they're not like chasing after him.
He was allowed to escape.
He's bait.
So bad.
Where's Babe?
This sucks.
He
I
might not
hate
be
this
involved,
episode.
but he's bait.
And as you guys get to his location,
As soon as I'm within 30 feet, I'm casting Sanctuary on him.
fantastic. And he's this like incredibly tall, like well-built farmer-looking man. Like he's got like overalls, like a short sleeve tunic underneath, like short black hair and dark brown skin, and like wearing like boots. Not exactly ideal for running, but he looks like a farmer. Well built, like he's lived a life as a farmer and has found his workout routine whilst doing it. Thank God, Gideon. Oh, I'm so glad to see you. And
Monty, get back here
crew.
now.
oh,
Get on the horse.
Run, go back.
I just
Oh.
extend my hand to him. That's basically how I cast the spell. Just tell him to get on my horse.
okay. So you're gonna share your horse with him?
Yep,
The horse's speed's gonna be halved.
that's fine.
And at this point, those three horses up ahead break out into a gallop.
Seekers, are we fighting or running?
I think it's a fight. Get Monty back. Let him take the horse a bit, I guess.
Yep.
I don't know.
Draq will hop off the horse.
And as the horses draw nearer, the three people on the horses, they look like a knight and what looks to be like two priests. And they slow down as they get closer to your group, and they also hop off their horses.
Gideon pulls his musket out. Aims it at one of the horses.
And the three of them raise their hands. Could I have Abe, Elowen, and Azaria roll investigation checks for me?
I'm going to use my inspiration.
19.
27.
19.
The
Oh,
three
Oh,
of you.
sorry.
Disadvantage,
I
sorry.
should have disadvantage. You're right.
I'm so sorry.
Oh,
No,
go
you're
again.
totally correct. I'm sorry, I rolled so many things there. It was I shouldn't have put
27
the
or a
disadvantage
20.
on that time. Yeah.
Understood. I realize how this should go. The three of you.
Nervous.
So, as these people approach, like, as previously described, they're like, it looks like two priests and a knight. As they draw closer,
That's close enough.
and indeed it is, as Abe, Elwyn, and Azaria, Sarze accompanied by 2 individuals
I cast
in
silence on
disguise.
them.
You do not know Draq.
Clever disguise, Sarze.
Now can I cast silence on them?
Saying that, she drops the spell. You cast silence. We're going to roll initiative.
Let's go, baby!
Let's put her in the fucking ground right now.
No, she's gonna cloud up. Somehow she's
Yeah.
gonna take Monty with her.
Counterspell that shit.
She can't cast spells if she's in silence.
Unless they're
Well,
non-vocal.
just not verbal.
Unless they're non-verbal.
Pretty
or
much every spell is vocal, though.
Or just an effect that she can just do.
Wait, hold on. Just trying to find...
Is
I'll open
initiative
this
an
up to...
ability check?
initiative
It
is
sure
an
is.
ability
Yeah.
check.
Okay.
Sorry, one moment. I'm gonna let you guys see this thing here in a second. Okay, I'll just throw you here and I'll figure out my other thing.
Oh, look at that road.
Oh yeah, and so many things to do.
First time I've rolled well on initiative.
Let's go.
Okay, yeah.
Right, Drax said he hopped off.
Dude,
Where the hell are all my spell things? There we go.
You're not gonna need them.
Well, Drag just did the thing.
We're
Yeah,
level
thing.
9.
Oh, that spell thing.
They're
I see.
going to be annihilated.
Kill him.
We will take from them everything.
All right.
Is
And-
everyone seeing this on Roll20? Because I currently see nothing.
Oh
Yep, I
no.
see it.
Okay.
Just refresh the page.
Yeah.
No, it's probably because Nell, add your own, add your token to the map.
ooh, damn, Azaria. Damn, Eloin.
No, that was with
Oh.
disadvantage. The disadvantage toggle doesn't work on the initiative rolls.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Can you
Oh,
see
there
now,
we go.
Christy?
Yep.
You're on that one.
I can say.
Oh, no.
I have to
Who's trapped behind
nervous
a
pee,
horse?
I'll be back.
It's trapped behind a horse.
Oh, Abe is trapped behind a horse.
Oh, he's underneath the horse.
Not.
Hey, H2, how could you?
There we go.
He's been a spy the whole time.
Look at Monty, that fucking handsome ass man. Let's get him
Look at
out of
that
here.
beard. He's beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful boy.
So is there a reason not to kill their horses and run?
Because in session
No.
0 we didn't want to commit violence against animals.
Oh, right.
Oh shit.
Being sensitive.
He's using it against us.
I'm just saying what we've established, eh?
Hmm.
Right.
Alright, it was.
I don't like it because it limits my creativity now, man. God.
I should have thought about that before you were
Just
like,
kidding.
I like
No,
animals.
I'm not gonna kill a horse, please.
Very weird because I definitely consider horses animals in real life, but answering that I was like, cats, dogs, and stuff. I don't consider D&D horses real animals.
Not if they're being ridden by my enemy.
My enemy. That makes
But I
them
mean,
bad
Adam
horses.
and Denny know how I feel about D&D horses.
Yeah, jeez.
Okay, so is everybody got
Seriously,
themselves in the initiative order?
I don't. It doesn't seem. to
Rats,
be
I don't have
working
myself,
for
but I rolled a
me.
22. Let me roll again so I can get
What
this
did
If you
Okay.
highlight your token and then roll, you
Yeah,
can...
just click on yourself and then roll
Yeah,
initiative
it's
again.
Not, it's not rolling from D&D Beyond though.
Oh, no. Then I think you should be able to right click on yourself and then say add turn. Why can I not do this?
I don't think we can do it, but you can do it.
Oh, that's why. Okay. There we go. you should be able to add your own
Denny
number.
for not creating a combat with more than 7 enemies.
The problem is we know these guys are going to be mean.
Yeah, but at least there's not 20 of them, so Denny
That's
has an
true.
easier time.
That's very true.
That's true.
What? Yet.
There aren't 20 of them yet.
Yeah, a bunch of copies.
Or Sarze just summons an undead legion.
All right. Is everybody's numbers correct?
Yeah.
Mine is. Yep. Chrissy's is as well.
Mine is correct, yes.
All right. That means first up in initiative is Azaria. So you can see through. Well, I guess Sarze has actually dispelled the seeming. So it is Sarze, this individual who before looked like a pretty standard knight, has this almost like blue mithril like armor and a weird like tower like helmet on. The other individual behind them is still a bit priestly looking, white robed. Yeah, they look like some sort of cleric. All right, so it is your go, Azaria.
I think to use this, I don't think there's enough room between the two horses. Yeah. 30. Come here. And hop off my horse too. Oh yeah, it doesn't go past the person. So I, with my my crossbow, I aim at the person behind Sarze and say the command word and lightning the two of them.
All right, dex saves, I believe.
Dex save for Sarze, not for the other one. They just take the damage if I hit. So let's see if I hit. Does a 22 hit?
The person at the back, yes, it does. And Sarze has
I did this the wrong way again. Fuck.
18 on the dex save.
Cool. Sarze succeeds, so it's an additional 15 lightning halved for Sarze.
All right, sorry, one moment. I'll admit, this fight did not happen where I thought it was going to be, so I kind of have to rebuild this. Okay, so this learned.
You're doing great, Danny. Don't worry.
We're getting there.
I'm
Right,
so curious on what we did that made this not happen where you thought it would.
I mean, I should have been prepared for it. Sorry, so what was the damages there, Logan?
The person in the back takes 15 piercing and 15 lightning, and Sarze takes half of 15 lightning. 7.
7. Okay.
And then, because I did this in the wrong order, I will give Gideon the help action. Oh, I'm not close enough. Nope. Never mind. Doesn't matter.
Well, that brings us over to Gideon's turn. Azaria, you already moved, but are you going to move anywhere else?
No, that was my whole move to get the shot lined up.
Okay.
All right, Gideon will look to Monty and just get the hell out of here, man. We'll talk later. And he hops off his horse, and as he walks by Monty's horse, he will slap it on the ass, and he will continue forward, withdrawing his pistol and taking 2 shots at Sarze.
Okay. Go ahead and make your attack rolls.
Also, does Monty have an initiative? Oh, he does. Okay.
I just added him.
Wonderful. We're gonna do. Is Sarze holding a weapon?
Yes, she is. She is holding that sigh.
That's Sai. Okay. I'm gonna do a disarming shot. Try and knock it out of her hand.
All right.
Spend a grit point for that. You need to, for me, make a strength saving throw. If I hit.
Okay.
Let's see if that happens first. 31.
Yeah, that'll hit.
I think it hits. So that's gonna be 11 piercing and 1 fire.
Seeing 1 fire.
And it's magical piercing because pistol.
Yep. And the strength save, we've got 11.
That is a fail.
Just drops the sigh.
I have a request.
Just gonna put that there. Yes.
Could I use this next shot on the Psy to try and blast it away from her?
You may. It's going to
she
be a
could
high AC, but
Yep.
based on what I'm seeing, you'll probably succeed.
Okay. Wicked.
Yep. You know what? It's going to be at disadvantage because you're hitting a prone target.
That's fair. I accept that. Disadvantage. Yeah, let's do it. A 25 or a 25?
As it's blasted back, the person behind Sarze has to like hop as it just is blasted back down the road.
I will action surge. And I will step forward 5 feet as I do this for swag points, and I will shoot 2 more shots at Sarze.
Before you do that, on having been shot, they're going to take a reaction as their hand like blasts the side gets blasted away, and like in place in their hand, just like a glowing. Well, hold on. Actually, yes, that is. Nope. The silence prevents this.
Ha ha! Draq, baby!
SLNA, baby.
2 more shots to your face. Let's do. You know what? Let's spend a grit point and make it violent. Gideon sees his opportunity and is going to seize this shit with a 27 /10 plus 4 damage, so that's 13 piercing and 1 fire.
13 piercing, 1 fire.
I'm missing sharpshooter right about now. I will spend another grit point for an even more violent shot. Well, not anymore. It's same level of violence, I suppose, but it's gonna be just once again a violent shot. Kerplowy for 28.
Yep, that'll hit.
And that'll be 13 piercing and 3 fire, as Gideon just unleashes a volley of gunfire.
And she's just being riddled by these. And it's like as the bullets are impacting, there's like puffs of shadow that seem to be expelled with each shot. Your shots look like they're being effective. It's just an interesting new detail.
Wonderful.
Right. After Gideon is this individual. 2, 3. And that guy emerges from the silence area. Where are the things?
I can only assume he surrenders.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Gosh. He's been silenced. He's like, this is too much. I need my singing voice. It's very important to me.
Apparently, I don't have
to lead a sermon when I can't speak.
Okay, let's use this one and.
Don't like that.
What is that?
Monty! That's a fire
Centered
or something.
on the frontliners. I'm sorry, horses. They didn't get off.
No.
I'm gonna need a. Is that the right size? Hold on. Curse this system. Need a 4x4. It's the worst.
That is 4x4.
Yeah, what you have is
Is it?
4x4. Or no, what you have is 2x2.
That's
So
what I
it's-
thought.
That's
All right, so
Oh.
that's going to include Nell, Abe, Draq, and Monty are going to need to make dexterity saving throws.
Can you also, while you're fiddling with circles, can you add like an aura circle to me? A 10-foot.
I believe you should also be able to do that yourself.
What? How?
If
I don't
you-
know anything.
Click on your token and then scroll to the bottom. You can add an aura.
on the little gear.
Also, Denny,
Oh.
I don't know how pedantic you want to be about this, but if he's chosen his target, he has to make a wisdom saving throw. Or choose a new place to cast that spell.
True enough. All right, what is the DC to beat?
It is a 17 wisdom save.
With an 11, he shifts it up.
Yeah.
Still vaporize the horror.
Praise the Draq.
On a failed save, the creature must choose a new target or lose the attack or spell. He's not.
This was
choosing
not.
a-
This is not an
You're not
attack
choosing
spell.
choose or lose the attack or spell.
He doesn't choose a target for it.
That's
He's choosing
correct.
a point, right?
Actually, yeah. So he can leave it where it is and not be affected.
That is true. This is my boy, but rules are as rules
But if
written.
it's in the if the creature of the sanctuary is in the area,
Well,
Does
what
it
does
like the
sanctuary
spell?
say?
sanctuary says, if any creature who targets the warded creature with an attack or a harmful spell must first make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay, so yes,
he's
that
in the
did happen.
area.
He failed to save.
Yeah.
So, what does the rest of the spell say?
So on a failed save, the creature must choose a new target or lose the attack. Because he's
And he
not
chose a
picking
new target. The 3 of you
Okay.
instead of the 4 of you.
Okay, sure, that's fine.
And that the new target is the new point.
Cool, gotcha.
Right. 3 of you, dex saves.
Everyone add +4 as well, please.
You got it?
Indeed.
Okay. So I could use my Indom charge now. Or I could save it.
That's a 20 from me, Denny.
Jeez Louise.
20. Okay, you succeed.
Only a 10 for me, because it was Dex, right?
That is correct.
The horses also get a +4,
Yeah.
unless we're just not going to damage them, Denny.
I'm not going to worry about it.
Cool.
Those of you who failed take 16 fire damage.
Everyone has resistance in that same circle.
True.
Hell yeah.
What was that?
Paladin, baby.
And 19 radiant damage.
Oh,
Whoa!
it's that spell. Okay.
As a flame
does-
strike, a pillar of flame comes down from the sky and crashes into the group of you.
Blade strike, huh? Cool.
And then I take half of both of those, right, Denny?
Yes, half and then half again because of Nell.
Yeah, okay.
So that was 16 and 19. you
16 and 19.
8
said? Wow.
goes to 4, and then...
Oh, so we take half the radiant damage too?
Yeah.
Anything from a spell.
Yep.
Also,
And Draq, I'm going to need you
sure.
to make a concentration check.
Yeah. I'm just figuring out the damages that I take. I think it's 8 total? Because it
Math.
was 16 to 8, and then halved again to 4 because of the resistance.
Yeah, so
And
8,
then-
I believe, is the whole thing.
8 total. Cool.
And we round up, right? Because
No, always round down.
Round down.
Wonder bar. Great.
Okay, and then... Huh. Damn, that
You get-
really sucks.
You get to add 4 to it because it's a concentration check, or a con save, essentially.
Mm-hmm. +3, +4. I rolled natural 1, though, is the thing. So silence is gone.
Whoa! I was
I could-
not expecting that.
Yeah. It was... If I didn't roll a natural 1, I would have saved it.
Also,
Holy
I
crap.
don't.
Brought the clear closer.
I don't think Sanctuary protects from from AoE effects. I really don't think that's the fact.
It's a harmful spell, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
If that's the wording.
That's fair.
All right. Draq, it is now your turn, though.
Cool. Well, that really sucks that I lost my situation. Okay. Damn, that really threw a wrench in my plans here. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna go with a... We're gonna go with a Shatter then. I'm gonna cast Shatter. It's a 20-foot radius sphere centered on Sarze, sure.
All right, centering it on Sarze. Did I
Yep.
not? Here it is. All right, you can catch both of them in that one. Right.
Is that 20 feet radius?
That's the that radius or diameter? Because this is the
Sorry, it's 10-foot radius. My bad.
10-foot radius. Okay,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Okay, so then, yeah, I want her and the priestly-looking person. I'm casting it at 3rd level. And... Casting at 3rd level. So that's going to be Constitution saving throws for them.
On saves, very
Creature
good.
made of inorganic material, just in case this matters, at disadvantage.
A Sarze's got
DC 17.
17's what Sarze's got,
Okay,
and the other person has a 10.
cool. I'm going to use one of my channel divinities to Destructive Wrath and just deal max damage.
Right. What is the total?
So that's going to be 32 points of thunder damage as Draq stomps his foot on the ground and a streak of lightning shoots across the ground towards them and then explodes in a booming roar of thunder.
Well, dip damn. Very well.
So 16 points to Sarzi.
Yep. All right.
And then I'm going to move behind this rock here. So I'm kind of hidden slightly. And yeah, that's all I'm going to do.
All right. Where is cursors? How do I do the maths?
Sorry if I may.
Yes.
I did just look up the whole spell description for Sanctuary.
Oh,
It specifies it doesn't protect against AoEs.
Yeah.
oh shit.
It specifies Fireball as an example.
Yeah. So Flame
Well
Strike
done.
is basically Fireball.
All right. So he takes 16 plus 19 points of damage.
Okay. So
Does he get the roll to save,
Monty's
or does it not matter?
Was he in my
He rolled poorly.
radius? He's in my radius, so he will still only take half.
That is true. He failed the save, but he will still take half damage because of your ability. So fantastic.
But how tanky is the Monty?
Right. So he only takes 17 points of damage. He's still
Where's
up.
my boy? Oh, my fucking boy's a
Let's
legend.
go. Oh, can you mark Sanctuary on him? Just put something.
Sure.
Just so
Healthiest commoner ever.
And that's not concentration either, eh?
it's not. It's just 1
That's
minute.
wonderful.
It's a good
All right.
spell.
He's just a commoner.
All right. Where were we? Right. I was trying to figure out a thing. Okay. Let's do. Curse this system. I need more space.
At the end of my turn, I'll just yell out, "Try to get them close again. I can shut them up."
All right. Sarze's turn. She leaves the sigh behind her and takes a step forward. And she does almost like a monk-like maneuver and puts her hand out forward, and there's just a huge wash in like space that comes over the group. Everybody within... I can't move it. I can't move it. My life...
Within the giant square of destruction and doom.
Can I counterspell this?
This is not a spell.
Not a spell.
Well,
Curse you, system!
I love that.
It's essentially going to get all of you.
Yeah.
Okay.
okay. What kind of save?
I'm going to need the lot of you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Good.
And
Draq,
I
are you
still have the
supposed to
plus
be all the
4.
way over there?
Yeah, I went behind a
18.
wall.
Okay. So Monty, Abe, and myself, +4 to that saving throw.
Okay.
What
21.
kind is it again? Sorry, Dex?
Constitution.
I'm
Oh,
gonna Indomitable.
Monty has failed.
No, my
1d6.
Come on, Indomitable. Fuck!
I guess it doesn't matter. It's a fail either way. I was like, do you get to choose which one you use?
I don't think so. I think it's just a
No, let's choose whatever the new roll is.
Yeah. It got worse. It got so much worse.
Holy shit, I got 30.
Whoa!
All right. All right, very good. So anybody who failed, you'll be receiving 48 points of psychic damage,
What
and
was the
also
number,
gaining
though?
a level of exhaustion as just
Holy
this
shit.
miasma of dread and despair washes over the area. Those of you who
that's
succeeded,
not a spell?
that's not a spell.
Alright, she's gonna do it again. We're all fucking dead.
Those of you who succeeded take half the damage, so 24 psychic damage.
What was,
Sure.
sorry, what was the DC?
What was the DC?
16.
Holy shit.
That's not good for Elowen.
Wow. That's not good for anybody, actually.
And only the people who fail get the level of exhaustion?
That is correct.
Holy shit. Fuck. Okay.
That
Oh, no.
exhaustion has hit Monty incredibly hard,
Oh, God.
and he falls off the horse unconscious.
Yeah,
Oh
okay.
my god.
Sanctuary is still active, just so you know.
Yep.
You know, I did roll to see if I slept last night, and I did.
That's good.
So,
Oh, good.
I'm not at 4 points of exhaustion, which is cool.
Were you not only at 2 before?
Yeah, but if I hadn't slept again, that would have been 3. And then
Okay.
this would have been 4.
Oh, okay.
Great. That is Sarze's go.
Yeah, she
Ooh.
doesn't have anything else she wants to do. Maybe another, like, 10d8.
That
just
isn't a
in her
spell.
pocket.
Nope, she's good.
Another
So that brings us down to Abe.
Abe will earnestly get off AH2 and say, that was phrasing at him, and he will say, Bark speed AH2, this is no place for a horse. Thematically, AH2 will run away.
We.
Thank you. I appreciate that endlessly. I will. Fighting Spirit, once I find my actions tab. Gain 5 temporary hit points. Assuming nothing stops me from doing so.
Getting off the horse, Sarze points at you and Azaria. You have embarrassed me, and you are supposed to be dead.
Have we heard her
Literally.
speak before?
No one
At the
else?
bid,
Okay.
Yeah.
she called out Finn.
Ah.
Does does dismounting the horse take movement?
Oh God, I don't remember. I'll say it's fine.
Well, alright. Oops, sorry. Too
Let me
many
look up
tabs.
the rolls. Why did we add horses?
I don't know.
Otherwise.
You get there quicker.
Yep.
Yeah, well, I mean, yes, that is true.
I only need 15 feet of movement, so even if it takes.
In any
half-
case, you should be able to move then.
Cool.
Like. Okay, yeah. Mounting or dismounting costs half movement.
Cool. Then I would have 20 feet. So.
Fantastic.
So I fighting spirited as my bonus action. I will run in, holding down the trigger of my axe as a gout of steam follows me, and see if I can hit Tarzai. Presently, I have advantage. But
Go, buddy.
nothing changes that.
Fuck him up.
Oh no. Oh, okay. Hold on.
Okay. I'm holding.
Sarze brought a creature to 0
Yes.
hit points.
Darth
As
Sarze.
What is that?
As when Monty fell off his horse, it's almost like shadows raced across the ground towards Sarze, and it's like elements of her armor bolstered, and like spiky elements of shadow erupt from her. Looks like
I
she
don't
might be
like
a little
this.
more beefy.
Sure, why not?
I don't like beef.
I'm vegetarian.
I'm a vegetarian.
But there's beef, Logan. Otherwise, let's see, what does this do? Where's the thing? Ah! Okay, got it. Okay, you're good.
Okay, I am just going to read the new, because I'm using the Unearthed Arcana Great Weapon Master now. Just want to read whether I have to declare if I'm adding my proficiency to the damage roll or not. You can cause. Okay, so I don't have to declare that I'm using it on a specific attack. Okay. It's 14 on the dice plus 10 for a mighty 24.
That'll hit.
All right, so it's going to be 2d12 plus 10. Rolled a 2 on one of the dice. Can re-roll that. It became a 3. So that is 12 plus 10, 22. And that is using my Great Weapon Master extra damage.
As you slash into her, it's like the shadows that had coalesced into the armor like maneuver themselves to the point of impact, and you smack, and it's just like all shadow that blasts off of her. It seems like most of that shadow has been shorn off the armor, but she seems unfazed.
Okay, so that's probably some sort of overshield or temp HP. I'll do a regular attack for the second one. I won't use the axe again, or the special axe. 20 to hit.
That'll hit.
That is 15 damage.
15 damage. All right. The rest of that shadow seems to be shorn off, and then you actually get a reaction out of her.
Okay, then I'll action surge and do it all again. I'll thumb the trigger again. I crit.
Yeah, baby, let's
Oh.
go.
Ooh.
So much math.
Half
Okay,
time.
so that's 24 plus 6, so 30 base plus 2d12 is plus 13. So 43 damage.
Holy
Let's go, Abe.
Fantastic. She's still up.
I've already used my bonus action, so Great Weapon Master doesn't help me here. Having crit, and I will thumb the trigger a third time for the fourth attack. It's 28 to hit.
That'll hit.
Nice.
And it's the big 16 on 2d12 plus 6 is another 24.
22.
Yes. I'm glad someone is paying attention.
Rob.
So I've used 3 of 4 charges, and yes, I've done everything I can.
Big turn.
The full fighter experience.
Let's go.
Yeah,
As a legendary action,
of course.
No.
she holds up her hand. The sai reapparates in her hand,
No, of course.
and she is going to make an attack on you.
Bold of her. I am impenetrable. I'm a bulwark,
Are you?
a bastion.
Okay.
Aegis.
18 to hit.
It does.
Damn it.
But my hubris. It was supposed to save me.
No.
Okay, so that's going to be 21 necrotic damage.
Okay.
And 16 piercing.
I can -3 from that, from reworked heavy armor master.
Um,
That was
and
a
you will,
question, sorry.
you will have disadvantage on saving throws until the start of Sarze's next turn, and she vanishes in a puff of shadow back over here.
Okay. Abe's looking a bit beat up.
Elwyn, you're up.
How fast do these horses move?
I believe they're 60 feet of movement. Where did I put the horses? I have them on hand. Crap.
Yeah, it's all right.
They should
I'm
be in
gonna,
roll
I'm
20.
not gonna. Okay, it's fine. I'm not gonna move that far, anyways. I'm gonna move.
60 feet.
Okay, I'm just gonna come over here. I'm gonna stay on the horse, especially because I'm slow now. I'm gonna start by looking to Monty, and I'm going to reach out my mind to him and give him luck. Give him a cognizant die that he can add to a d20 roll. You and I
Okay.
have previously discussed that that could be a death saving throw. Just throwing that out there, if so necessary.
Excellent.
And I'm going to. Sorry.
What is the value of your cognizant die currently?
D8s.
D8s. Okay, cool.
Yeah, so he has a D8 he can add. And I'm going to attempt to banish Sarze.
All right. A 22.
Yeah, of course it does. Of course it does.
It's like there's a moment where she shimmers and then solidly holds herself in place, and it resists the
Yeah.
effect.
I kind of thought it might. So, you know, if I do have more movement, I might just move a little bit further in a hiding spot, because not feeling great, actually.
Very well. Is that everything for your turn?
That is everything.
All right. The priest-like individual on the road is going to retreat back this way toward the horses, and then begins chanting in strange notes, almost like sounding like chimes. And let me see, how far does this go?
5 feet.
You're right, 5 feet within you. Many screens. Damn it. Very well. And as if the world itself were ripped open, and then a loud zzz as something comes out of the ground. A large creature that kind of looks like a giant mosquito erupts from the
But
ground.
not the bugs we've been seeing.
But not the bugs you've been seeing.
Ooh, hoo-hoo.
I gotta add initiative for this thing. All right. All right. That thing is now in initiative order. And it's Nell's turn. Nell, you starting your turn within 30 feet of this thing, gonna need to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, yay.
What the fuck is this?
See Logan nodding in a knowing fashion.
21.
You succeed.
Oh, I don't know what it is.
After-
I'm in 30 feet of it.
It's got these wings on its back that seem to be like ever moving, and just the drone of it almost seeps into your brain, trying to lull you, but you snap out of it. You grab your senses. You are fine, and you are resistant to this effect.
Splendid. Cool. All right. Is it a whole action to like pull Monty up onto my horse?
Yes.
All right. That is less than ideal.
That is more than swinging a sword.
You would still have your movement, though.
Yep.
I know. It's just I want to be able to do two things.
I'll get
and-
Monty up.
Or I can. I got heals.
And my axe.
And my axe.
Just
Oh, actually, true.
gonna
I guess you have healing word, right, Logan?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Heal
I just
until get
I had like a
another
couple
point of
things in mind to do, but that's
exhaustion.
fine. Donnie, can you make me another? Can you make a little 40-foot cube, if you wouldn't mind?
Oh, yeah, because I'm so good at making these cubes. Hold on.
Start with the bug as the
8 by
edge.
8. Is this a particular magic spell?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
slow.
It's slow. Okay, perfect. That gives me 40 feet.
I want Sarzay in it. It's a 40-foot cube.
Ah, I understand why.
Sarzay and the guy below. See if you play.
Okay, you want all of them? Yeah, great.
I would like all of them if that's cool with you.
I like these guys, please.
Cool.
Okay.
All right. So I swing off my horse and I slap it as well, so it'll get in. And then
Well, it
I
gets going.
turn to Sarzay, be like, "Last time I cast a spell was a mistake. It's not a mistake this time." And then I cast slow, on the 3 of those individuals.
Can I have you roll your D20?
An 8.
You're good. All right. So rolling this. What is the con save? Or sorry, what is the save?
It's wisdom, which I
Wisdom.
don't like, but
Okay. The weird mosquito thing got a 22.
Jesus Christ, how is it so wonky? This fucking bug. The hell?
Talk to a mosquito.
Bugs.
Ah.
Very,
One day I
very
was
world
buzzing
weary.
around. Back in my
Sarzay's got an 18.
Ugh, so fucking close.
And
Damn it.
the guy at the bottom, a 14.
That sucks ass. All right, well, just the guy at the bottom gets it.
Gonna get rid of that now.
I was like so convinced this bug at least. I was like, oh, it's a creature. Not a.
Yeah.
Let's use that. Okay, fantastic. Perfect. When his turn comes around, I'll ask you again what the effects are. Anything else on
Okay.
your turn, Nell?
I don't think I can really do anything else.
You've got half your movement still.
Yeah. I'm just gonna move. Oops. Yeah, right there, because then Abe and Gideon are in my aura. That's all I got.
Very well. Monty is making a death save. I'm going to add the luck. I'm making a note. All right. And that brings us back to the top of initiative with Azaria. I'm going to need you to make a con save.
12 doesn't sound like a good number. That sounds like a bad number.
Or meets beats.
Oh, yeah.
As similarly, this droning tries to infiltrate your mind and stop you from doing anything. You wave it off.
I'm like, turn to Gideon. Want me to get Monty up?
Please.
And I'm healing word him up.
All right. Go ahead and roll your healing. Monty gets another point of exhaustion.
2 plus 2, I believe. Yeah, 4. I get him up and I'm like, get the fuck out of here.
He is now at level exhaustion 5. His speed is 0.
Holy shit.
Fuck.
Holy shit.
I like turned to Gideon. I was like, if he goes down again, we need to just stabilize him. He needs to heal naturally.
Sorry, how much healing did he get?
4.
4. Okay, excellent.
It's 3 more than he needs.
He's just laying on the ground.
And I can't give help because that's a bonus action. Oh fuck, I forgot I have extra attack. So many things I'm forgetting today. I'm like, I think we might need to deal with this bug. And I'm just gonna take my 2 shots at the bug. 20 at it?
A 20 will hit.
Cool. 9 piercing, and then 28 for 15 piercing on the second shot.
Right. Sorry, what was the first shot? So 15 on the second.
And 9 on the first.
9 on the first. So 24 altogether. It seems like it's impacted as you fire 2 bolts into it, and it like... But it's got this like proboscis, so it doesn't really scream at it. Just like... And
that is... Yeah, that's all my actions.
Any movement?
Will 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I'm just trying to get closer to things, so I'm like a buffer for things in Monty.
All right, that brings us to Gideon.
Fuck. I have to make a save, don't I?
You do. I'm going to need you to make a con save.
Please. Fuck my life. What happens?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, even with the 4 added from Nell. All right, Gideon. As Azaria asks, do you want me to get him up? And you say, okay. And you kind of distract your mind in a way that lets this effect in, like where you've split your attention, and the drone just seeps into your brain. You're going to fall unconscious.
Holy shit.
Okay. Am I making death saves?
Nope, you didn't get reduced to 0. You're just unconscious.
Okay.
He still has hit points.
Yes.
It's just,
Holy balls.
he's just out. It's not good.
Turns to Azaria. Yeah, could you get him up? And then just collapses to the ground. After
Yeah.
Gideon is this guy over here.
BRB just gonna go scream.
Yeah, that's fair.
Just say now would be a good turn for this guy to surrender.
I think
It's
we
not
really got
looking good
them.
for
We
his
really
team.
got them on the ropes.
Yeah.
What is...
Stop it.
I'm going to need you to make a charisma saving throw, Elowen.
Holy shit.
As seeing the effect you attempted to cast, he's going to eliminate a spellcaster from the field.
Who's
I'm
who's
gonna
doing
use
this?
my
That
inspiration.
is this guy here.
Is he casting a spell?
He is.
Roll a d20.
Do I get to add anything from it, or is it just a d20?
Just a d20.
12.
The spell doesn't take effect this turn.
Oh my! This turn?
You must use your action on that your next turn to complete that spell. And
Very
if
well.
you can't, the spell is wasted.
He is in the process of casting a spell at Elowen.
Move away from him.
Yeah, that's true.
Is
How
that
fast
because
is he?
he's slowed?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right, very well.
I can get part.
Does he make a saving throw at the end of each of its turns?
Yeah.
With a 25, he is out.
Jesus fucking Christ. God damn it.
However, he will still have to cast it on his next action. All right. That brings us to Draq.
Okay. Am I close to this guy?
Oh, yes, you're within the 30 feet. I'm going to need you to make a
Yeah,
Constitution saving throw.
Inspiration, because I can't lose a turn here. Yeah, natural 17.
Yep, you pass.
Okay. I'm gonna peek my head around the corner. Does it look like the priest is like continuing to chant right now?
Make a religion check.
Okay. Oh, I do have proficiency with that. That's good. Natural 17 again for 23.
It looks like she is doing something connected with this to, I don't know, say concentrate on a spell.
Cool. Sounds good. In that case, I'm going to use a spell that I literally never thought I would cast, but Draq's eyes light up as electricity shoots up around him, and he raises his hands to the sky as a 40-foot radius centered kind of in the middle of all three of these figures. A sleet storm appears. So just at the edge so it doesn't hit. Yeah, perfect. And so, when a creature enters the spell's area or starts its turn in it, it must make a dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, it falls prone. If a creature starts its turn in the spell's area and is concentrating on the spell, the creature must make another concentration check or lose their spell.
Right, and that kicks off at the start of their turn.
At the start of their turn, yeah. And
Very well.
I am concentrating on that.
And suddenly it is snowing in the end of the summer. Ooh, our weatherman.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
So use that for concentration. So that's my action. Bonus action, I don't really have a lot because they're all spells. So what I will do is, you said I'm resistant to that droning sound now?
Yeah, you're immune to the
Immune to that?
effects.
Cool. I'm going to then run. Can I get right up to Gideon? Yeah, 40 feet. I'll run right up to Gideon. And will you let me use a bonus action to slap him?
No, an attack is an action.
Cool. Because I guess because I can't use martial arts for that either because I didn't attack with my action.
You can interact with me because I'm just an object.
No, he's a sleeping creature. You can't do
Disrespect me.
Spit on me.
Yeah,
The
Draq will
cure.
just get close, and I'll use bonus action patient defense, just in case.
Sounds good.
Cool.
All right.
That's me.
Brings us back to Sarze, who I believe now has to make a dex save.
Sure does. DC 17.
That's going to be much more.
Okay. Is she concentrating on a spell right now?
She's not.
Great. Good for her. Happy for
Was there anything else from that? She's not concentrating, so that's it from that spell, eh?
Let me just double check, but yeah, I think that's it. Oh, it is difficult terrain.
All right, I had a feeling that might be the case. Very well then.
And it's heavily obscured.
Oh, what does that entail? I believe she would be blinded?
Yes.
Well then. 1.
The spell
2,
actually kind of slaps.
4.
Would she be able to find her way out of it if she's blinded?
Fair point. You know what? I will make a... She knew where she was looking.
Okay.
But, no, yeah, I'll roll a d4 and that'll determine which direction she goes. She's heading down. That's as far as she gets. And she can't see, so that hinders a lot.
Great.
Right. Then we'll
Draq,
pass.
you've got so many good spells today.
Yeah, I literally
You're
was
ready for this
shit-talking this
fight.
spell to Logan the other day. I was like, I'm never going to cast this one.
That does bring us to Abe's turn. I'm going to need you to make a con save as well.
I will use my inspiration.
You also have that +4 from Nell.
That's plus 11 for a haughty 22.
Yeah, the only way you could have failed that is if you rolled a nat 1, so you're good.
It's happened. I will grumble and grunt and second wind. It heals me 17, which is good because I needed it. So that's my bonus action. I will step up to Big Scary Bugman and attack.
Buzz.
That is a 15 on the first attack.
Meets beats.
Really? Oh, nice. 9 plus 10. 19 using my Great Weapon Master additional damage.
Fantastic.
Second attack. 23.
That'll hit.
17 damage.
You've heaved quite a few good hits into this thing, and it just is falling apart and just turns to you. And that's everything for your turn?
Unfortunately, yes.
It rears back its head and attempts to plunge its proboscis through your chest.
Eddie, it is technically in the range of the sleet storm. It is touching the base.
It's like in range of the visual effect.
I'm gonna say most of it is outside, so it's not blinded.
Fair. Are you gonna make a save or anything, or no? For prone?
Sure, might as well. With a... Oh, it's over here. 18 on the dex save.
Okay, it's good.
All right. It makes its attack
That's right,
against
Adam.
save.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. I take the damage.
It's going to be 24 to hit.
I do get hit, yes.
Right, you're going to take 24 piercing damage as it rears back its head and plunges itself through your chest, and an additional...
Reducing that to 21.
Additional 16 necrotic damage, reducing your maximum health by that amount.
Okay.
As it stabs into you and seems to be pulling out whatever life essence is fueling an Argon folk. And then it's going to fly 60 feet up into the air. You may take a reaction if you'd like to.
Boy, howdy will I. 14.
That's a miss. After that creature's turn, it's Elowen.
I'm going to give Abe intuition. Who looks worse around here? Who's looking bad?
Monty.
is hanging on by a thread.
Abe? Okay. Well, God, I really can't help you that much, but
And so is Adam.
okay.
Oh dear.
Okay. Take 13 temp HP. And then I'm going to cast Banish on Monty. So that won't
Monty-
hurt him, right?
Monty willingly fails.
And then
Such a
I am
fucking
going to...
cool use of that spell. Good job.
Then I'm going to move around behind this rock to try to break. That guy is currently in a sleet storm, but this should break his eye contact with me as well, right?
Is that everything for your turn, Elowen?
That is all I can do.
That's a fair point, Ben, but his saving throw probably wasn't going to succeed over Elowen's. So regardless, I'm going to make him willing. Right, that brings us to one of the individuals in the cloud. So let's have them roll their concentration check first. Did you say that was with disadvantage, Draq?
No, it's just a regular.
Just a forced, okay.
concentration. Yeah, forced concentration check.
All right. 13, so they succeed.
No, they don't.
Wait a minute. Oh, it's got to beat your DC.
Yeah, baby.
Oh, that that is surprisingly good, because normally an effect like this would just be a 10.
Nope, it's my spell save DC.
Wow.
That's so good. Why are
The
we
spell
shitting on
slaps.
this spell before?
I don't know, man. Everyone online's like, the spell sucks, don't use it. I'm like,
It no
shut
do
up.
damage, it bad.
Yeah, no damage.
It's
bad.
not fireball.
Yeah.
Well, there we go. Yeah, that is superb, because you'd have to do like 30 plus points of damage to make somebody roll that high. That's great.
Mm-hmm.
However, the bug that has flown up into the air seems to snap out of some sort of control that was held over it and just kind of looks around. Right. They're now going to roll to see if they fall down.
Yep.
They do. They stand back up and they wander. Very well, that's Nell's turn now. Just this storm ended up being one of the best effects, really, you could have done.
Yeah. I was like really bummed when I lost my silence, but I was like, maybe this will work.
Horses are in there wandering just like, woo.
God.
Just like trotting. No one
yeah.
can see them do the dance, so they're just dancing.
What was our home rule vis-a-vis giving someone a potion? Like how much?
To administer it to somebody else is an action. To drink it yourself is a bonus.
Okay. What was the thing about giving them like full though? Because didn't we talk about like I think you spend like I thought we had something recently that was like if you
That's for yourself.
It's just for yourself, you can't do it for someone else.
Yeah. I also don't know if that was in Teni's game.
I swear to God it was, but okay, well,
Trying to find our house rules.
that's all I can do. All of my healing is a full action anyway, so it doesn't matter. Or I guess
So, yes, we do have something, and this hasn't really come up yet. If a player decides to drink a potion using their action, so instead of forgoing the bonus action rule, you can drink it yourself for an action and gain like the maximum amount of healing that potion would administer.
okay. That's not really what I want. Okay, I'm just gonna run over to Gideon and I'm gonna give him 30 points for my lay on hands. Cool.
I'm going to tell you now,
Is it not gonna work?
You can heal him. That's not what's knocked him out. He's not at 0 hit points.
Oh.
No, I'm looking okay.
So it's
Just
like an
unconscious.
effect.
Yeah,
Yep.
honestly, give it to Abe.
Okay. Fuck. All right. Yeah, I'll do that. I guess.
There might be
I'll
other
let her
ways to wake him up, but healing is not the one.
I don't think I have anything that is it, unfortunately. So yeah, I'll. Can I go to Abe instead then?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, I'll give Abe 30 points of healing.
Sorry, 3 or 30?
30.
3-0.
Oh,
30.
yeah.
I've got my full boy on hands full now, baby. And that's a full action to do. So don't really know what else makes sense. Nothing feels like it does. So
You have a bonus action spell you could cast?
only Misty Step, but I'm not gonna Misty Step myself into the Sleet Storm.
Okay.
So
You should move yourself closer to Abe as well.
yeah, I am. I'm gonna. That was only what? That was it. 10. I'm gonna move myself. I guess here. Yeah, I took a really weird route to get there, but that's within my movement. Move myself there, just so Abe and Azaria are still in my aura.
Are you like under the bug?
Yeah.
What if it falls?
I'll stab it. I want to use my sword, and I haven't had a chance. I'm so annoyed.
I just want to hit something with my smelly sword. God.
Sword.
Something tells me he'll get a chance.
Monty is
I'll
rolling
be
a death
dead by then.
save.
What? He got healed.
Oh, he did get healed. You're right. Thank you.
Yeah. He got 4
That's right.
HP.
Yeah, thank you. He's banishment and healed, and he's good. Okay, we're good. Bringing
He's
us
having
back
a nice little nap in a harmless demi-plane.
Yep.
Have a little nap.
Fantastic. All right. So that brings us back to top with Azaria.
Okay. Man, I don't really know if anyone can hit that bug up in the air and Gideon's down. I was like, I don't know what you can do right now, Nell, but if you can get that bug up there, and I'll give you the help action. And then I will... Oh wait, no, it's 60 feet in the air. Never mind, that's also too far. I'll just shoot it! One day I'll help things! Oh, I got a crit!
Let's go!
Let's go!
For 20 piercing damage.
All right. You fire into the air, and just like a couple of seconds, and then suddenly you see it just like lilt to the side. And just no. I believe you get a point of inspiration now as well.
I thought we weren't doing that.
I don't know. I don't remember
No,
anymore.
I thought we said we weren't because it made it really
Yes.
good. Like, yeah,
You're right.
It was too much.
It's hard for
I
me to
would
keep
love
track of
it,
anything
but-
anymore.
It's all good. They keep
Right.
changing the rules to this game that we played for so many years.
And we keep making up rules as we go.
I'll take
We really
another
are
shot at
helping
it. That's a miss. That's an 11.
Yes, unfortunately that is a miss. But it does look like it's just like about to fall out of the air.
And I don't think I have any useful... What other spell other than healing words do I have? No, none of these do anything for this. I vibe.
Vibing all right. Gideon is unconscious. We move on. The individual here is going to see if he falls down.
Also, for slow, does it mean that he's like concentrating on it until
He's
he casts
he's
it?
freed from slowed now.
Yeah, he got out of it.
Yeah. Oh, right. Okay. But he still like had to wait until his next turn to cast that spell, right?
Yeah, because the effect was technically in place before he got to save, so I'm gonna say he'll have to follow through with that.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So does the Sleet Storm affect that? Is what I'm asking. Because when you hold a spell, you're technically concentrating on it until you release it.
True. So let's roll concentration for him. And he loses concentration on it. He falls down, loses concentration. Big wolf.
Best spell.
He stands up, and he's going to walk in the direction that he was aware somebody was, and that's about as far as he can go, because it's difficult terrain, too. Everything's awful for this guy.
Good.
Good. Fuck
Draq,
these guys.
it is
Yeah,
your
what's
turn.
up? I'm gonna lean down and just like try to shake Gideon awake.
That doesn't do it. He is in a deep sleep.
As part of shaking him awake, can I try to figure out what would do it?
Sure, make a Arcana check.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh, you know, it's really good though, because it's a cool 11.
Oh, a cool 11, you say?
You're gonna have to experiment, man. You don't know what.
Great. Well, then in that case, I'm going to bonus action cast Spiritual Weapon as
Leopold!
a spinning chakram of lightning and light appears inside the sleet storm. And it's going to be right next to where Sarze is, because I can feel her.
Do you need to see the point where you cast it?
Question I had as well.
Because Tremor Sense specifies
No.
you do not have
Danny, we
sight
talked
to
about
it.
this. Yeah, all right. Never mind. Then I'm going to cast it above the flying bug.
All right, and what's the distance on spiritual
60
weapons
feet.
casting? It's 60 feet straight up. You're not going to be able to reach it.
Okay, then I'll move closer.
That is viable. You can do that.
Yeah, I'll just move, like, if I get within...
Like, if you get
Because if you
adjacent to where it is on the map, you can do
Okay,
it.
sure, yeah, I'll do that. Let's see. Just want to put myself somewhere decent. So let's go, like, there, I guess. Run around the bush. And, yeah, spiritual weapon flies up in the air and goes to strike it.
Go ahead and make your attack.
That is going to be an 18 to hit.
That hits, deal damage.
Hell yeah, brother. What is it? B8. It's cocked. That's going to be 10 points of force damage.
As this thing rips through the bug, it just like bisects it, and it begins falling to earth. And as it does, it begins to melt into just black, ichory sludge, and just rains down on the group of you.
Hell yeah.
Ew.
And then, like, as it hits the ground, it like seeps back into the earth.
Nice. The blade like spins around and then like floats up in the air. And Draq, wherever Draq looks, it like shifts slightly.
Fancy.
And that's gonna be my turn. Actually, 10 feet movement. I have 5 feet left. I'm just gonna move away slightly from Nell, so we're not all super close together.
Wait, that does
Yeah,
not
that's it.
recharge. All right, very well.
Sorry, Ryan, I tried.
Thank you. Am I still sleepy boy?
You were
Yeah,
still
I think it's
sleepy boy
damage.
until
I think
somebody
someone's gotta
figures it
punch
out.
him.
Oh, fuck. And before it's the wish spell and I'm just asleep forever and I gotta play Amdeuce.
I mean, if that thing was what I thought it was, then yeah, I think it's damage. But
Sarze falls down. Sarze gets up again.
he
Sarze
gets knocked down.
is going to
We're
spend
never
the
gonna keep her
action to
down.
try and perceive where everyone is. With
Even though she's
audio,
blind. Oh, audio.
hearing, with disadvantage, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Nope, she does not perceive. Roll a d4 and let's move. Doesn't get out of the circle, though.
Ooh.
I don't like
Someone
it.
just give her a
Uh-oh.
shoulder check and push her back in.
Yeah. Hey, Abe.
It's Abe's turn.
Pretty strong, right?
Do I see a shadow on the edge of
Oh, you see silhouettes coming out of the snow.
Oh, it's out there in the snow there, bud.
Oh, bad. Yeah.
Do I just hit, or do I try to be fancy? Will I be at any kind of disadvantage swinging into the storm? Like if I'm
No, in
standing
fact,
outside.
I think you have advantage because you are not blind, and they are.
Yeah.
Okay. So she is currently adjacent to me then?
Yep.
I think rules as written for it would be that they're both at disadvantage because she is obscured.
Oh, that
Would
is
that
a
be
fair
like
point.
straight roll.
So straight
Like-
roll.
Yeah.
Right. She's hard to see, but also
Yeah.
she can't see. Good
Yeah.
point. Thank you. So straight roll.
Final charge of the axe. Steam just fires out a big arc. Just going center of mass. It's not great. 17.
That hits.
Nice. Oh, right. I did the thing. So this will be using Great Weapon Master. It's 15 plus 10, 25.
5 damage. Also, Abe, the moment Sarze moved in to your territory, you feel the weight of despair and just what's the word I'm looking for? Slothlessness kind of overtake you. Lethargy. Your speed's going to be reduced by 20 feet until the start of her next turn.
Okay. I mean, she's
Oh, no, until the
warmer,
start
so-
of your next turn. My apologies.
Cool. Second attack, nothing fancy. 16.
Meets beats.
Dice plus 6. It's going to be 16 damage.
16 damage.
Just horizontal strikes.
I feel like her armor went down.
And she's going to use a legendary. Or are you done with your turn?
I am.
She's going to legendary action attack you as well.
Do the worst.
However, she has to do disadvantage because
She's actually
she's blind. And you're not. Yeah, no, you're good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Disadvantage. How fortuitous. That is going to be a flat 20 to hit.
She hit.
Better than the 26.
Oh, because I met her AC, the second strike, the 16 damage, would not be magical.
That is fine.
Okay.
Good call, though.
Honor system.
Much appreciated. So you're going to take 13 piercing damage.
Okay, becomes 10.
And 22 necrotic damage. As the Sai just emerges from the storm and plunges into you.
He's standing.
Very good. That's her legendary action, so that brings us to Elwyn's turn.
Neato. I'm gonna move. To like here. Can I see the shadows?
You will have
the storm?
disadvantage on the attack.
That's okay. What else will I do? I'm going to try to Eldritch Blast her. It's a 22 to hit.
And that will indeed.
Here's the full thing. I didn't think about this. That's 7 force. She gets pushed back 10. Can I not see her anymore?
That's going to be correct.
Yeah, that's truly a thing I didn't fully think about. Well,
She's back in the storm.
she's back in the storm, which is what I wanted to do, but then I was like, oh, I don't have the second attack, is the neat thing. You just took a bunch of damage, right, Abe?
Ever and always, yes.
You can hit Gideon. Try to wake him up.
Oh, I will. I'll use my second attack on Gideon. Oh, Jesus Christ. I shouldn't have had disadvantage, I think, on that one. But it was still
prone,
only a
so
13
yeah,
to hit.
you
Oh,
would-
okay,
yeah,
well,
you would miss.
take that 11 to hit. I'm really trying.
I have a question.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do I, as an unconscious sack of meat, have the dexterous ability to dodge things that gives me my 17 AC?
I don't even. Can you get to 11?
There's
can
no
get to
flat
12.
there's no flat-footed in this edition, so your AC is just static.
Okay.
There's no dropping your AC
I'm a Dexy boy.
unless something were to suddenly destroy some of your armor for some reason.
The
Gideon's
most-
having a dream. He just flailed out of the way of your attack.
Just the most dexterous, unconscious man on the planet. I love this game.
I'm gonna give Abe luck with my bonus action, so you can have a D8 to add to a D20, and then I'm gonna just pop myself right back over here.
Grief.
I'm concentrating on a very important spell.
Actually, though, you are.
Yeah, absolutely.
I never roll bad with Eldritch Blast. I just truly didn't want to hurt Gideon.
Dice had their story to tell.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I am just looking up something very specific.
Imagine if you had crit on him though.
I could use my own untouchable reaction to stop the crit from being a crit.
Okay,
That would have been pretty cool.
this individual here.
God.
Falls on his
Is-
ass.
Well, we're gonna make the spell check first, or the dex save. Which one are you? Falls on their ass,
Yes.
stands back up again.
Mm-hmm.
God damn it. What did I add? Okay. They cast True Sight on themselves and see through the storm. They're going to begin moving.
Does True Sight combat seeing through physical
It does.
objects?
This is what I just looked up.
Oh my god, that's insane.
They know which way they got to go, and they've got a trajectory now. That's the end of their turn because it's difficult terrain.
Yep.
It's Nell's go.
Where the fuck is this guy going? Alright, since we're all doing it, can I also stab into the storm? If I move myself here.
Yeah, you can stab at that guy.
I can stab. Can I finally do my first dual attack? in
And
my
straight
life?
roll.
Woo! That's A-okay.
Oh, realize that you probably move the camera to a more interesting area.
Okay, that's truly so bad for what is supposed to be my cool first moment, so I'm going to use my new Chaos Flux situation.
Chaos Flux!
And give myself some advantage. Shanks.
It's just Tides of Chaos. We just renamed it.
Yeah! Oh god, that terrified me for a second. 17.
That's not a hit.
Oh, fucker. Okay, well, what a dickhead. I'll use my second attack then. Okay, you know what? Well,
What did you get?
less than 17.
Oh my!
For sure. So, that's fine.
Biscuits and gravy.
I don't
That
have
will
anything
bring
else.
us back up to the top. Azaria.
Wake me up.
I mean, yeah, sure. I don't think I can slap you though.
Oh,
If-
I was,
If you're gonna
Oh,
move
you're-
away, that guy's taking an opportunity
I was gonna
attack.
say you're good.
Well, no, I'm not going to because I don't think I can slap.
Correct.
Wake me up inside.
So, Logan, you make your way over to Gideon.
Yeah, I go over there and The problem is, if I try to punch you, I probably will fail. So
You have
I draw.
advantage.
Even with advantage, this is a risky roll because I do not add much. So I'm going to just stab you with my dagger in the leg.
Well,
you take 8 piercing damage.
Yeah.
Shit.
Gideon, you shoot up in pain as Azaria
we
has
go.
stabbed your leg.
Ah, what the hell?
I can't do damage with my fists. I have healing punches.
You stabbed me in the thigh! Where the fuck is Monty?
He got banished safely. Good banishment. And then I'll bonus action healing
Why the
word
fuck
you.
is it snowing?
So, Gideon, have some
Somebody
HP. Have 3 HP.
Okay.
This fight is so chaotic.
Holy crap.
And then, I want to be in Nell's aura, so I'm just gonna come back over here.
Everybody wants to be around Nell now. Yay.
Mhm.
Ours. Gideon, you're up. You're on the ground.
Gideon is confused as fuck. He stands up and sees Monty has just vanished. He's like, okay. And as long as he's not dead. And I guess Gideon will prepare. We're getting real close together, aren't we? I don't like fireballs. Fireballs suck. I'm gonna just go. Where the hell am I gonna go? Let's go. Let's go like right here. Oh wait, no, I have half movement. What am I doing? I'd probably make it to like here. Freaking half movement to stand up. Boo! Gideon will draw his musket. He will prepare a shot. And he will second wind. Because I still haven't done that. Because I was asleep. 1d10 plus 9. 11. Ooh, yeah.
All right. That everything for your turn, Gideon.
It is. First baddie that emerges from the sleet storm is getting a shot.
All right. Well, gentleman in front of Nell is going to see if he's stable to stay standing. He's not. He falls down. And he casts Dispel Magic up into the sky. The sleet
fuck
storm
this
is
guy.
gone.
No. They figured it out.
Yep. Hey,
No.
it was funny every time they fell, so.
It was funny every time they fell.
The guy gets back up and pulls a maul off of his back and is pissed.
Nice small guy. It would be a shame if I shot you. Because
Yeah,
you
but-
appeared.
Yeah.
That is his turn, however, as he had to use his action to...
Yeah, that's Gideon's reaction, right?
That's my prepared action.
Ah, yes. You may fire.
Hey, buddy.
Fuck him up.
Not to like be a dick or anything, but you're getting violent shotted with a musket right now.
Just stands back up, and then Gideon just like fires and knocks him down. Fuck!
That's a 15 to hit.
Your hit is true, but the armor is better, as it just ricochets off just a loud ting of metal.
I'm very sad. That was my last crit point.
Draq,
Get him back. Next one, guaranteed crit.
you're up.
Oh, it's me. Good.
You
You know what? I'm kind of glad
At-
that this happened.
at the end of Gideon's turn,
Stop.
Sarze is going to use a legendary action.
Of course she is. At the end of Gideon's turn?
At the end of Gideon, fine, we'll say it's at the end of her friend's turn. At the end of the turn that just happened. Abe, I'm going to need you to make a dexterity saving throw as Sarze holds up 2 fingers, sparks of lightning shock into the air as she points in your direction, and arcing lightning goes to hit you.
Okay, so I have +4 from Nell and a D8 from Lucky from Elwin.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you want to use it here.
Doesn't matter, roll a 1. Doesn't matter, roll a 1. Do your damage, my friend.
What the fuck are the dice doing right now? They're
Yeah.
kind of pissing me off.
I crit Sarze with my super axe attack, so
Wow.
The universe says,
Abe.
"Fuck you."
You receive 42 points of lightning damage.
Spell damage?
Spell damage, so reduced
Halved.
to 21.
20. Oh. Yep. Whoops. Whoa. Whoa. He gets Emperor Palpatine.
Nell, dex save. Azaria, dex save. Gideon, dex save. As the lightning
Jesus.
arcs from Abe's body to the three of you.
Fuck me.
Dare! 26 because of that 4 from Nell.
Oh boy. This ought to be good. Oh, that was pretty good.
Fucking 13.
So, Nell, you take the full damage reduced because of your aura, so 21 lightning. Azaria, you take halved and then halved again, so 10.
But,
No.
oh, half
gonna-
because of Nell's aura?
Yeah,
And then half
because you
I
succeeded.
success, and then half because it's a spell.
Ooh.
So I take 5.
Well done, good sir. And
So I'm going to
Gideon,
use Stone's Endurance.
very well. And Gideon, you take 21 lightning damage.
On a success?
On a success, yes.
Oh my god.
42 was the failure.
I don't like that at all. Oh,
Is everyone else still up?
I'm up.
Yeah, I'm really fine.
Okay.
Wow. That's so good for you.
And that brings us now to Draq's turn.
Oh, good. Okay, cool. Well, real quick. Bonus action healing word on Abe.
Point of
Just-
exhaustion.
Get him up right away. That's going to be 9 points of health to you. And then,
Apply changes.
let's see here. Is there a way I can angle myself so I can get both Sarze and the other guy in a breath attack?
What is the cone size?
It's a 15-foot cone. I'm just trying to get both of them without getting my allies. Like, even if I went up here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, cool. Then, in that case, I will run right. Let's see, 40 feet of movement, so that'll get me. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna go right behind Sarze, and then. We go for it. Drax scales along, his neck light up as a kind of smoky gas emits from his gullet, and I will use my metallic breath weapon to try to incapacitate both Sarze and that guy. Constitution saving throws for both of them.
Con saving throws. Sarze's got 17.
Okay.
The other guy's got 17.
Fuck. They both succeed.
Anything more in your
The
turn?
effort, though.
That was my bonus action and action, so That's it for me.
Sarze's gonna legendary action attempt to stab at you.
Okay.
For a 11 to hit.
She misses.
I apologize. That is with advantage for only a 15. When Abe went down, similar to when Monty went down, some of that shadow coalesced around her armor and created spikiness again. Abe, what's your maximum hit point value?
Currently 79 after having been reduced.
That is a fair point. Fantastic. So Sarze's got that armor again, and it is now Sarze's turn. Does not recharge that ability.
She surrenders, right?
She turns into mist.
She knows the error of her ways. She's changed.
Draq's right there. She's going to... She's going to attempt to attack Draq and swirl around him on the opposite side. She cannot hit Draq. He is just too wily. Yeah, she rolled like an 11. Draq and Sarze are engaged. Indeed.
Oh, when's the wedding day?
Wow.
Congratulations.
We thought it was going to be Gideon and Sarze.
Our
Well-
money caves.
What can I say? I'm a bad dragon.
That brings
Wow.
us to Abe's turn.
Sorry, Christy.
Oh, what do? Hurt very bad. But can do lots of damage. I will spend half my movement to stand up. I will. So for half of 35, is that rules wise 20 or 15?
Sorry, my brain was elsewhere.
My movement total is 35. If I spend half of it to get up, can I effectively move 20 feet or only
Round
15?
down.
So 15. Okay. Then I will go 5, 10, 15. I believe I am flanking with Nell.
You sure are.
I should fighting spirit anyway to get some temp HP. And I will ask this guy a question. Jeez, boy did I ever. 29 to hit.
That'll hit. Yep.
For a, I'll use Great Weapon Master on this attack for 19 damage.
This guy has like seen no damage so far. He's just been messed with. Everybody's been messing with him.
There's emotional damage.
Yeah, poor guy.
I'll do it again. A 20!
A crit?
Yep.
Okay, fantastic.
So, oh my god, numbers are so difficult. 18 plus. It's a 2 on the die. I can reroll. It becomes an 11.
Big jump.
Yes. So that is 18 plus 11, 29.
29 points of damage. Anything else for your turn, Abe?
Nope. Just gonna hope to survive.
And casting a legendary action. Sarze is going to point in the direction of Abe. Her porcelain white skin begins to crisp and blacken the hand running up her arm, and it's like this entire like darkness runs over her flesh, and then it quickly recedes back into the hand as she points at Abe, and all of that inkiness flies in your direction and impacts you. Abe, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw against a Finger of Death.
Oh my god!
Okay, so I am within 10 of Nell, yeah?
Yes, you are.
So it's dice plus 11 for me. And it's a 12, so 23.
You succeed. And take half of 70 necrotic damage.
I am...
What?
Okay, so I have taken over my total half health, but is that in addition to what I currently have?
Sorry?
So sorry, what? How much damage did I take, sorry? Half of 70?
Half of 70, yes.
Okay, so 35, okay.
Yeah.
Never mind then.
Yeah, I don't think that'll kill you outright.
No.
However...
Very, very close, though, with the reduced hit points. I am knocked unconscious from it, though.
Right.
If it has any sort of additional effect.
Well, that'll be yet to be seen. That brings us over to Elwyn's turn.
Oh, because she knocked me out again, does she get more stuff benefit?
She didn't lose any of whatever she had, so she's fine.
Oh,
It was the same amount of...
Oh, it's so nice to hear. Neat. I once again put myself in a position where I can't see any of the battle that happens, so I just am listening and trying to figure out what's going on. Man, like, what even can I do though? Well, I'm gonna do fucking 7 force damage to her. What the fuck am I doing here?
Just kill him, Elowen.
Yeah, kill. Kill.
Oh, kill.
Just kill.
Who
Yes,
tries
but
killing?
Kill.
Eldritch Blast
Kill.
is the divine weapon. All damage right now is good damage.
Yeah. I guess that's what I'm gonna do. I guess I'm gonna Eldritch Blast her. It's 25 to hit.
That will.
6 force damage. I rolled a 1 just to roll clear. Push her back 10 feet.
That's actually immensely helpful.
Well, that's good. I'll do that again. For 12 force damage.
And 24
Push
to
her
hit.
back another 10. I assume 24 hit.
Yep.
Yeah. Probably a dangerous assumption. Ooh. Oh, yeah. I'll give Abe luck again. Hey, bud. How's that going for you? Have some luck. And then I'll pop back over here.
All
This
right.
horse
have,
is just doing...
maybe have an eye on so you can counter.
Wouldn't that be cool if I had spell slots left? No?
Oh, you're all. Well, fucking tell me that. I can give you your spell slots back.
Yeah.
How am I supposed
You've
to know?
seen me cast Spanish twice.
I don't fucking know your own spell slots. Communicate.
I don't know your life.
I have no spell slots.
We also don't
Okay,
know what you
thank
do,
you.
Christy.
What?
We don't know what the
Yeah,
new
we don't
paladin
know what
Nell
you
does.
do.
I don't know what that is you're talking about.
I've sent it to you.
You okay, whatever. We'll fight later. I'm sorry, we're just both really stressed. I love you, Christy.
Okay.
It's okay.
So that brings us to Christy's turn. Nell, what are you
so
doing?
mad. I don't know. Irritated. Give me a hot second. Well, you have to be in touch range, so you're too fucking far away anyway, so it doesn't matter. I'm gonna try and stab this fucker with my fucking sword. Ah! Yeah, bitch!
And you didn't roll that with advantage, correct?
I did not.
Excellent. Then, deliver to us the math that is about to be incited.
How bad's he looking?
He's definitely the best of the three.
He's the best of the three.
Yes, he is.
He's the healthiest.
Healthiest of the three.
Place.
All right, then he's getting more fucking level. Divine smite.
You are way too passionate. You're chopping out.
I know. I'm just angry.
We love it. We love it. Smite this man. Give him a smitten.
Let me just write down all of my stuff so I can just do it. Okay. All right.
Oh. My apologies. I skipped over my other characters, so you'll finish your turn and then they're gonna go.
Okay. Fine. Oh, I'm so stressed. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. I'm so much mad. It's so stressful. All right.
You're doing great.
Great. Thank you.
Just one dice at a time.
Yeah. That was just literally me doing the base math. Like the maximum.
It's still one base at a time, or one dice at a time.
Honestly, Christy, do math all night. I would love that. That just means so much damage.
All right. Oh boy. How does 75 damage taste? Good, I hope. Sir, I have another attack ready for your fucking asshole. Mister, do you want to bend over for me?
How would you like to do this?
I
think she just
look him
described it.
in the eyes and I take my sword. I'm like, how does my sword smell? And I stab him through the fucking chin out to the top of his head.
That's fucking metal. Let's go.
That is
And you got some metal
awesome.
on that sound board there?
Oh, cool.
Not quite.
That's okay.
I'll just hit the gun
Maybe.
button a bunch of times. Hold on. Eventually it'll happen.
Maybe.
Maybe. It'll happen eventually.
All
Ah!
right. Okay. With
right.
that-
Let me delete that man.
Yeah, delete him
Wait.
from existence, s'il vous plaît. Let me tell you what I'm gonna do next. Object interaction. Can I drop my potion of greater healing next to Abe so someone else can administer it to him?
Yeah?
Great. Can I move however many feet I need to do that, which is this many? I'm going to bonus action, Misty Step, behind Sarze, if I might. And I'm going to use my second attack on Sarze. Please and thank you.
Let's fucking
Very
go
well.
now!
I'm angry. That's my fucking friend.
Energy.
Hey, my thing didn't proc yet, did it? Just out of curiosity.
Correct. It has not procced yet.
Oh, fine. Okay, who's feeling spicy?
Spicy baby.
You have to cast a spell in order for me to proc it.
No, I use my chaos flux. Does it have to proc? With
Like
this?
then for me to go, all right, now roll a d100 on the wild magic. You have to use a
Oh, I didn't know
spell
that.
to let.
I just did though. I just used Misty Step.
Yeah, but I'm not going to do it.
Oh, you're so. Why would you? Okay, that's fine. I think
Just
I'm
so we're
good.
just so we're clear.
22.
Yeah, that'll hit.
All right. She's getting only a second level because that's all I have. I hope that's okay, Sarze.
Okay, what are the damage types you're doing?
Radiant and stabby.
Okay, I'm gonna need the numbers for each of those specifically.
Okay, that's fine.
Is Nell's sort of +1, or is it?
No.
No.
It is a magical weapon, but it's not +1.
Gotcha.
12, just sword damage. What is it? Slashing? I don't know.
Slashing?
It doesn't say it. It makes
Okay.
a little symbol, but I don't read that. And then
Slashing, yeah.
not as good. Only 10 radiant damage.
All right. That gets reduced to half.
You have a thing about radiant damage.
She's going to use her reaction to erupt in radiance herself.
Wow, that's fun.
Where is that? So I'm going to need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Love to.
My favorite.
I'm so freaking good at them. 16.
Meets beats, so you'll take half the damage.
Is it spell?
It is a spell, so half was going to be math 9, so reduced down to 4 radiant damage.
Oh, ouchie! I say that in real life to her.
And then she legendary actions at the end of your turn.
We do
Good.
this every fucking time with her.
She's going to make an attack roll on you with the sigh. An 18 to hit.
Meets beats.
All right, I'm just going to roll this in here because that's way too much.
Oh god. Good. It's good. It's good.
Okay, that's the first. So that's piercing damage.
Okay.
15 piercing and 21 necrotic.
Is the necrotic considered spell?
No, this is an attack.
Okay, that's fine.
Is that everything for your turn?
I think so.
Well, I guess that was her legendary action, so yes, I believe it is. Okay. So going back to the person that we skipped.
Oh,
This person over here. They are going to bonus action cast Far Step and teleport themselves right here.
Oh,
That's good.
I don't like that.
Uh-oh. Well, at least I got to crit once before I died, so.
that was a really good crit.
Yeah. Wish it was on her. It never seems to be, though.
And as she appears behind you, Nell, you just hear the crackling of lightning. A flat 20 to hit. You're getting electrified by a shocking grasp.
Ow.
You're going to take 13 lightning damage. Half
Half?
because it's a spell.
What's that, 6?
Yes.
Okay.
And you will not be able to take reactions until the start of this person's next turn.
Cool.
All right. That'll bring us back to the top with Azaria. You're muted.
20 feet over to Abe, and I will administer the potion to him for my action.
Okay.
I don't know how many dice need to be rolled. I don't remember what type it was.
Greater, so 44 plus 8?
4. I think it's 44 plus 4.
You're probably right.
Oh, I'm sure muted. It's 44 plus 4.
Excellent.
For 12. So good with the healing numbers.
And another point of exhaustion.
Yeah. I do heal, though.
You do.
Aftermath of the Finger of Death, does it?
Oh.
You didn't die.
Correct.
And then that was
You have-
20.
you have a
Oh,
heal?
great. You're close enough. And I'm like, Nell, you got this. And I'm giving you the help action on Sarze. You beat her up.
Well, I'm probably not going to be alive much longer to do that. But
That's fine. I don't know that, so I'm believing in you.
you probably do by looking at me. There's a lot of blood coming out of my nose. And I
There's a
bad.
lot of blood coming out of everyone, I think, but me and Gideon. I can't see Elowen. I assume she's fine.
She's not looking great.
Really? Oh no. Well, and then hearing how bad
dear.
everyone's doing, I accidentally hit the back page on Roll20. I'm doing what my character's going to do, which is move the remaining 10 feet. Just back a bit, getting away.
Very good. That's everything for your turn.
Yeah.
It'll go to Gideon.
Alrighty. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Speedster, baby. And we're gonna 2 pistol shots. Sarze or the cleric.
Sarze, please.
All right, let's try it.
Spread the love.
See how the first shot goes, I guess.
Could you just crit on her, please?
I'll do my best.
Thanks.
What's up, Sarze? 23,
23 will hit.
17 damage, 14 magical piercing, and 3 fire.
She's really impacted by that shot.
That's good. How's she looking?
Not great.
That's good. What's up, Sarze? That's 29. But I rolled like doo-doo water. So 9 damage.
Due to the fact that ranged attacks cannot be made non-lethal, Sarze falls to the side with a bullet through the head.
Let's fucking go.
What?
The cleric is still there. That's why he's not calling her. Right? The cleric can bring her up.
I'm so confused right now.
I got her.
Okay.
Get her, please, as well.
She's down. Get the other one. I gotta reload.
Oh God. I may not be here.
And he's reading a lot right now.
I'm like, Draq, try and knock the other one out. We need answers.
You got it.
And ask answers of fucking Sarze's decapitated head.
Oh no. I have a thought. What if Sarze's made of the void?
Yeah, but
Yum.
Yeah.
Yeah!
yeah.
top shelf idea there, Logie.
Does she have death throws? I fucking hope not. I hope she doesn't have a death throw. She dies, she like explodes. That would be a bad time.
All right, Teni, what's happening?
Or it's second phase time.
Gideon, is that the end of your
God,
turn?
She turns into a dragon.
I'm gonna I'm gonna just chug this fucking health pot I got right now as a bonus action. Yep. That's gonna be 2d4 plus 2 health pot. Let's fucking send her. I rolled 2 ones, but I can reroll ones because I have the healer feats.
Ah!
Don't fuck me again. Alright, don't give me 2 ones again. I've seen enough ones for a lifetime. That's much better. 10 HP.
There you go.
Boom.
8 HP.
Oh, yes, 8.
Man.
Math is sometimes my strong suit. Seriously, I could do some insane math. Other times I just...
Well, I guess that'll bring us over to Draq's turn then.
Okay. Cool. I don't like what's happening here. But I am going to... Like, Sarze's body is on the ground. Does it look like it's convulsing at all from my position?
It's a dead body.
I just hate the way that you're delivering these lines to me right now. Okay, I'm gonna run behind this person here to get a flanking advantage.
Yep.
And I will just kind of try to crack them in the back of the head with an unarmed strike.
Let's see.
Does 15 hit?
Meets beats.
Beats. Cool. I'm just gonna knock them prone.
Right, and there's Yep, fantastic. They're prone.
Prone. Cool. And then that's my action. God, what do I do with a bonus?
I need
Thanks for the love of
non-lethal
Christ.
flurry of blows.
Yeah.
If you don't think you can take her out, you gotta heal me because I'm gonna go the fuck down. So
Go the fuck down anyways, though, is the thing.
yeah, I guess just
Yeah, I'm just gonna...
can you?
Beat her up, Draq.
You don't have stun yet, right?
No, I'm a baby monk. Yeah, sure. I'll healing word now.
Well, I mean, if you can do another hit on her, maybe that's better. Because if all healing words get me is like 5, it's not worth it for the damage she can
cool.
probably do.
Bonus action, single attack. I'm not gonna waste my last key point. That's much better to hit, so that hits. And that's gonna be 7 points of bludgeoning damage.
7 points. All right. They lose concentration on the spell they had.
Oh, good. Didn't know they were concentrating, so that works out.
Is it the spell that's on me?
Nope.
Oh,
There's
shocking grasp, just like.
yeah. No,
True
that
sight.
was an attack. It happened. It's now.
Oh, it was true sight, probably. Yep, that's
Right.
it for me.
After Draq, it's Abe. And he's prone.
Nothing happened to Sarze's body.
Doesn't seem like it.
We're gonna ask you every turn.
Double tap.
Yeah, I think she's too dangerous to be left alive.
She's too dangerous to be left
Whether I can get to her, though, because I only have 15 feet of movement. I'll get up and move and chuck a javelin at that corpse.
Disadvantage as it's prone.
Disadvantage. 18 or 19, bud.
Oh, bad. Those will both
so-
hit there, dude.
Yeah, it's 27, I think.
If she was rolling death save, she'd have lost 2 there, eh, bud?
Yeah.
You're not selling me, Denny. I don't believe you.
Well, there's a javelin in her body now.
That's everything for your turn, Abe?
Yeah, I'm tapped. I got nothing.
It's Elwyn.
How did we get to my turn already? I'm gonna pop up over here. And what am I gonna do while I'm here? What a question. I'm gonna use my rod to regain a spell slot. I don't know if that's the call, but that's what we're doing. And I'm gonna... Jeez. I don't think you used yours, but I'm gonna move my luck to Nell. Which means you don't have it anymore, Abe. And I'm gonna give it. Nell the D8.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Yeah.
Sorry, I yelled at you.
It's okay.
All right.
The horse moved with me, but I'm gonna stay here now.
Understood. That brings us to the last hostile creature. Draq and Nell, I need you both to make wisdom saving throws.
Oh, jeez Louise.
As you are starting your turn adjacent to this being.
Is this a spell situation?
Nope.
Okay. Is it plus to all saving throws? Okay.
There is.
Okay.
Which would have been really cool because I would have gotten a plus 14, but it doesn't matter because I rolled that one. So,
Well, you can't automatically fail saving throws. That's only on attacks.
But, I mean, what's the total?
15.
Meets beats.
There you go. Wisdom, you said?
Wisdom.
19.
You both are prevented from taking the damage of this effect.
Holy shit.
Good. That's really good.
As you guys like engaged with this being, there's just like sudden like the sounds of like as if you were in a realm of floating glass, like shards just flying by, and like ominous whispers just all around you. Like this person gives you a very creepy vibe. And fantastic. They're going to Dimension Door 500 feet away down the road.
Of course they are.
As they leave, they hear me say, "Did they call you shards?" Say. And blood comes out of my mouth.
And that brings us to the end of the combat.
I don't believe it.
Draq flips over Sarze's body. Is it Sarze?
The lot of you flip Sarze over and move in to inspect the body of this powerful assassin you've entangled with a few times. Her eyes are lifeless, staring up at the sky. The same being that you've seen time and time again. And then as you're watching, she begins to dissolve. Flesh off the bone. Puddle on the ground. And a pure black skeleton.
What? I cast Detect Magic on the skeleton.
You cast Detect Magic. Can I have you roll a
Probably not.
D100?
No, you may not.
I refuse, actually.
Denny,
Yes.
when that person dimension doored away, did I see where they reappeared?
Like way down the road.
Did they disappear again?
I imagine they're probably within range of a shot, are they?
No, I was gonna hop on my horse and then get in range.
Ah, well, if you did
run them
that,
down.
then there was a second instance down the road where they cast another spell and then they're gone.
Okay. Very cool.
I got a 72.
A 72. I'm sorry, let me reapply some music here. Right.
Wait, are you rolling on the combat table right now?
Yep.
Yes.
Oh, fuck me, dude. Good thing
Yep.
We're all right next to her.
No, all in a circle.
In this moment, as you guys watch Sarze's body just like dissolve, and now you feel that magic well up in you, and there's a moment where you're like, it's like a panic welling up within you, and then total calm, pure relaxation. You're resistant to all damage for the next minute.
Oh, this shit again. Motherfucker, you never show up when I need you. I hate you so much. Son of a bitch. Whatever, this fucking skeleton's not magical, is it?
Elowen. Monty.
No.
Yeah.
I think it's safe.
Okay.
I'll drop concentration.
Where is he?
He's just over here. He's not doing super well, but I think he's stable.
He's just still on the ground, breathing, like eyes like half open, but he is like on the verge of being alive.
Hey, stay with me, brother. Hang on. And Gideon will get out his healer's kit and expend a few charges. A few salves, if he can. Just pumping up his HP. And he will just be like, you're going to be alright, just stay calm. And he'll cast the Calm Emotions spell, and he'll just sit with him.
How many charges are you expending? Because that is a resource.
3.
3. Very well. Go ahead and...
So 3 hit dice plus 4, I think. How it goes.
It's okay.
Yes.
While he's doing that, I'll look to the rest of the group and ask, what should we do with this disgusting thing that Sarze left behind?
It's not magic, you were saying, Nell?
No.
Gonna, like... My rapier's a little longer than a dagger. I'm just gonna, like, poke at one of the bones a little. See if...
And as you poke it, it like disintegrates to ash, that piece of bone.
Ah.
This is useless to us.
No.
Even
Break
if I
it
were
all.
to try to get some information from it, I feel like it would crumble under my touch.
Can I scoop some of the ashes into like a little pouch or something?
Careful now. Don't touch
Sure.
it with your skin.
I don't really have a way to not touch it with my skin. I guess
Wearing
I'll...
gloves?
I have my, like, alchemist kit and stuff. Maybe I can try and, like, with, like, a dagger scoop some in to, like, a vial.
Are you gonna do that?
Yeah. I'm gonna do it because... no reason to believe otherwise.
Can I have you make
Daddy.
a dexterity saving throw?
Holy shit.
Oh, yeah.
+4. Why is Ash different than Bo?
32.
Fuck you, Sarze. You ain't got shit.
Azaria with the finesse that almost never seemed to come out when you had your rapier at your side. You
No.
deftly just quickly get some of this ash into a vial and seal it up.
Are you fucking with us? Like, that's so...
Why do you keep looking? You keep making a face, Teddy.
I'm looking at chat, which is great. I mean, Ben's saying the same thing. Why you say things like that?
Can I make a nature check on this to get any sort of read of if it's like fucking toxic or something? Like,
No, you cannot. You can make a religion check.
well,
Can
I'm
I-
not good at religion.
Can
I make
I'm
that
proficient in religion.
I'm also
Uh,
proficient.
Someone else make
I'll-
fucking religion.
Namesies.
Oh, look at us religious folk.
Could be like,
Whoever-
Who's the smartest people
Azaria is the only one who can make this check.
could I get help from someone else who knows about religion?
Nobody else is qualified.
Oh, it's because it's a void skeleton.
Got this,
Oh
Azaria.
boy, I'm like, do I have anything that I can do to... Nope, that's just straight.
I have
Alright.
to have been a public school teacher
3,
for at
2,
least
1.
25 years.
Another
Holy
Azaria,
Logan!
That's a 1 in
Some-
400 chance.
some deductions you could probably make about this skeleton. As far as you're aware, Shadehand revered the god of death. However, it seems they kind of twisted the tenets and alignment of that said god, who is truly just a deity of neutrality. Shadehand is clearly quite evil. And there must be some sort of ritual that these assassins go through to cause this kind of thing to happen to their bodies. And should anybody tamper with the body, would likely allow these assassins to kill past death. You don't know how long that effect will last, but essentially you've gotten yourself a bit of poison. To harvest any more would be pushing your luck.
This is a poison of some sort. Don't touch the body. I was lucky.
Yes, Penelope. Meow indeed.
Could we bury it somewhere and I could place
I don't think we should touch it.
We could just dig a hole and roll it into it.
Use
our
my
weapons.
few worries are touching it turns it to an ash. Too much of that could get into our lungs. We don't know how long this will be inert. I wonder though, because I have one thought, but it makes that portable hole useless. Is that we put the hole over it, so it's hopefully in the hole, and then close it. I don't know exactly how the hole works.
It
And
only
then-
works on a flat surface. I can't put it over something. We would need to
Put
handle
it
the
under
substance to put it
something?
inside.
But yeah, I feel like we can't just leave this here. Someone's going to come by and be like, "Oh, what's a body? Oh," and then try and bury it and die.
With your critical religion check, if you could somehow get holy water to this, that might help.
Does anyone have holy water, or can anyone? Draq, can you make holy water?
I cannot make it from nothing. I would need time and materials.
What do you need?
Well, I need water, first of all. And I would have to have it blessed, which I don't know if I can actually do that, Teni.
Sorry?
I don't know if I can actually make holy water. I think it's probably like a unwritten ritual of some kind.
Yeah, I believe there are actually rules for it.
Yeah,
I pulled it up
probably.
on Roll20. So either me or you can create it by performing a special ritual. Takes an hour, and we need 25 gold pieces worth of powdered silver. And we just have
Ceremony
to
spell.
expend a first level spell slot.
Yeah, ceremony spell.
Could we crush up some silver coins into a powder? I can make water. with the
You
alchemy
do-
jug,
You do also have a bunch of scrap metal or silver and gold.
Oh yeah.
True. I don't have
Could
the
we s-
spell prepared today, though.
Neither do I.
So
Do we camp out here?
make sure no one comes near it.
Monty's not moving.
Monty's
so-
not doing well, though.
We need to
I don't
get
know
him
if it's
somewhere
safe for
to
him.
rest.
He's asleep, I think, more than anything.
Maybe
We're
it's
more
too
than
far
a
away.
day from town.
More than a day, yes.
I can
what
make a
if-
tiny hut that is quite safe.
It's true. What if I don't know. I could try to just glass it with my breath.
I don't know if we want to be blowing that ash around.
Yeah, I feel like that would be considered more like tampering, so. I think maybe we make a hut a little further away. How close is this skeleton to the road?
It's on the road.
It's basically on right beside the road because you guys. No, Sarze is on the road. Yeah, Sarze was behind Nell. Yep.
Yeah, I think-
Unfortunately,
We have to rest here and
we would have to rest, yes.
I can set alarms in case anyone comes down the road.
It's a good idea.
Set a tiny hut on the other side.
Maybe try to cover this thing with a tarp.
just the word tampering is truly so vague that I don't know what it considers like any interaction with it at all. Like,
I think we the kind of most wounded of us in the hut, alarms around and keeping a watch. Anyone comes nearby, we just direct them in another direction.
What if they're looking for this?
And we run, I don't know.
Monty can't.
Yeah.
We have to let's collect the
Well,
horses
he'll be
that
in
are
the
still
hut.
here.
Can they see the hut?
I can make it a solid color. It's not invisible.
So maybe against like the rocks at
Yeah.
least.
I try to blend it in.
We've already tapped the skeleton with a weapon, right?
Yeah.
Just a bone. It's like arm or something.
I don't have lungs for the ashes to get into, so I could just... You all go to a safe distance and I just tap bones until it's all dust, and then at least it's powder. It's less noticeable.
That might be worse if it's less noticeable.
Yeah.
Would the way, like, can I discern anything from the checks I made about, like, does this poison seem like something that would need to be breathed in? Or, like, because, like, poison in some ways have affected Abe, right?
I mean, he's less susceptible to it than other people. Now I'll have you make a nature check. No, medicine check. Let's make this a medicine check.
I was very excited for nature.
Sorry.
12? Medicine's not my foray.
If poisons get in the body, that's typically how it'll be bad. But
Ah!
Yeah, Abe,
oh,
that makes
Magic
sense
the
to me.
Dungeoneering, welcome. Thank you for the follows. Oh my god. Coming in at a time of how do we dispose a body, which is very dangerous to the environment and the party.
Ah!
Oh, thank you for the raid. Hello, raiders.
Ooh.
Hi.
Hey, everyone.
Oh my goodness. It's so wonderful having you all here.
Raiders, how do we dispose of a body?
Yeah, what do we do with this skeleton?
Yeah, give him a
help.
lowdown.
Kill us.
It's an evil skeleton. If you touch it too much, it kills you. Help! Help you.
We can't just leave it here, but we can't touch it either.
But no, I think
Oh,
Abe might have the best idea.
Sorry, wait. So what is?
I
He
don't know if he
waits-
should crush it all and just let
Yeah.
it be, but I do wonder if, like, Abe, like, if we could, like, dig it up and if Abe could move it into...
Oh, Kubalai's got an idea. What if we planted a magic bean?
Oh.
I think that would solve all your problems. You should do it. Oh my gosh, so
Right
many
into
people
the
following.
ash.
Thank you. I'm so glad you're all here.
Oh,
Thank
hello,
you.
hello, hello, hello.
What if
Okay.
if we turn it into a dust, we can just shovel it with one of our weapons.
I think it's gonna get carried by the air. It's gonna become an
Yeah.
airborne thing
Well,
if
then
we
Abe can shovel it with the weapon.
let's
Okay,
just get the holy
wait,
water
wait.
thing.
Denny said that the Rhea touching it with their dagger was like pushing their luck. So like, because then like if there's like a chance it could kill from beyond. It's just that it's a poison that kills from beyond. Is that like all you meant by that?
Like, they are dead, but they can still continue to kill via their dead body.
Feed you with the poison. Okay, cool, great.
Okay, so maybe we set up camp, we set up the alarms, take the rest, holy water in the
Holy
morning.
water in the morning. I think that's the safest option.
Yeah, I agree. Just keep on.
We're sure that will work.
Worth a try.
It's the most likely, I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure.
I trust you.
I'm more
You
sure
and
of
I
that
can
than I
both
am
make.
of us trying to dig a hole for this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
You and I can both make holy water too, just in case. A double dose.
Well, maybe let's get to crushing up some silver then tonight, and first thing in the morning, we'll make this happen.
I'll go a little bit down the road the other way then and start setting up alarms.
What kind
Wait,
of
what
tool?
time of day is it?
It is actually like pretty early morning, actually.
Okay, we're gonna sit here all day.
Let's take a rest. Let's think about where we are and
Yeah,
maybe
you can
move
at least
Monty to a safer space behind
take
the
a short
cover of the
rest.
road.
He can begin a long rest because he has rested in days.
Great, yeah.
Let's get him comfy. I'll roll out a bedroll for him.
I'll make a tiny hut. It's just a ritual.
Okay.
Oh dear.
Keep him safe.
I had a question. Lost it.
Was
The
there
pizza boy.
Ah, yes. What toolkits do everyone have?
weavers?
Brewers. I guess I would have left some of this in the cart.
Herbalism.
Alchemists, brewers, poisoners.
I got tinkerers. Are you just asking for proficiencies or what I'm actually carrying?
I need to know what tools you have. If you're going to be crushing down silver and gold, you need the tools to be able to do it.
Tinkerers. That's all he would have brought.
Herbalism and a dragon chest set, which probably, I feel like the pieces are pretty heavy, Denny, so I think it'd be pretty easy to crush metal.
Seems legit.
I got nothing.
Well, yeah.
Abe's ungodly strength is my tool.
With 2 levels of exhaustion.
Your best chance at being able to do this is Gideon and his Tinkerer's tools, but it's not the right set, so it'd be at disadvantage. Ideally, you'd want jeweler's tools for this kind of thing. Or smith's tools.
No, but
Makes sense.
try.
Yes? What?
I can
Oh, you
give
said you can try. I got you.
I can give guidance to anyone who's trying.
We have assorted tools in the portable hole.
Yeah, does anybody remember what tools you got from the portable hole?
Don't, because I didn't have the hole, so I did not.
No,
write
I
it.
should probably add what we have in there to the list that's in my inventory, but here we are. If someone has that, I can put it on my sheet, though.
If it's not recorded,
boy.
it's not kept.
Well, then I'll watch back the footage later, Denny.
Consequences! Keep track of the items and loot you get. It's back in the cart, whatever it is.
Fair enough.
Try with Tinker's tools.
Sure. And
You've at
if
least
we-
got an option.
If we wait till the morning, I could also cast a spell to make it a little bit easier.
It's gonna take time though, Draq.
It's okay. We have time. We need to rest.
I mean, like, it might take a good few hours.
Was there like on our way? It's the last like big town was 2 days from here.
Like a day and a half back the other way, yeah.
Was there any like small little hamlets on the way or anything? Might have a church.
Not on the way. There might be something further down the road toward Balesville.
I know,
Having
that's where we wanna
traveled this
go.
way before, would I roughly know where the closest like little stop would be?
Gotta bring up that map again. Look at the map, doo. Okay, we'll bring everybody over to the map screen so we're all looking at the same thing here.
Map.
So you guys are roughly at about this point here, almost to the triple intersection. There's likely along this midway of the left of that fork in the road, there's likely a hamlet down there. It's about a half-day travel away.
So there's an option.
As to whether it has a church, it's not a common
about the same
trend
amount of
in the
time.
Ascendancy.
I think it's better if we just take the chance with
Let's just
Gideon's
camp here.
tools. And yes.
Do your magic thing. Let me know when you can. I'll give it a
It
shot.
won't be until tomorrow, so we might as well just take a chance on crushing some silver.
Okay,
I
I'll
can
take-
cast guidance.
Sounds like a plan.
I don't. Is Gideon the one crushing silver?
It'll be me.
Does it
Pretty-
have to be?
Well,
He's
the only one who knows how
with
to
the
use his
proficiency.
tools.
Huh.
Sorry about
Okay.
it. Why? What's wrong with me?
Nothing's wrong with you.
I can crush things.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, man. That might
Yeah.
not be the right tool for the job, but we got a set of spares back with the portable hole. I know that much.
However, Elwyn does have a point in that you'll need to make a strength-based tinkerer's check with your proficiency.
That's if an Abe or someone could do it, that would be better.
Ben Rich suggests dynamite.
Hmm.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
That's an option. I'll just pull out my dynamite.
What?
Just so y'all know what I'm
Bag of
getting.
holding dynamite.
Be a d20 plus 3 plus 1d4 for my check if we do this now.
I mean,
But it'd be a disadvantage.
What's-
so I have to roll it.
It would be
what's
at
the worst case
disadvantage?
scenario? It doesn't get crushed. I think try it.
Or his tools break. Which would not be ideal for him and us.
I'm sure we
'cause
can find
he
more.
needs us to fix his gun.
We have another set in the portable hole back at Timberstead. Or
And if you
farm
say
hall.
so, I don't remember what was in there.
But Cadway was a tinkerer. If he doesn't have tinker's tools in his freaking mini
I-
tool shed,
Do you remember those ones being there?
then he's an idiot.
Well, while we set this up, I'm going to use my Pearl of Power to regain a spell slot. Just in case.
Excellent. I'm surprised. I'm surprised that the group nobody has Smith's tools.
Well, you understand, it was so important that I took Dragon Chest that it just didn't occur to me. So I don't know why I would ever, you know. But
Roughly how long would the either walking or horse riding from Balesville to our current location be? And would I know that?
Oh gosh. Like walking probably about like 8 or 8.5 days. On horseback, maybe 6.
Okay. So at the very least, our foe who got away, I doubt they'll make it back to Balesville and here before we've departed.
They teleported, didn't they?
It looked like it.
Yeah.
So who knows?
I think we can worry about them right now.
To give you more
Should I
specifics on
message-
that, Gideon, in fact, what they did was they opened a portal, walked through it, and the portal vanished.
Tell the group. Try to run him down.
Should we message your brother now?
but just to tell him we're alive.
Bring holy water.
Did he bring something? I mean, we're a ways out, aren't we? We're
A day and a
day
bit.
A bit.
Yeah, we're a day and
Yeah.
a bit out. We
But
can do it
If
faster.
we tell
than
him
he
to
can.
leave now, I just I don't like the idea of Finn being on the road alone.
That's true. That's true.
I'm sure he can handle himself, but after
Right.
what we run into.
Try the holy water. If it doesn't work, we just run. Leave it.
Try to
If someone messes with a pitch black skeleton on the road, that's their choice.
Oh yes, because a farmer coming by thinking someone might be like, it might be a burnt body. I don't know. I think it's our responsibility to clean up the mess that we leave behind.
I mean, we can send him a message and see if he has holy water. I don't think that he would, but we can ask.
Well, Gideon hasn't even taken an attempt at this.
Just
Let's
try
see.
it, Gideon.
Let's try it.
Let's see what happens.
Oh, it'll be an 11 for the check.
Unfortunately, the tools are not really designed for this purpose of converting a metal into a powder. So, you've still got the material, but you're not going to be able to perform the procedure.
What if I try to destroy it with some magic? I could turn it into powder with the attack I used on Sarze and her companion.
Oh, with a shatter?
Mm-hmm.
That's an idea.
That sounds reasonable.
Oh, we didn't want it to be powder anymore.
No,
the
silver.
metal.
Oh,
Silver needs to be powder for the ritual, so it's worth a shot. I mean,
Try it.
Go for
Let's
it.
try everything.
okay, pile it somewhere far away, and then I'll take aim. Alright, I don't have any second level spells left, so I'm upcasting Shatter at 3rd level.
Oh shit.
Right. Destroy this.
Just to
silver.
absolutely blast this stuff.
Interesting. All right. So, you pile your... You're just using the silver, or you're doing the gold and the silver?
I think just the silver.
the
We don't need
silver.
the gold for the purposes of this.
Fantastic. You pile the silver in a small pile, give it some distance, and Draq, you focus, and bam, just concentrated in this area, just this vibration of air, roar of thunder, and that pile of silver just psh, and just pools out into tiny pieces. Well done.
Whatever.
We can do. If you give us 25 solid minutes to talk it through, we can figure stuff out.
Right, let's we probably should have put this on the sheet or something, but it's okay. We'll collect what we can. There's probably enough here.
I had that thought while I was in the bathroom. I was like, put a blanket underneath it, but it's fine.
Nope.
Alright, try to scoop up what I can. I'll use like the sharp end of my spear to try to like shovel it. But yeah. Alright, well. Good job, team.
All right, you've got the silver you need.
So we're gonna
We're
camp
ready
here
for
the
tomorrow.
How much
18
metal did we
hours?
have, and did we put all of it on there, or did we just do enough for the spells?
I think the amount of metal we had was kind of vague. I don't know if we were given like a monetary value to it.
Well, what is the amount you need, and what was the total gold pieces? Like it was 84 valued,
I mean, 25 total.
and you need
5.
25.
Yeah.
And are you both gonna make holy water, like one for
We're
this and one
planning
for
on
backup?
it. If
Maybe
possible.
It's probably not a terrible idea.
Sure, we can
Might be
say
useful to have.
fantastic. There's just so happen to be 50 gold pieces worth of silver in that split. So you've got
Ow.
50 gold pieces of silver powder and 34 gold pieces of gold scraps.
Okay, I'm gonna write that
Praise be to
down.
Vishtok for this coincidence.
It's almost like the gods wanted it to be a little easier so we can get to the end of the stream.
I can appreciate that.
Gods.
All right. I guess I'll take 25, and Nell can take the other 25.
To expedite the process a bit. So, this is a spell you guys are going to have to prepare for the next day, right?
Correct.
Okay. Elwyn, you set up your tiny hut.
I'll set up
Monty's
alarms on the other side too.
alarms, tiny hut. Monty's going to be in the tiny hut. Day goes by, or at least the night comes because it was like morning. He's going to continue resting. And I guess you guys camp there over the night. No follow-up seems to happen. You guys put a watch on. No one's coming along the road. Not a big deal. The morning comes around. And the two of you get to work?
That's right. We do.
I get a long rest.
You all get a long rest.
Fuck yes,
Ooh.
dude.
Thank God.
Does my hit point total go back up?
a fantastic question, which I can answer for you right about now.
If anyone had aid cast on them the previous day, it is now gone.
Adam, your hit points return to normal.
That's good. Alright, so ceremony.
And you'll have to borrow some material component from Azaria, or Nell, you have an herbalism kit too, right?
I do.
Splendid. You've got vials for holy water.
Wow.
Alright.
And you both go through your rituals. Is there a check you need to make?
Nope.
Just spend an hour, and it's a spell slot. So.
Yep. So I will expend a first level for ceremony. And I will bless water.
And of course, those of you who accrued a bunch of exhaustion yesterday, that goes down 1 level. Though a lot of exhaustion was gained during this. And Nell and Draq, you both have your vials. Who's doing what?
I am tending to Monty and his health.
Understandably.
Alright. Should we just pour it on or something? Or what do we think?
I believe we just pour it on the bones to get rid of this.
Alright. Maybe we do it from on top of something so that we're not so close.
I mean, I imagine everything that we've done so far. This is probably the safest thing we've done in close proximity to it.
Fair enough. I could also... I don't know if this counts as a corpse anymore, but I could cast a spell on it to make sure she doesn't come back.
Do you have to touch it?
I do.
I wouldn't.
Then no.
After the fact.
Yeah, let's just do the holy water.
How much do
Maybe
we... Well...
Start with your vial first, and then we'll see if I need to use mine or not. Because if not, I'll keep it in case we run into another one of these people.
It's a good idea. Alright. Draq will pop the cork and walk over. There goes nothing. And I will pour it kind of around, I guess, the face, and then kind of do circles with as much water as I have, which probably isn't much, and just kind of go down that way.
The moment the holy water contacts the skeleton, it as if you had just like an explosion, essentially. Like the moment the water contacts the skeleton, it just a huge plume of smoke shoots straight up in the air, and you recoil.
Jump back.
Yeah. And as you continue administering the holy water to the skeleton, a lot of that ash joins up with the smoke, and it's swirling violently in the air and collecting. And it's it's less like smoke and more like a dust storm of this black ash just writhing and spinning about in the air. And eventually the black dust within it begins to lose color. The darkness begins fading away, though the wind is still spinning rapidly. And then eventually, the air is clean. The skeleton on the ground is gone. And as if it had been concentratedly burned by fire, there are scorch marks on the stone around it, and even a bit of fire light the grass nearby.
Absolutely fuck that.
Wasn't
It
exactly
seems-
how I... Yeah.
Thinking on
That's
the
one
holy
down.
water.
Dealt with. We should head back.
Yes, we should.
Think Monty's able to move. I'll go check.
Checking up on Monty. He, groans in pain as he sits himself up.
Easy there.
Now, I'm a bit rough right now, but better than when I fell off that horse yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh,
How long's it been, Monty?
Can we just catch up when we get to Timberstead? I am so hurting, Gid.
Okay, yeah, I'll let you rest, buddy. Let's just get you there.
It's great seeing you, but I just gotta pass out, man.
Okay, you do that.
All right. You've solved the issue of the skeleton. You've killed Sarze,
Wild.
supposedly. And
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Oh, lie.
She's
Stop
too
that.
hot to die.
Yeah. You can't
Hot
leave us with
people
just the
don't die.
ugly hot NPCs.
well, things might be a
Ugly
little less
villain.
hunting moving forward, but somebody did escape that fight. Clearly,
Somebody.
come from Balesville too, so they'll know Sarze's dead. But in the meantime, allegedly. But Gideon, you've got Monty. He's alive. Thank God. And now
Thank Elwyn for it.
maybe you can catch a bit of a breath once you get him back to Timberstead. Box speed to the lot of you. That's where we're going to finish tonight's episode.
Oh, she's not dead. I don't believe. I don't believe.
Wow. Also, big thank you to the raids that happened today. Holy crap. Thank you to the followers who joined us. Fraley17, Merrick Ulbrecht, Shanabal, Scruffy Nerf Herd, nice, and Lady of the Gem. Wow. Thank you all so much. Also, again, I know, Ben, you've reappeared in our last stream, but it's great seeing you back here again. Hope school's going well. Kumbala, I'm so glad you come in here so often now. It's so great to begin developing a community here, and I'm so glad you're all here to share in the stories that we get to tell. It's all so fun. And hopefully, my players here, you all had a bunch of fun getting to test out your new combat abilities.
Hell yeah, dude.
Oh, I had fun, Denny. I had a
I'm s-
fun time tonight. I had a
Oh,
really fun
boy.
time. I'm gonna send you a message.
Yeah, we're gonna talk. We're gonna talk.
I was very happy to use my level 9 fighter feature, sleep.
On the plus side, you didn't get attacked while you were sleeping.
Absolutely. Oh, I did very well.
I
Draq
attacked him.
Oh yeah, that's true.
A bunch of people
Yeah.
tried to attack you.
Freak Anthony, that sleet storm came so clutch.
So important, yeah.
Spellcast.
I so glad you got to be here. Everybody that's in the chat right now, you can follow all of our players. The social media is coming up in the chat right now, except for Adam. But we're happy you're here, despite not having a social media presence. That's okay. Love it for you. Love that you don't have to interact with the rest of the world like we do. The curse. Nah.
I'm an 80-year-old man at heart.
Hey, bud, same. That's my social media that I definitely post.
And
Yeah, I'm
thank
with Christy
you.
on that.
Thank you, Ben, for posting our Discord link. Yeah, join us in our Discord. We talk about D&D things. Sometimes people will have questions. We'll discuss that. Or if you want to talk about the campaign and whatnot, please join us.
Show us your
And-
dice.
Pictures of your dice. And also, like, we're always looking to improve how we can interact with you guys. So, like, if you have suggestions or ideas, please also submit those kind of things. It's all just a bunch of links in the chat now. That's the Dicely D&D social media. And also, be sure to subscribe to us on Facebook as well. We're trying to grow that page as well. Yeah. It's, heart's very full. I'm sorry, guys, I put you through a lot today. What a fun time we have.
What
I
a session.
couldn't imagine a better crew to do this with. I know you're mad at me, Dallas, but we'll fix that. We'll fix that.
We'll fix
how
it.
many magic
We'll
items can I
fix
give you?
Not enough.
We'll fix it in post.
Oh boy. All right. Well, seeing as though we're on the love train, dang it, I don't have any friends to raid. But
12:30.
It's true. We are at 12:30. Whoa. Okay. Well, that makes sense that nobody's online. All right, let's get out of here. We've been streaming for like 6 hours. Thank you everybody so much for being here and watching. I think we'll be back in 2 weeks' time. We stream bi-weekly Sundays. But yeah, follow our social media to keep up with exact dates. Sometimes things have to change around for schedules. But until next time, stay happy, stay kind, and as always, play nicely. Have a good night, everybody.
Bye.